you're very interested in UPSC, I would seriously recommend you to please start with our NCERT series here. NCERT series have been done based on the compilation of all the NCERTs, both prelims plus mains as well as for the interview. You can take a comprehensive program. And to enroll for it, please check out the link description below. Purpose is to ensure that the dignity of the individual is not affected. That is why you need what? You need rights. So if the state government does not set up a state election commission, the elections will never be held on time. Most of the ministers, as well as the Prime Minister, they all come from the Lok Sabha. So there is an interdependent relationship. It is not that High Court's judgment, one High Court gave, so it is not applicable to the lower court. No. So all connected. So is it possible in USA for any state to say that I don't want to be part of USA anymore? Is it possible? Absolutely yes. Indian Parliament consists of Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha and the President. Why the President? In all the major democracies or developed countries, why their cities are so good or why their villages are so good? Hi, hello everyone. Welcome to OnlyIAS channel. Hope you're all doing great today. So finally, we have the entire NCERT Polity series compiled in front of you. It's ready now. Go through it. Those of you are planning to do your own preparation, start with the basics first. If you're somebody totally new to this field, you're working, you are in your college, or you're even in your 10th standard, 11th standard school days, even though I don't recommend it, but still, you're very interested in UPSC, I would seriously recommend you to please start with our NCERT series here. This is the basic thing that you can do. Get to know what this subject is about. Similarly, we have NCERT series for other subjects also. Please visit them. Understand what is the demand of the exam. Understand what the faculties are trying to tell. Get a clear picture first and then take a call whether or not you want to do this. You can visit this NCERT series even if you're preparing or planning for other competitive exams, because at the end of the day, basic questions do get asked in any competitive exams general awareness section. Then take a call whether you want to join for a coaching or you think you can handle it by yourself, go for it. For those of you again who are preparing UPSC seriously again, irrespective of whether you have joined our course or not, irrespective of that, do visit this NCERT series, because sometimes what happens is not all the questions comes from current affairs or from Lakshmikant. Very basic questions can come, one or two, especially from the NCERT series. So please watch these videos. All the very best. So again, based on the request again, we have reshot the second chapter so that it is as per the PPT format, like how I have done for the majority of the chapters. Please go through it. Once you go through it, give one reading of the basic NCERT textbooks. So the NCERT series have been done based on the compilation of all the NCERTs. The content what is present in all the NCERTs, based on that only, we have made the content for you. Alright people. So all the very best. Happy studying. God bless. Take care. Hello everyone. One important announcement. The Pinnacle 2027 batch is here, both prelims plus mains as well as for the interview. You can take a comprehensive program, and to enroll for it, please check out the link description below. Don't miss this opportunity. PW is here with prelims plus mains plus interview program for 2027 under the Pinnacle batch. Check it out right away. So let us now visit our chapter, Political Theory and Key Concepts. Let us take it very slow. Let us take our own sweet time in understanding the fundamentals first. Polity and governance, Polity NCERT. We keep using this word every now and then, correct? From where does this word originate? Politia. I know the pronunciation again, if you depending upon which YouTube channel you have opened up, the pronunciation keeps changing. Politia, Politia, many pronunciations are there. We will as of now keep it Politia because that is closer to polity. It's a Greek word which simply means structure and organization of state or city-states. How a state is organized, what is the structure of it, who is the ruler there, who are the people there? That means the ruled of either a state or a city-state. So back then in the good old days, when kings etc. used to rule, cities used to be the centers of power from where all the major decisions etc. were taken. You would have read about it even in your Harappa, Mohenjo-daro civilizations. There was a citadel, Harappa. Then there was a lower town. Getting the point here. So cities used to be the place where maximum decisions or how the country or how the city should be run, such decisions were taken in cities. So that is how politia led to the word polity. What do you mean by politics then? So polity we understood, okay, structure and then organization. Then what do you mean by politics? It is the complex interaction for vital decision making. Vital means important. So all the important decisions, when you try to see how it is made, it is obviously through interactions. For example, government, let us say, wants to bring in one nation, one election. Central government wants to bring it. Can the central government alone decide, we will bring one nation, one election? Absolutely not. They will have to discuss it with the states. They will have to first discuss it in the parliament. Then with the states, get all of their approval, their support. Only then this can be implemented. Without that, you cannot do it. So in other words, major decisions, whatever we see, it comes out of what? Interactions. And those interactions which leads to decision making, that is what you call politics. For societal harmony and progress, politics is necessary. Even though many of us actually think whenever we talk about politics, we don't get a happy image. Oh, wow, politics. We generally feel politics. Everybody are thieves. Everybody are criminals. That is how we generally tend to view it. But as much as we have that negative opinion on politics, the reality is it is really necessary for ensuring harmony and progress of the society. Without that, the country will not move forward. Take any country. Any country, even the single party country like China, or a multi-party country like India, or only two-party country like USA, any country you take, you are having politics. Forget country. Even when we talk about family, there also you have politics. You talk about office, there also we have politics. We keep using that word, office politics. Correct? Family politics. Why? Because decisions needs to be made. Be it inside office, be it inside a family, be it within a nation, you require it. Why? For harmony and progress. Apart from that, once the next thing associated with politics, when I tell politics, the next word that will probably pop in your mind is what? Government. Correct? Can government stay away from politics? Absolutely not. Why? Because if politics ensures harmony and development, what is the job of the government? To ensure harmony and development. Harmony, when I say understand, it means peace, restoring order, maintaining law and order and peace in the society, and obviously progress of the society. Correct? That is why politics and government are linked together. Clear till this much? Polity, politics, government. All right. Let us take it up a step further forward. What do you mean by government? It is an integral part of the human group. Correct? That is human beings coming together and deciding upon a system by which government can be formed. A system. It can be any system. But they are deciding, okay, this is the system we will follow. And they will make a government there. Contribute to societal organization and functioning. Correct? Society gets organized here. So even when you look at our country, you have a central government, you have state government, you have local government through panchayats and municipalities. Right? It affects people's lives, no doubt about it. That is government when they decided, okay, those who are earning up to 12 lakhs as income, you don't have to pay the tax. We were like, thank God. Correct? It affects our lives. But at the same time, if petrol prices and diesel prices goes above 100, we don't find it happy at all. We don't find it, oh, this is such a wonderful news. No, we actually feel sad. or if caramel popcorns becomes expensive inside a theater, we become even more sad. Not everybody likes the salt and cheese popcorns, correct? That is the point here. That is, government basically decides on the taxes. Government basically decides on what type of policies they need to focus on. So that is the reason why it will affect our lives. And finally, when you talk about government, how does government influence society? They influence society through policies, regulations, decisions. Regulations basically means like laws, the do's and the don'ts. How much tax you have to pay, how much money you need to, you need to pay your GST on time. All these things. Policies may involve, especially, let us say, you want to target the poor section of the society. People who don't have access to food. You have National Food Security Mission. People who are struggling to access healthcare services. For that, you have Ayushman Bharat. Or people who don't even have a bank account. We have Prime Minister Jan Dhan Yojana. So like that, different policies are there. Then obviously it will have decisions. Demonetization. A pure and pure executive decision. It was not discussed with anybody, neither with the opposition. Why? The government didn't even discuss it, even within their own party. Then their own political party also, nobody knew about it. Or when we talk about Article 370 abrogation, it was a decision, an executive decision. Alright, so please understand one thing. When you say executive decision, executive, you will keep hearing this word. That means government, when you say, they do what? They are an executing body. Means to get things done. That is what it is when you say executive. So tomorrow when I say you are all going to be part of the executive, what does that mean? You are all going to be part of the government. Correct? You become an IAS officer, you become an IPS officer, you become an IRS officer, you are all part of what? The government. And that is why within executive, there are two definitions again. One is political executive. The other is permanent executive. Political executive simply means they are temporary, consisting of your MLAs and MPs. Why are they temporary? Because there is no guarantee that they will win the next election. Correct? There is no guarantee. Anything can happen in an election, especially in Indian election. Highly unpredictable. The next is what? Permanent executive. Permanent executive, who are these officers? All of you. All of you who will clear the government exam and get into the service. Maybe as IAS officer, IPS officer, central government Group A officer, or maybe even a state government Group A officer, Group B officer, Group C, whatever. All these are part of permanent executive. Why permanent executive? Because until and unless you commit a Himalayan blunder, nobody can remove you from the job. It's more or less permanent until the day you retire. Correct? Hope you got the meaning here. Moving on. Political theories. So let us try to understand this flowchart now. Political theories, why studying it is important. Study of political theories helps in developing or understanding foundational ideas of government, society, and individual lives. Correct? You get a clear idea about how an individual is functioning, how society is functioning, how government is functioning. Like I told you earlier, in USA you only have two parties there. One is Republican, one is the Republican Party, other is the Democratic Party. Finished. Whereas in India, if you start counting, there will be no end to it. Got the point here? So understanding political theory helps you understand the foundational values of individuals, society, government. Then political theories explores enduring values and guiding policies. What do you mean by enduring values? Endure. To endure, endurance means your ability to withstand. Whatever negativity comes into your life, your ability to withstand it, that is endurance. Enduring values, when you say, it simply means these values are timeless. So there are certain values what we also have in our society, maybe right from the Vedic time period onwards. Some values are there which needs to be protected. Like for example, tolerance. So tolerance is something, or tolerance to other cultures is something which is an intrinsic part of the Indian society. Nowhere in the world you will find a society like Indian society. Isn't it not true? This is one country where you will find all types of religions coexisting. Yes, definitely there are issues. We are not at all ruling it out. Because within family, the same family you have issues means, imagine a country filled with so much of diversity. You are bound to have issues. But overall, if you see, one enduring value of Indian society is what? Tolerance. That is, I may not understand what your culture is. I may not understand what your religion is. I may not understand what your caste is. But I respect it. I will not disrespect it. It is your belief. It is your system. Fine, well and good. Go ahead and practice it. Getting the point here. Other one is what? Guiding policies. That means through political theory, if you actually, through political theory, you can explore what type of policies you need to implement. So like I told you, in our country, basically 81 crore people are dependent on the government for their ration. 81 crore. When 81 crore is dependent on the government for food, that clearly tells us what? We have to make our policies welfare based. Welfare of the poor, welfare of the lower castes, welfare of women. Correct. Political theories addresses contemporary issues. Contemporary issues means current issues. And it provides ideas and frameworks to deal with those issues. Gives us ideas, gives us a framework like how to deal with such things. What is the best way to ensure that equality is ensured in the society? What is the best way to ensure that the poor are brought up in their life? All of this you can understand through what? Through political theories. Got the point here? Moving on. So, the foundation of political system, if you see, it is built on three values: democracy, freedom, equality. Our political system, you have democracy, freedom, and equality. Clear? These three. Freedom, equality, and justice. These three things are context dependent. What does that mean? Freedom, equality, and justice are context dependent. Means it is not that everybody will have freedom, everybody will get justice, everybody will get equal treatment. No. It is all dependent on the context. That means, now very recently we had Operation Sindoor. Correct? And it is still ongoing. It is not over yet, at least according to the government. It is still ongoing. Military is still in a high state of alert, especially across our western borders. This is a fact. So can right now a citizen say that he wants to go to Pakistan? He wants to visit there. Will it be easy? Can he say it is my freedom? I have the freedom to go and visit Pakistan? Absolutely not. Why? Conditions are different now. It is no more, the relationship with Pakistan is going down day by day. And with the current nuclear threat also what they have put up against us, we are not going to entertain any more friendly relationships until Pakistan learns to behave. Correct? Equality. 81 crore people are going hungry. That is why they are dependent on the government for food. Now I am paying the tax, income tax. Can I go and demand to the government, give me also the food? You're giving it to 81 crore, give me also. No. When you talk about equality, it doesn't necessarily mean that everybody will be treated equally at all the times. No. Equal people will be treated equally. So I'm a taxpayer. I will be treated as similar to another taxpayer only. Not to somebody, not with somebody. That is, my comparison will not be made with somebody who is dependent on the government of India for their ration. Got the point here? So I will be treated along with what? Somebody who is paying the tax. Not my comparison will not be similar to somebody who is dependent on government of India for their food. Justice, same meaning. It all depends upon what? The context. What context it is. So freedom, equality and justice basically influences the human as well as the social nature. And these are all context dependent. Correct? All three will have an influence on this. Social nature again means how you socialize. That is your interaction with other people of your country. Clear, people? Moving on. Freedom. When you talk about freedom, what does it mean? First meaning is absence of external constraints. That is, nothing is being imposed on you. Do whatever you like. No, nothing is stopping you. No barriers, no walls, no restrictions. This is connoted as negative liberty. It's the opposite meaning. It is negative liberty. Why negative liberty? Because there is no restriction. There is no restriction here. Other version of freedom is what? Expansion of opportunities for self-expression, which is positive liberty. That is, negative liberty means what? There is no restriction. Positive liberty means what? I am giving you the opportunity to express yourself, so that you can become a better individual, a better citizen, etc. Negative liberty and positive liberty. Let us quickly understand the difference. First one, negative liberty, it is an inviolable area. Inviolable area. What does that mean? Inviolable area means in that particular domain, nobody can touch it. Neither the government, nor the judiciary, nor the cops, nobody can touch it. That is what negative liberties first feature is. It is an inviolable area. You cannot take it away from me. For example, my right to life. You cannot take it away. You can take it away only what? Under a procedure established by law. That is, if I commit some serious crime, some against the sovereignty of the country, I commit a big crime. I do a terror activity. Then yes, I can be given capital punishment as per the procedure written in law. But otherwise, nobody can touch it. I am writing a poem. Can anybody stop me from that? No. I want to direct a movie. Can anybody stop me from that? No. I want to, let us say, write a screenplay. Can anybody stop me from that? No. That is the meaning of negative liberty. That means there is a freedom here. There is a freedom. There is a space around me where I can do whatever I want. That is the idea there. Nobody can interfere. Boundaries defined for personal autonomy. The next thing, that is, because it's an inviolable area, how much is inviolable? That is the next question, right? So let us say I want to do dance. I am doing it in my home. Who cares? Nobody will care. My home, my space. But let us say people are waiting for a train. People are waiting for a bus. And right when the crowd is there, in middle of it all, I am doing a Instagram reel. Badal barsa ki choli. All that. Can I do that? Absolutely not. Why? First of all, where am I standing? I am standing in a public area. It is not a private area. Where I am standing, there are certain rights that I can do there, that are allowed to me. I can stand, I can sit, I can wait, I can walk. Not that I start shooting a reel or I start scaring people in the name of pranks, etc. Those things I cannot do. Because under negative liberty, there is a clear boundary for my personal space. I can sit there and eat, I can drink water, I can maybe even talk to somebody. That is, there are limits here. In the sense of boundary. The do's and don'ts. That is, what is the boundary that is available to you? What level of freedom is given to you? Complemented by personal liberty. Sorry, positive liberty. Let us see positive liberty in a while. Broader social issues remain unaddressed. Why? See, here under negative liberty, it is mostly to do with what an individual is allowed to do. That is, individual freedom is the larger focus under negative liberty. It doesn't talk about the societal issues, social inequality, the social evils like, let us say, dowry. Doesn't talk about any of those. It just talks about that boundary within which an individual can express himself or herself with full freedom without imposing anything on them. That is, there is nothing stopping them. Positive liberty. Conditions conducive to individual growth. Here, conditions are mentioned that will help in what? The individual to grow. What are the conditions allowed for individual growth? So let us say now for individual growth, many people actually believe it also, unfortunately, that when you take narcotics, you can go into sixth sense, achieve meditation, etc., which is totally fake and false. So tomorrow, let us say I go to the government and say, hello, I want to achieve nirvana. Let me have ganja. Can I do that? Absolutely not. Personal growth also, when you say to create conducive to individual growth, means, again, there are only those conditions which will allow the individual to grow. Only them. Not which will harm the individual or harm the society. That we will not allow. Environment for individual development. Create an environment. That is, you create an environment where you can express yourself. Okay, I told you, you can make reels. Not a problem. Do it inside your home. Supports negative liberty. How does it support negative liberty? Because negative liberty puts a boundary first. Within this boundary, I can do whatever badal barsa kicholi I can do. Correct? So the boundary is there. Within that boundary, inside my home, I can express myself, which is positive liberty. Got the point here? Inside my home, positive liberty, I can exercise as much as I want. Negative liberty puts up a boundary. A boundary around you will be there, where you can express, but a limit is there. Outside, a boundary is there for you. Within that boundary, I can do whatever I want. That is, I can even stretch my arm. To put it bluntly, I can stretch my arm. I can stretch it to what extent? Till the tip of the nose of another individual. Till there I can stretch it. I cannot touch it. The moment I touch it, what happens? I am interfering with another person's rights. Their freedom. So a boundary is there under negative liberty within which I can express myself. And that expression, that self-expression or self-development is nothing but positive liberty. Prone to manipulation. Why this is prone to manipulation? Because the self is the main key here. That is, it is all for individual development, self-development, whatever. This particular part of liberty, that is, okay, I want to express myself. This is the way I'm expressing myself in this name. Public can be easily manipulated. Dictators, Saddam Hussein, Muammar Gaddafi, Adolf Hitler. So all these people, if you see, what have they been trying to do? In that they have been using their freedom to express, and slowly they have used that freedom to what? To control an entire country. Stretching it one by one. Okay, I am taking away your this right. You cannot do this. You cannot do that. Slowly they were imposing these on other people. What were they doing? They were expressing themselves. Hitler also went through individual growth. Saddam Hussein also went through individual development, but in that process, what happened was they took the control of an entire country. Clear? What are the constraints to freedom? What are the restrictions on freedom? One is external domination. It could be from a government. Government itself. Government is telling, hello, you cannot do this. Government authority. What do you mean by that? So government authority means it can be, if it is a democratic government, putting constraints is good. That is, restrictions is good. It is good for peaceful plus functional society. Like I told you, the government tomorrow passes a law. One cannot make reels in public spaces without permission. Let us say government passes a law. Is it good or bad? Definitely good. Why? Public space it is. In a public space, I cannot utilize the space as if it is my home. I cannot do that. So, it is necessary for a peaceful and a functioning society. Judicious implementation of constraints. That is, some restrictions you have to keep. Some restrictions. You cannot simply go on to do anything and everything that you want, which is good. This is good. When will it become bad? When the government authority is, let us say, based on dictatorship. Or maybe whatever the type of government is there right now in Afghanistan, where they basically told that if your kitchen is there at the ground floor, if your kitchen is at the ground floor of your house, and if a woman is cooking inside, if that woman is visible from outside, means you should cover the window. That is a rule there. Because the woman should not be visible from outside. From outside, when anybody looks at your home, the women inside the home should not be visible from outside. So cover all the windows. Number 3, social inequality. That means, now we know in any society, there are rich people, there are poor people. Correct? And then there are people who are, let us say, backward. Correct? So we need to actually bring them forward, bring them up along with the other people. So for that purpose, some constraints can be kept. Some restrictions can be kept. Let us say I'm giving reservation policy, or I am giving scholarships. Now that is a restriction on the freedom, right? See, reservation policy simply means what? I am restricting the general category. That is what it simply means. Somewhere the general category has to perform more compared to the reserved category. Correct? So that is automatically a restriction. Economic inequality or disparity. What does that mean? Again, in a society, you are bound to have people who are very rich and who are very poor. How do I solve that problem? I take money from the rich and I give it to the poor. Distributive justice. Distributing equally. Got the picture here? So these are the 4 reasons why you need to place what? Some or the other constraints in freedom. Moving on. Ultimately, what is the conclusion now? Freedom and constraints. That is restrictions. This needs to be balanced. Normal times, what happens is everybody can enjoy freedom. Abnormal times, there will be constraints. And in India, you basically call them reasonable restrictions. The freedom, whatever we enjoy in our country, is basically ensured through fundamental rights. All right. But no fundamental right in our country is absolute. Right to freedom of speech and expression. You are working for the government, let us say, and you criticize the government and post an article in your YouTube or in your Facebook or any social media platform. Depending upon how severe is the criticism made by you, you can get a transfer, maybe a suspension. And if your comment created some serious law and order issue or the government itself collapsed, you can even get removed from the service. That is what it is. So there are restrictions. Got the point? And any society is all about balancing the freedom and your restrictions. Clear? In India, the restrictions placed on fundamental rights are called reasonable restrictions. That means on what grounds these restrictions are placed, it is clearly defined. For example, again, I don't know how many of you would have heard of this. Pegasus. It's a spy software to actually spy on WhatsApp conversations. Now, spying, when you talk about, that is, I want to spy on your WhatsApp messages. That means clearly what am I doing there? I am violating your freedom there. Correct? I am violating your liberty there. But what did the Supreme Court say? Supreme Court basically said that if it is in the interest of national security, what is wrong in using Pegasus? In other words, wherever national security is concerned, fundamental rights will take a lower seat. That is, if the government has to choose between national security and fundamental rights of an individual, they will go with national security only. They are not going to worry about, oh, it violated that fundamental right, it violated this fundamental right. Absolutely not. That is the reason why when you read your Lakshmikant later also, or even as we progress in the subsequent chapters, you'll come across sentences like, no fundamental right is absolute. Got the point here? Reasonable restrictions can be placed on them. Clear? Now let us basically see John Stuart Mill's harm principle. All right. Boundaries of state interference in individual action, self-regarding, other-regarding. Means what? At what point state can be allowed to interfere? Two theories he gives. One is self-regarding. Other one is other-regarding. That is, according to John Stuart Mill, if I am doing something which is where only I am going to be affected, whatever it is, only I am going to be affected means state shouldn't intervene. That is, I am the one, right? But if I am going to do something which will affect other people's lives, then state should interfere. Harm principle. That is, if my actions are only going to harm me, state need not interfere. Let us say smoking. I am sitting at home and I am smoking. I don't smoke, by the way. I'm sitting at home and smoking. Can the government come and tell cigarette smoking is injurious to health? No. Inside your home, you are smoking, your lungs, your cigarette, your money. Do whatever you want. But let us say I am smoking in a public space. Now, government will interfere because smoking in public space or in public areas are punishable offense or is a punishable offense. Clear? Protection of freedom. Legal constraints and the restrictions should be reasonable. That means John Stuart Mill's harm principle basically advocates what? To protect the freedom. That is, my freedom should be protected. Similarly, another individuals also should be protected. And for that reason, you need to have what? You need to have limits placed. And these limits placed should be what? Reasonable. Like I told you, cars have to drive on the road. People have to walk on the footpath. If the other ulta happens, cars are driving on the footpath, people are walking on the road, it won't work. Getting the point here? Freedom. From absence of external constraints to recognizing it as expression of our ability to make choices. Choice is responsibility for outcome. So what is freedom? Freedom means absence of external constraints. That is, no limit is there. to recognizing it as expression of our ability to make choices. That is what freedom's evolution is. There is no restriction. Plus, we have the freedom to make choices. We can choose. Nobody is asking us to do anything. You're completely free to choose. And along with the choice what you make, any choice comes with what? Consequence or outcome, for which all of us are responsible. So ultimately, we cannot blame, oh, the government is like this, oh, that person did this person did this. We are all responsible for our choices and the consequences that comes thereof. Got it? Moving on. Liberalism. What do you mean by liberalism? Liberalism, simple and most important meaning is tolerance. To what extent you are ready to tolerate. Defend individuals' right to express diverse opinions and beliefs. That is, liberalism simply means you can have a different opinion. You can have a different belief. Totally opposite to mine. And you are entitled to it. You are right to have such beliefs and thoughts. I will do whatever is necessary to defend it also. That is the point here. You can have a totally different opinion, a totally different idea or belief. Different from mine, but I will defend it. I will defend your right to have a different belief, have a different thought. Personal choice over collectivism. That is, liberalism actually advocates what? Personal choice. Like for example, these days, many women we will hear, especially celebrities, making this statement: my body, my choice. I will do whatever I want with it. If I want to have a tattoo, I will have it. If I want to wear a certain type of cloth, I will wear it. If I don't want to have a baby, I won't have a baby. I will have an abortion. If I don't want to marry, I will not marry. It is my choice, my body. I get to decide what I have to do with it. Very simple, very elementary. Over collectivism. Why? What do you mean by collectivism? See, Indian society, when you take, it is actually based on collectivism. Means what? Whatever you want to wear, whomever you want to marry, which course you have to study, which job you have to get into, that is not decided by the individual. It is actually decided by an entire family and maybe a larger society. Society has given a certain kind of set rules in our country, whereby which if you're a doctor, if you're an engineer, or if you're in government job, then you are good, then you are successful. Every other job is basically looked down upon, or they are seen as a failure. Correct? That is how ideally it is. Personal choice or liberalism, when you talk about, this is something which you generally get to see in Western societies, where individual is important. Not what the society thinks, not what the family thinks. There is more of individual freedom there. Minimum state intervention. State will not interfere in anything. You do whatever you want. That is the idea there. Even in Western societies, you generally see that trend. State will largely stay away from everything. Championed free markets. So liberalism simply means you can do whatever you want as long as you are not affecting another individual's freedom. So championed free markets means in a liberal society, you will have a high number of what? Private players. The economy will be dominated by private players and very less by the state. Best example, USA. Minimal government you are having as we progress year on year. That means don't be surprised in the future if NASA gets completely shut down. It's very much possible. NASA will get completely shut down and basically the entire US government will basically decide, let us depend on private players to launch our satellites. Or maybe who knows, they may even come to ISRO to launch their satellites. That is the idea there. Contemporary liberalism, the current meaning of liberalism, if you see, it is a combination of welfare state plus measures to reduce social inequality and economic inequality. SI is social inequality, EI is economic inequality. That means today liberalists also believe that you have to do certain things, certain measures like Ayushman Bharat. National Food Security Mission, MG Narega, to actually uplift the poor. Plus, reduce the social inequalities between the castes. Reduce the economic inequalities, rich and the poor. Hope everything is clear till here. Moving on now. Equality. Equal value for all individuals. The basic principle of equality, when you see, it is based on that foundation that every human being has to be treated equally, irrespective of their race, caste, religion, sex, whatever, where they come from, what language they speak. None of that matters. Every human being should be treated equally. Liberty, equality, fraternity. Three principles which we have inherited from the French Revolution. Liberty, like we saw earlier, it means freedom. Equality means, like I told you, treat everybody equally. Fraternity, when you talk about, it means brotherhood. It means brotherhood. So, when you talk about equality, no discussion will be complete without talking about inequality. And inequality, again, there are two types. One is natural inequality. The other is social inequality. What is induced by the society. So, let us understand this now. Natural inequality, when you say, it is like based on abilities and talents. It is true. Some of us have certain abilities. Even though when we say all are equal, definitely Sachin Tendulkar and A.R. Rahman, when you talk about, totally different. Correct? One is a expert when it comes to music. Other one, literally very good with his bat. Correct? Unalterable. Generally, the talent or whatever skill a person has, you cannot alter it. You can improve it. But generally, it is unalterable, whatever inherent talent or abilities you have. You can differentiate it easily. And there will be some element of fairness and unfairness also. You can easily differentiate what is fair and unfair. That is, point is, okay, whoever is good in cricket will join the cricket team. Whoever is good in dance, maybe go take part in the culturals. Like that it is. So there is a clear idea why somebody has been selected for something. Everybody knows it. What is the reason behind it? Last one, advancement, challenge, fixed capability. What advancement are we talking about here? We are talking about technological advancement. So through technology, can you enhance your skill? To an extent, yes. Even though the text says that is not possible to that level, to an extent you can do it. Because, say for example, even when you're talking about batting, even when you're talking about singing, dancing, etc., using technology, you can find out what particular part of your talent or ability you need to improve now so that your quality improves. You can find it. You can find it to some extent. Maybe a bowling action, maybe the way you are playing the piano, etc., or maybe the way you have composed the music. You can use technology to enhance things to a certain extent. What about socially induced inequality? It is unequal opportunities or exploitation. Simple meaning. Unequal opportunities or exploitation means what? There, opportunities are not equal. And some people are getting exploited based on their caste, color, region, religion, etc. It is pretty much alterable. Correct? Social inequalities is alterable. If a person cracks civil service, doesn't matter what background he or she comes from. As much as people will say nobody should prepare for a government job, the identity with a government job is what? Your life changes. The way of living changes. That is the idea. Number 3, not clear-cut power dynamics. Means what? Can you differentiate? Can you actually differentiate social inequalities? Can you actually find out where society is showing inequality? No. You cannot. Simplest example for it. When we meet a person, we ask them, what do you do? Why? Why that question is being asked? It is basically to decide how much respect should be given to that person. Now, let us say somebody says, I work as a cab driver, I work as a security. Automatically, we will bring down our level of respect when we talk to that individual, because we'll automatically think what? Need not give that level of respect. But let us say somebody says, I'm a owner of this business, etc., etc. I own this, that, etc. So what happens there? You start giving more respect. This is inherently present in the society. Inherently it is there. So it is not so easy to find it out. Medical progress. That is, can technology be used for improving access? Yes, especially for people who are handicapped. Technology can be used, thereby reduce their social inequalities. Correct. For them, you can use it. Not the ones based on caste or gender or region or religion or language. Clear? Political equality, social equality, economic equality. Political equality in a natural inequality setting. Political equality will ensure what? Everybody have same political rights. Right to vote, right to participate in election, etc. But when it comes to a socially induced inequality or social inequality, the law will be there to treat everybody equally. But ultimately, it won't do such a great job in addressing the inequalities. Like what is there in our country? There are fundamental rights. Everybody has the right to vote. Everything is available. But do everybody really get to enjoy it is the question. Do everybody get to enjoy it? No. That is also a reality. So, social inequalities continues to remain unaddressed. When the political equality is there. Once political equality is achieved, the next is what? Social equality. And in a natural inequality-induced environment, it will address socio-economic disparities. Means, it will try to what? Reduce the inequalities, whatever are there, socially and economically. But in a society where social inequality is very high, how do you do it? Disparities are there. Inequality is very high. I need to reduce it now. How do I do it? Through the principle of social equality. Well, I keep schemes. For health, let us say Ayushman Bharat. For education, I have new education policy or right to education under Article 21A. Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao scheme. Economic equality. Economic equality, when we talk about it in a natural inequality society, economic equality will try to do what? Reduce the differences in wealth. In a socially induced inequality system, what it will try to do? It will try to reduce the entrenched inequalities. Means everybody knows who is rich here. Everybody knows who is poor here. But we have to bring it down. We cannot allow the rich to get richer and the poor to get poorer. So you have specific schemes targeting the poor. Jan Dhan Yojana account, direct benefit transfer, Aadhaar enabled payment system, Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Scheme. Why are we giving all these schemes? Basically to ensure that the socially backward people are able to come up in life. Clear? Moving on. Attributes of equality. Two attributes are there. One is feminism, the other is socialism. Socialism simply means majority of the work will be taken care by government. Very little will be taken care by private. Response to inequalities of industrial capitalist economy. That is industrial capitalist economy. That is when industrial revolution took place. What ended up happening was, whoever were the owners of these industries, they started making more money. And the workers of the factories or these industries, they were paid peanuts, very, very less money. So as a reaction to it, socialism as an idea came into being. Distribute resources justly. That is the fundamental idea behind socialism. That is, give more to the poor people, give less to the rich people. That is the basic idea here. Not equal distribution, just distribution based on justice. Last point, not entirely opposed to market. Doesn't mean that socialism is totally against private players. No. But private players will be limited and they will basically have a very less role there. Best example for that is Indian economy from 1951 to 1991. More details of it, you will probably read about it in your Indian Economic NCERT series. What about feminism? Feminism basically advocates what idea? It is telling that social inequalities between genders are neither natural nor necessary. That is when we say that man has a role to do, women has a role to do, man has to go out and work, woman has to stay at home. Feminists are against this idea, or feminism is against this idea. Feminism is basically asking who said all this. Agreed, woman is giving birth to a child, but doesn't mean that a man shouldn't take care of his baby. Agreed, man can go out and work. So, you must also allow a woman to go and work. So basically, they challenge the traditional patriarchy. What is there in society? Patriarchy simply means all the opportunities, economic, educational, even access to resources, everything remains with men. Men will decide what a woman should get. Feminism is dead against that idea. Feminism is not at all in favor of it. Feminism is dead against patriarchy and talks about two definitions here, sex and gender. Sex is basically the biological contrast, difference between man and a woman biologically. Gender is defines the societal roles. That is, woman means take care of the child, be at home. Man means you can have a career, be independent, go out. So they don't agree to this. That is why you will always hear gender reversals. You will never hear sex reversal. Sex you cannot reverse, to be honest. Man is a man, woman is a woman. Biological meaning I'm talking about. Gender roles needs to be changed means there is nothing wrong if a man is in the kitchen and cooking food. There is nothing wrong if a man is folding clothes. There is nothing wrong if a man is cleaning. If it is all fine for a woman to do all of this, it is also fine for a man to do all of the same work. That is the idea here. Clear? How do you promote equality? 1, through affirmative action. 2, differential treatment. 3, formal equality or equality before the law. Formal equality or equality before the law means what? Everybody will be treated equally. That is what it means. What do you mean by differential treatment? Some people are very poor. You will give them special treatment. Some are very rich. So you will not go and issue a ration card to Ambani or Adani. Correct? You will only give it to the 81 crore people who are dependent on the government of India for food. Affirmative action means you are specifically taking an action to uplift the poor, to bring them up. It is basically between what? Article 15 to 18. It's called what? Right to equality. That is, right to equality is ensured in our constitution, or equality is promoted in our country, in our constitution, under the articles 15 to 18. This is what it means. Getting the point here. As part of affirmative action, I can make certain discriminations. For SC, ST, I can keep, and OBC, I can put reservation because of their socio-economic backwardness. Got the point here? For economically weaker sections within the general category, I can make reservation. That is allowed. Based on what? Economic backwardness. All these are affirmative action to bring them up. Or Otherwise, it is sometimes even known as positive discrimination. Because the discrimination is basically done. The positive discrimination is basically done for what? Reducing the social inequality, reducing the economic inequality. That is the purpose behind it. Clear? Moving on. Affirmative action, the pros and cons. What are the advantages of affirmative action? First of all, rectify the historic inequalities. We know it for a fact that the OBCs, the SCs, the STs especially were ill-treated in the past. Alright, so to rectify it, we are doing it. Number 2, it is inclusive and a representative society. Correct? That is, when you put these reservations also, what is the advantage there? The SC community, the ST community, the OBC community, when they are able to take part in the events, what happens at a national level. Temporary measure to overcome disadvantage. That is the next thing to remember. The reservation policies or whatever, scholarships, etc. you are giving, these are all supposed to be only temporary, not permanent. It is only till the point where their mostly their economic conditions change. Just and equitable society. Again, it will lead to what? A society where justice is meted out to all the communities and everybody are treated equitably. Equitable and equal. There is a difference. Equal means, let us say there is a race. There is a running race. I am competing with a guy who is only having one leg. I am having 2 legs. Running race it is. I am competing with a guy who is having only 1 leg. Is it fair? Sorry, is it equitable? No. But is it equal? Yes. Same laws for both of us. Same laws. Equality means what? Same treatment for everybody. So no special consideration for him, even though he is only having 1 leg. Principle of equity tells us what? Principle of equity tells us, okay, to make the race equal, let us say the guy who is handicapped, we are going to fit him with a robotic leg. A robotic leg which will give him the same strength, same speed as a normal leg, as his normal leg. Now it is equal. Now it is equitable. Getting the point here? So earlier the race was unequal because I have both the legs, he only has 1 leg. So there was equality, but no equity. No special consideration was given for him. No affirmative action was also taken for him. But by fitting a robotic leg, what happened? Principle of equity is achieved. Now he is with my same level. Now we can conduct the race. Got it? Let us see what are the cons of affirmative action. Contradicts the principle of equality. Correct, right? Now if you generally ask any general candidate student, most of them will not be happy with the reservation policy. Correct? Can't blame them also because competition is very high there. They don't get the benefit of coming under lesser income or anything. They don't get any benefit. That is the moment you are from a upper caste, until and unless your income is very low, there is no chance that you are going to get any reservation benefit. They will always feel this is not equality. This is injustice. How is it that some people are getting reservation and we are not getting it? They will feel that. More qualified but disadvantaged get the benefit. This is very, very true, right? Within OBC community or within SC/ST community, the people who are already getting the advantage of reservation, they keep getting it again and again and again and again. Whereas the ones who have no clue about it, they don't even know that there is a reservation policy. They don't even know that they can get a caste and an income certificate. They will never get the benefit of it. Number 3, it will create further division in the society. Pretty much true. Reservation policy, if you actually see, has only created an angst and frustration in society. I'm not telling everyone is having angst and frustration, but at least a section of the society is actually like what? Oh, this because of this reservation. That is how they react. They are not worried about the historic injustice and all. They are like, why? I didn't do it. My family didn't do it. Why are they being given reservation? This is how they act. So in other words, there is a division created. Last one, underlying issues are rarely addressed. Just because you are giving reservation doesn't mean that all the underlying issues are not there. That is, caste is still important in our country. From marriages to politics, everywhere caste is a dominating factor. How much ever affirmative action you do, it is not solving the problem. Clear? Moving on. Social justice. The meaning of justice. What do you mean by justice? Social, fine, we know. Social justice means what? Justice meaning has changed from retribution or punishment to reformation. Retribution or punishment simply means revenge. Somebody killed, let us say, 100 years ago, a king's wife was killed. So what does the king do? King goes and kills the other king's wife. Over. Or somebody stole something. So what do? You punish him. Today, that is no more the meaning. It is about reformation. That is, you are giving the opportunity for the individual to reform, to have a change of heart and bring them back to society. Justice is not about revenge. Justice is not about punishment. It is always about what? Reformation. The person who committed the crime should understand what they did was wrong. That was not the right thing to do. That is the concept behind justice. But when you talk about social justice, it simply has only one meaning: just distribution. That means you will take from the person who is having more and you'll give it to the person who is having less. Principles of justice: equal treatment for equals. Like I told you, first of all, putting a race with me and a handicapped individual, that is not equal. So social justice principle says what? I should compete with people who are having all their limbs intact. The handicapped individual should actually compete with whom? With similar individuals. That is why you have a Paralympics. Then you have Olympics. Recognition of special needs. You recognize each community or each individual special needs, what it is, you recognize it. Then you have proportional justice, which means what? A balance between equal treatment and proportionality. Equal treatment and proportionality. What is that? Say for example, now I want to treat all of you equal. We all want to treat you. All the students who are listening to the class, we want to treat you equally. But then there are a certain set of students who are doing very well in the tests. Very well. Every test they are scoring, they are very regular in writing the answers, etc. So we want to give them a reward. Because they are very regular. They are highly disciplined, highly focused. So we want to give some special attention on them. Is it correct? Absolutely yes. Why? Principle of proportionality. One who is performing, give them a reward. One who is not performing, punish them. Simple. Getting the point here. Everybody will be treated equally. But one who is performing more should be rewarded. One who is not at all performing should be punished. Pursuing justice. How do you pursue it? Confronting inequities in money and power. Whatever differences are there in money and power, first of all, identify it. Just society do not seek full equality. That is the first thing to understand. Just society does not mean full equality you can achieve. No, that is not the purpose. Then what is the purpose? It ensures the fundamental conditions for living healthy, secure lives with equal chances. Healthy, mental and physical. Secure lives. That means you have a job, you have a house, all of that. You have food, clothing, shelter, all of that. With equal chances. Equal chances means you have the same chance to go and write the exam. You have the same chance to go and pursue a profession of your choice. All of this. At the heart of pursuing justice is the fundamental things that you are having access to food, you are having access to education, you are having access to housing. Basic things. John Rawls' veil of ignorance. So John Rawls talks about in his theory of justice about the veil of ignorance. What does that veil of ignorance mean? Veil of ignorance means now when I am meeting you, I only probably will ask what is your name. Correct? I am not going to judge you whether you are a student from UP or whether you are a student from the state of Tamil Nadu. Nothing. You are a student ultimately for me. I am not going to give you any preference whatsoever based on your state, language, religion, caste, sex, etc. I'm going to judge you purely on the basis of what? Your merit. That is veil of ignorance. That is, I don't care what is your background, what is your social status, who is your father, how powerful he is or she is, and how they are connected with the top brass. I don't care. So veil of ignorance is the fundamental element required to ensure justice in a society. Because if that is brought in, automatically what happens? Every individual gets judged on the basis of their merit. And as in such a society, all are just individuals. Even the whole idea of coming and touching pranam, guru's feet, even that is not there. That is also not there. I will respect you, agreed, but I am not going to fall on your feet. You also need not fall on my feet. We are all individuals here. You do good work, I will talk with you. You are doing bad work, I will not talk with you. It has got nothing to do with your background. Got the point here, people? So let us quickly see the difference between free market and state intervention. Free market, like I told you, basically it supports individualism. There is nothing about welfare, let us take care of the poor. No. You are talented, you are capable, go ahead and make money. Whereas in state intervention, there is a clear idea, we are not going to allow exploitation. We will focus on the poor. We will focus on the disadvantaged. Distribution of benefits. The distribution is through unregulated markets. Means what? You are able to make more money, make. Whereas in government, it is highly based on societal factors. Societal factors means the one who is the most poor. That is, we have SC, we have ST, but then we again have particularly vulnerable tribal groups. PVTG. Specifically focusing them, we have schemes. Then, what is the modern perspective here? Some amount of regulation is good. Partial regulation. You cannot allow them to do anything and everything. Because what if they destroy the environment? What is the modern perspective here? It is unequal treatment. You cannot have equal treatment here in a society where state intervention is there. You are bound to give what? Unequal treatment there. You are not going to treat the rich and the poor in the same way. What about access to services? In a free market economy, you will have more number of choices. But it is not necessary that it will be affordable. Whereas in a state economy, the focus is affordability. That everybody should be able to access it. Then, what about the quality of the services? Quality is very good in free market, no doubt about it, but the cost is very high. Whereas in state intervened market, it is basically what? Societal power dynamics. Societal power dynamics simply means people who are already well connected, rich, or maybe in positions of power, they get quality services. That is, for example, in Sri Lanka, when people went inside Sri Lankan president's house, they found out that there was an AC fit inside the bathroom. AC inside the bathroom. Have you ever heard of it? That is the scenario. Then, social equality. Social equality, when you talk about, in a free market economy, it is unequal, with benefits largely concentrated on the wealthy and the powerful. Whereas in state intervened economies or markets, you generally have equal access to service. Rich and the poor, they have access to all the services. Here it is what? Only the wealthy and the powerful get the best services. They access to all the best services out there. Clear? Law and social justice. How through law you can ensure social justice? One example is minimum wage. Pass a law for minimum wage so that below that you cannot make a payment to any labor or any employee out there. Right against exploitation, which is given in our constitution. What about law and environment? Up to 1984, we did not have any specific law addressing environment. And then we had the Bhopal gas tragedy. Again, it is a sad state of affairs in our country that it took more than 40 years just to remove the toxic waste from that area where the tragedy occurred. In Subhash Kumar versus State of Bihar, the Supreme Court basically ruled that when you say right to life under Article 21, it also means to have access to clean air and clean water. Number 4, rights. Justified claim or entitlement for a minimal good life. What do you mean by rights? It is your justified claim or entitlement. Means I deserve it. It's my right. That is, I deserve this thing. Simply because I'm a human being. If I'm a human being, I deserve this. That's it. That is what you mean by entitlement. You're entitled to means you deserve it. So every human being deserves what? Rights. Earlier, rights, when you used to say, these were called natural rights, which basically was based on divinity principle. That means only some people can become kings. Why? Because they're born in the king's family. But that concept changed now, and today we have come down to the modern concept, which is human rights, which is again enshrined through the Universal Declaration of Human Rights by the international agency, United Nations. Legal rights and states. Government plus legal backing. That is, whatever legal rights also you talk about, it is backed by what? By the government as well as by the law. So if my rights are violated, in India, if my fundamental rights are violated, I can directly approach the Supreme Court under Article 32. My fundamental rights are first of all written down in the Constitution. Nobody can take it away from me except under certain circumstances. In case if my fundamental right is violated, I can approach the Supreme Court under Article 32. Rights, when you talk about, there are political rights, socio-economic rights, cultural rights. Political rights, as we have already seen, simply means your right to vote, citizenship, participation in election, all of that. Socio-economic rights, when you talk about it, is basically what? To ensure social equality, economic equality, opportunities in terms of access to opportunities, employment, job, profession, school, college admission, everything. Cultural rights, when you talk about your right to protect your identity, your language, your religion, your culture, your food habits, your dressing style, all of that. Together, all of these are necessary for the complete progress of a human being in any society. Clear? Moving on. Rights and responsibilities goes together. You cannot say that I only want rights, but I will not have any responsibility. No. And to put rights and responsibilities, when you put it together, what does it mean? Simply means everybody's well-being is a concern here. Well-being of everyone. Number 2, respecting others' rights. Respecting other people's rights. Number 3, balancing conflicting rights. That means, let us say now, say for example, many a times it happens. You would have seen this paparazzi culture also. That is, many, people with their mobile phone, they'll start shooting the moment they see a celebrity. Sometimes it is that the celebrity has invited them there. But other times you can see purposefully a photo is taken at a low angle, maybe of an actress. Or when an actress is busy adjusting her wardrobe, they take a photo and then they make a video out of it, or they click it and they put it in social media platform, or sometimes some newspapers itself use it. Getting the point here. So, you are doing what there? Right to freedom of speech and expression. Correct? You are right. You have every right to put out your ideas out there, your thought, your belief out there. But similarly, that actress also has the right to what? Right to privacy. So, it is a balance between these two. Where does your fundamental right to express things starts and where does it end? That needs to be understood. That is a responsibility of every citizen. Last one, restriction on rights. Some restrictions can be placed. That is, no fundamental right, like I have told you earlier, is absolute. Reasonable restrictions can be placed on it. Immanuel Kant basically talked, when he talks about rights, he talks about two things here. Treat others as you would like to be treated. Very good point. That is how you would like to be treated, with respect. Then treat others also with respect. First point. Second point is what? Treat everyone as ends, not as means. Means, That sentence simply means don't use an individual to achieve something. Don't use people. Don't make friends because they are powerful, because they are rich, or because they have a government job. Treat everybody equally. Respect on the basis of pure merit. Respect them because they are all human beings, not because they carry utility, not because they carry some value. Got the point here? Nationalism. Nationalism, when you talk about, it can be linked with patriotism, patriotic symbols, or even self-sacrifice. Nationalism, again, when you talk about, it can either create strong loyalties versus deep hate. As we can clearly see these days in the news and all, the moment you start criticizing the government, immediately the next sentence that comes out is what? You are a Pakistani, go to Pakistan. And like I told you, in a democracy, you need debate, you need discussion. Without that, there is no point. Nationalism, as an idea, started with the unification of small kingdoms first. That is, small kingdoms which were there back in those good old days, earlier, even before World War I and all, they started uniting first. After that, disintegration of major empires, that is king's rule. The Russian Tsar gave way to what? Communist Party taking power. So like that, everywhere, the king's rule slowly changed into what? Popular rule. Popular rule means people's rule. That is how the idea of nationalism started to emerge. And what do you mean? So nationalism is obviously associated with the idea of nation. Correct? Or with regard to a nation only, you have that sentiments, patriotism, patriotic symbols, all of that. So then what is a nation? Nation means they have shared beliefs. There are many beliefs what they share. Like in India, if you take one belief is what? Tolerance. Tolerance to another culture. History. We all have a common history. Territory. The Indian subcontinent's territory. Shared political ideals, which is basically democratic. Common political identity. We are all having a common political identity. There are certain do's and don'ts. Whichever party it is, there are a certain set of do's and don'ts which has to be followed by all the political parties in our country. Pro-poor policies, pro-development, pro-employment, strengthen the defense. These things, it is non-negotiable. Correct? Moving on. After World War II, one culture, one state emerged. That is ethnic homogeneity. That means people of a similar culture coming together and forming a nation, with a very less minority there. This idea started after World War I. And then later the same idea paved way for what? Globalization. Globalization means mixing again. Free movement of goods, services and human beings. So Indians settling in USA, becoming US citizens there. Or maybe Indians settling in Europe, becoming European citizens of those respective countries. Or settling in Australia, becoming Australian citizen. All these are what? Part of globalization. What is not mentioned in your NCERT compilation book or even in your NCERT text is, now globalization has moved on to protectionism. Last week, etc., for those of you who have followed the paper, you would have known that in Ireland, racial attacks against Indians are increasing. Very recently, a small girl was attacked, around 6 or 7 years old. She was attacked, she was kicked. She was kicked in her neck as well as in her private area. She was kicked. She was pushed to the ground and she was kicked by older boys, older children. 13, 14-year-old teenage boys were kicking her. And why they were kicking her? Only because she was an Indian. So everywhere you can see this protectionism culture is increasing. USA doesn't want any more immigrants coming in. Europe doesn't want any immigrants coming in. Everybody is slowly shutting their border. So you can see how nationalism is evolving. The idea of a nation is evolving. Then, what do you mean by autonomous regions within a place? Autonomous region. That is, autonomous regions means these autonomous simply means independent. These are regions within a country that have a certain set of freedom to run their own affairs. In majority of the things, state will not interfere in these regions. Say for example, we have such regions where in Northeast, We have such places in Northeast where state will not interfere. They have their own laws, they have their own district councils, etc. Similarly, you have Gram Sabhas also in our country. In majority of the matters, we will not interfere with their way of doing things. Globalization, today, the debate is pluralism versus nationalism. Today, that is the debate. Should we become a pluralistic society or should we just confine ourselves to our nation based on ethnicity alone? Got the point here? Just a little bit of Tagore here. Humanity as true foundation. Tagore basically talked about humanity as true foundation. He opposed Western imperialism, rejecting Western civilization. Constructive. What does it mean? That means he simply said, so always the tussle was between, he differentiated what it means to oppose Western imperialization and reject Western civilization. He differentiated. Western imperialism we know, colonialism, we have to oppose it outrightly. What about rejecting Western civilization? He said, listen, entirely don't copy whatever they are doing, but take their education, learn from them, whatever is needed, what is suited or what will make our country better, that you take from them. The rest of it, ignore it. Got the point here, people? Secularism. No domination based on religion. That is what secularism simply means. That is, they are not going to allow any domination based on religion, either intra or inter. Intra means within the religion. They will not allow anybody, any one community to dominate. Inter means they will not allow any one religion to dominate the other religion. That is the true meaning of secularism. Avoids theocracy. That is religion being used as an excuse to rule the state. For case in point being Pakistan, theocratic state. You criticize anything which is criticize Islam or something there, guaranteed you are going to get the death penalty or death punishment. Bangladesh is also right now thinking to remove the word secular from their constitution and declare itself as a completely Islamic country. Got the point here? Religious neutrality. That is what secularism advocates. Non-interference by the state. State will not interfere in personal religious matters. Prevent discrimination between religions. All the religious communities will be supported equally. Then you have American secularism and French secularism. American secularism clearly means only one thing. Stay completely away from religious matters. Politics and religion is completely separated out. French secularism goes one more step ahead. French secularism also tells the same thing. Religion and politics, let us keep it separate. But, so these things what I am wearing now, these threads or even this kada, I cannot wear it inside France in a public space. If I am planning to wear it also, I should not display it openly. Open display of religious symbols is not allowed in France. That is, they are literally kept it out. In USA, that is not the case. USA, you can wear all this. Symbols, all that you can have. But in France, completely out. You keep your religion at home. That is what they are telling. When you are entering into a public space, we are not going to entertain any religious symbols. Got the point here? Moving on. Indian secularism protects minority rights. Reforms will be there, which is supported by the state. It is a positive engagement. Positive engagement means we support all the religion. Diverse historical and religious landscape is what we witness in India when it comes to Indian secularism. No doubts about it. Hinduism, Islam, Christianity, Buddhism, Jainism, all these religions, if you see, has got a history in our country, including Parsis, Jews, all these. They have their own history here. Coming to Western secularism, the focus is largely on individual rights, not on religion there. They are very passive on reforms. That is, generally they will not interfere anything with regard to religion. And they follow a hands-off approach. Strict separation of state or politics from religion. Religious homogeneity. That is, even though they talk about individual rights, everything, they generally try to follow a religious homogeneity. That means, if you currently see the trend also, there is an increased preference for what? The white American Christian in USA. That is homogeneity. That is the base from which they derive their principles of secularism. Getting the point here? They don't actually entertain diversity. You take USA, take Europe. You have very less diversity there. Diversity have started coming now. Why? Because people have started traveling to those countries. That is why there is diversity. Otherwise, originally, if you see, there was no diversity in Europe. There was no diversity even in USA. They all believed in what? One religion, one country. That's it. So, some struggle is bound to happen in Western nations because of the influx of immigrants coming in. Different cultures coming in, different religion coming in. What are the similarities between Western and Indian secularism? There is neutrality and some element of separation. True, because we follow neutrality. There is separation of politics and religion. Ideally, we are not supposed to even go and take votes in the name of religion. Ideally, what is practiced at ground level, we all know. Favor wealthy and the powerful. That is there. In both the countries, when you talk about secularism, also, ultimately the wealthy and powerful individuals within a religion, there is a favoritism towards them. Why? Because it is a vote bank. What are the criticisms of Indian secularism? It is often called as anti-religious because you support all the religions equally. It is generally considered as anti-religious, which is not true again. They call this an imported idea from the West. Because we are more of a spiritual society, they say that this is all about individualism. Secularism focuses on individualism rather than on the society. But no. It is not again an imported idea. Why? Because we have always been a tolerant society. Historically, so many people came here, agreed. Invaders came here, Christians came here. What is it? Muslim invaders, when you talk about, that is Delhi Sultanate or Mughals came here. But they all came, they settled, and we adopted and adapted ourselves to those cultures. Christian missionaries also who came here, we adapted and adopted it. So secularism is always there in our blood or in our history, even before we added the word secular in our constitution. Got the point? Minoritism. Often it is said that the secularism word has been misused to actually support only minority communities in our country. Well, if you look at the facts again, religious minority when we talk about, Muslim community has the worst outcome when it comes to health, education. Worst outcome. Under all the religions if you take, they have the worst outcomes. That is health-wise, education-wise, their outcome is the worst. When you're talking about caste minorities, SC and ST is worst. And if you compare SC, ST and Muslims in terms of their health outcome and education outcome, Muslims are only slightly better off than the SC, ST community. If we call ourselves a welfare state, then what should we do? On the basis of principles of equity, we are supposed to bring up those communities which are backward, especially in terms of health and education. Interventionist. State, ultimately in the name of secularism also, state tries to intervene in certain religious matters. Certain matters, they try to intervene. But again, it is not true. Intervention is necessary wherever other individual freedom or fundamental right is being affected. State has to intervene. It has led to vote bank politics, which is true, but vote bank politics is there even in the name of caste. So that has largely to do with our society. That is we. If the people continue to vote for a candidate based on their religion or their caste, you can't blame the constitution or even our government for it. We are the reason for poor quality of legislators or MPs or MLAs being elected to the parliament or the state legislative assembly. Clear? Last is, it is an impossible project. It is very difficult to actually implement secularism in our country because people by nature are religious. And whoever is religious very religious I'm talking about, can easily become what? Communal. And once you become communal, you will become what? Intolerant. That is the point. There is nothing wrong in being religious. But religious you should be, along with tolerance you should have. If these two are there, then yes, it is not an impossible project. So finally, let us summarize it. These are the main topics that we saw: polity, politics, political theory, government, freedom, negative liberty and positive liberty, equality, political, social and economic, social justice, rights, nationalism, and finally, secularism. All right, people. With that, we come to an end of our very first chapter. I know I have taken it very slow and very gradual because it's your first class. From the second chapter onwards, slowly we will pick up the speed. Now let us get into our chapter here, democracy and diversity. So democracy, when you talk about democracy, what is the first understanding we have? It is basically what? Popular elections. Popular elections means it is people's mandate. People decide who should rule them. Leaders are chosen. And we have what? The first past the post system. That means whoever get the highest votes, they are elected the winner. So sometimes people have asked me this doubt, sir, what if Nota gets the highest votes? Well, even if Nota gets the highest votes, it's of no use. That is, let us say A, B, C, D candidates are there. Nota got around 1 lakh. A got 1 vote. B, C, D got 0 votes. Who is the winner? A. That is the logic. Getting the point here. So, if, in other words, is Nota then of no use then? Technically, yes. It just goes on to show that there are people who don't have any hopes in the electoral process, or they don't trust any of the candidates who have stood for the election. That is what it simply means. But just because Nota votes are more, it doesn't mean that we will have a re-election. Myanmar has a military rule. Bangladesh right now, if you see, it is under an interim government which has not even called for election, even after the fact that it's been months since Sheikh Hasina has been ousted. Nepal, through popular protest, Gen Z changed the government there too. Pakistan, government changed, protest of the people. So everywhere around us, we are seeing that the election machinery or the whole process of electing the leader, that whole process has been what? Tarnished, taken out. In India also, if you see, that whole concept is somewhere lingering. Like its flames are flickering, they're telling that there is vote chori, there is Election Commission of India has got compromised, EVM hacking is happening, etc., etc., etc. If you look at the chronology of events here, just to clear this out, if you look at the chronology of events, Election Commission of India actually invited the political parties to show that the EVM can be hacked. So you can actually search it in the news. ECI EVM challenge. You can read the news articles associated with it. Then the next challenge was placed in the fact that VVPAT, Voter Verifiable Paper Audit Trail. What do you mean by Voter Verifiable Paper Audit Trail? So Voter Verifiable Paper Audit Trail means in some booths, you will have this one machine like this. One machine will be there, wherein once you press the button, EVM, you voted. It'll have a paper roll. That paper roll will briefly tell you for whom you have voted. It'll show you for a certain time period. Then that paper will get cut. It'll fall into a basket inside the machine. You cannot go and pick it up or anything. So the VVPAT was challenged. That VVPAT is wrong, it is not correct, etc., etc. This case went all the way to Supreme Court. I'm not going to tell what is the verdict that happened here. I'm not going to tell what happened over here. I mean, I don't want you people to think that, oh, he's so biased. You read it, you find it out. Coming to the next part again, that is the so-called vote chori. Again, I'm not going into the details of it. My question here is, if I was actually capable of influencing the outcome of the election, 2024, why didn't I get more than 50% of seats in Lok Sabha? Why? if I really could have manipulated the election, I would do it in my favor. Because it was the year where Ram Mandir, etc. was inaugurated. Even if I get more than 400 seats, nobody is going to doubt it. Correct? Explain this. Number two, if I really could have influenced the votes, vote chori or whatever, some hatafai I'm able to do with the votes, why is it that I was not able to win proper seats in West Bengal, in Telangana, in Tamil Nadu, in the state of Kerala? Why? How did I manage to lose in all those places? Number three. So I want to influence the election. These are obviously a little hard, correct? 50% manipulating the Lok Sabha seats won't be that easy. Even manipulating all these state elections also won't be that easy. There'll be some difficulty, let us say. But what if I am trying to manipulate just one individual's election result? One individual's. Let us say that individual is contesting from Amethi. Let us say that individual is contesting from Wayanad. All that I have to do is what? Change the outcome of the election and ensure that this individual doesn't win. Who? My political opponent. That would be the most easiest thing to do. Because the moment you remove the political opponent out of the picture, 90% of the job is done. Why didn't I do that? Forget the rest of the data, everything. Data issue, that issue, this issue. All that is there. Somebody can explain this to me. Please explain it in the comment section. Because even I would like to know. If I have the control of all the election machinery, if I'm able to do the so-called vote chori, why have I not pulled any of these stunts? Because this way, I could have, by influencing the outcome of the state election, as well as Lok Sabha, I could have ensured a clear majority, not just in Lok Sabha, but also in Rajya Sabha, and thus passed any bill that I wanted. If this level of power I am having. In spite of having that power, if I didn't use it, that is the power to change the outcome of an election, I didn't use it means there is something seriously wrong with me. So anybody who is ready to give a proper logical answer for this, 3 scenarios, you're most welcome. I'm not going to support anybody or oppose anybody. Just try to give answer for me for these 3 questions. You're free to answer. Independently, people, it is not about, oh, Nikhil sir said. Nothing. You think for yourself, you come with a logical conclusion. Because here in my class, everybody should think freely. No attachment to any religion, caste, region, language, nothing. All under one bracket called India. Now explain this to me. That's all that I'm asking. All right. So, Saudi Arabia, like you know, it's a king's rule. Pinochet in Chile didn't attain his position through the public's electoral choice, rather by military overthrow of popular unity government. So that is again a leader of Chile back then. Clear? So these are some of the examples of non-democratic rules. Basic aspects of democracy, representative democracy, majority's decision it is. Then democracy, if you actually see, one problem associated with it is that it is actually a majority's choice there. It is not necessary that all sections of the population may not be represented, especially in a country like India, where you have more than 145 plus crore population. It is going to be very, very difficult to actually ensure that all the people are represented properly. Not necessary. Democracy beyond government, inclusive decision making, consultation. That is where, at least in the governance process, while delivering goods and services, one must ensure that everybody is included. That is why, say for example, for tribal people, we have the Forest Rights Act. where you have a Gram Sabha whose permission needs to be taken for any mining activity, any extraction activity. We have reservation policies, EWS, OBC, SC, ST, correct? We have the 5th schedule and the 6th schedule, etc. Like that, multiple things are there. The 73rd and 74th Constitutional Amendment Act to ensure grassroots level democracy through Panchayati Raj institutions and municipalities. Citizens' participation beyond all this, well, through private players we can do it, through NGOs we can do it, non-governmental organizations, through civil society organizations, through cooperative societies, through farmer producer organizations, etc., through self-help groups. All these are venues that are available for the citizens to take part in democracy, correct? Moving on. What are the features of democracy? Rule of law and respect for rights. Rule of law simply means what? Everybody are equal before the law. You get the same protection under the law. You get the same punishment also under that law. Nobody will be treated higher or lower. All are equal. And respect for every citizen's rights. Rights, when we say, we are talking about what here? We are basically talking about fundamental rights, which are the same for or which are guaranteed to all the citizens of the country. Mind you, it is for the citizens. Decision by elected leaders. So what are the decisions taken by elected leaders? Are decisions taken by elected leaders always pro-democracy or anti-democracy? All these points are there. So here again, one question to you all. What are the important amendments that have been brought to Right to Information Act? Most important and recent amendments. How has Right to Information Act been impacted because of the Digital Personal Data Protection Bill? Find it out. Very recent current affair these are. The important changes to Right to Information Act, that is a little old. But how has Digital Personal Data Protection Bill impacted Right to Information Act? Got the point here? Has it got strengthened? Has it got weakened? Whatever. Put it in the comment section. If you don't know, study about it. Study about it properly and then write it in the comment section. Clear? Moving on. One person, one vote, one value. That means anybody in India who is more than 18 years of age will get what? Voting rights. And that is based on what? One person, only one vote, only one value. Not that girls will have lower value, boys will have a higher value, nothing like that. Everybody one vote, one value. What is the idea behind it? Political democracy. You can even call it as political justice also. Irrespective of your gender, caste, region, religion, language, etc., every citizen of India will have one vote, one value. Free and fair electoral competition, which is ensured through the Election Commission of India. ECI ensures this. But here again, let me tell you, Election Commission of India ensures free and fair elections for Parliament and State Legislative Assembly. Correct? What about Panchayat plus municipalities? These elections are conducted by State Election Commission. Who appoints the State Election Commission? States. $1 million question now. And this is mandated. That is, regular elections should be conducted for panchayats and municipalities. This is mandated by the 73rd and 74th Constitutional Amendment. That means it is a provision in the Constitution that you have to conduct these elections every 5 years on time. Question is, are they being conducted on time? Number one. Number two, if they are not being conducted, then what other option is there? No option. That is the reality. If there is one provision in the constitution which all the states in our country, more or less, except for the maybe the state of Kerala, most of the states are actually tampering with, that is not conducting the elections of panchayats and municipalities on time. JP states are also guilty of it. Congress states are also guilty of it. This is the reality. But what can be done then? Nothing. Even now also, if you see, municipal elections or civic elections, civic polls are about to be held in the state of Maharashtra. Why are they being held? Because of a Supreme Court directive. That means when the states don't set up the state election commission, elections to panchayat and municipalities are delayed or never conducted. That time who steps in? Supreme Court steps in, telling the government to conduct the election. So even though we are having proper timely conduct of elections happening at the parliamentary level and state legislative level, calling ourselves a democracy is nothing but a farce, considering the fact that as far as grassroots level democracy is concerned, we don't conduct the elections on time. That is the reality. Can anybody tell me what is the reason why states don't set up SEC? Even if they set up the state election commission, why is it that they don't want elections to happen on time? Can anybody put it up in the comment section? Evaluating democracy. What are the points that we generally have against democracy? Frequent leadership change. The best example for this is the time period from 1991 to 2004. How many prime ministers did we have? Chronologically, name them. Mind you, this can be a sure short prelims question. Vulnerable to corruption, no doubt about it. Ghotala after ghotala, corruption scam after corruption scam. Our country has plenty of examples of it, right from the probably the first, considered to be the first scam, the Jeep scam which took place in the Defense Ministry of Independent India, to all the way, maybe the Colgate scam. Lack of expertise. Even today, if you look at it, 33% of MLAs in our country are having serious criminal cases against them. Close to 50% of MPs also have what? Serious criminal cases against them. This is the reality. Experts are actually less. Getting the picture here. Delay in decision making because there is too much of discussion. What happens? Decision making takes its own sweet time. China, because it is a single party rule, once they make a decision, the high command or the higher level members of the political party, once they decide what has to be done, it is done. So from the top level decision making happens in China, it is followed all the way up to the municipality or the village level, village council level, that decision is implemented. But that is not the case in India. As we witnessed in the case of the 3 farm laws, government had to do what? A complete U-turn. Even with one nation, one election, the discussion is still going on to conduct simultaneous elections to the 3 levels of or 3 tiers of government. What are the points in favor of democracy? It is responsive. Like I told you, especially in the case of 3 farm laws, when the government understood that the farmers' protests are not ending or won't end anytime soon, government took a U-turn. They are accountable to the people. That means you always have the choice of what? Changing the government every 5 years. People have the choice. Collaborative and deliberative. You work together, you discuss together, as witnessed during Operation Sindoor. Better conflict resolution. So always there is a scope for what? In case any differences of opinion happens, in case any let us say a new problem arises, etc. This is a better way of resolving it. Debates, discussions inside the parliament, asking the people what do they think, all of that. So this offers that option here. Discussing and debating it with people and understanding what do they think before making any changes. Scope for self-correction. You can make correction to your own rules. Say, for example, government tried to come up with something called fact check unit. This was struck down by the judiciary. Government changed it. Government did not go ahead with its implementation. Or even when you talk about the electoral bond scheme, again, judiciary struck it down. So there is ample scope for correction. You can correct yourself. You can bring changes. That is the logic here. Moving on. Outcomes of democracy. Accountable, responsive and legitimate government. It is an accountable government. Like I told you, the Prime Minister along with the Council of Ministers is generally what we consider as the government. They are answerable to the Lok Sabha. Responsive government. If the people don't like something or the people want something, government has to deliver. So like I told you, 3 farm laws is the best example for it. Legitimate government. Government is in power because they have a majority. Be it in Lok Sabha or be it the Legislative Assembly, if you have more than 50% support there, you can be in power. The day you lose it, you'll have to come down. Economic growth and development. Economic outcomes of democracy. See, it is a reality that in democracy, you try to ensure what? Almost everybody gets some benefit. It is not actually possible to ensure that all the people are equally treated there. Financially, I'm talking about in the financial sphere. There will be people who will get more benefits or there will be people who are able to make more profit. That is the reason why we say that democracies can exhibit significant inequality. Even when we see from 1991 actually, inequality has actually increased. Where top 10% owns a lion's share of India's resources. A lion's share. But at the same time, poverty has come down. Compared to the 50s, the 60s, the 70s, from 1991, when you overall look at it, the levels of poverty has actually come down. Means it is true that in a democracy, yes, inequality will be there. But at the same time, because it is a democratic government, it is a government where pro-poor measures or welfare measures are also undertaken. It will help in what? Poverty reduction. Clear, people? Moving on. Accommodation of social diversity. It accommodates all types of people, especially in a country like India. Any racial attack, any casteist-based slur, ethnic attack, etc. are not tolerated at all. There is zero tolerance towards it. Dignity and freedom of citizens. Every citizen's dignity, freedom, etc. are always protected. You can always approach the Supreme Court in the event your dignity under Article 21 is questioned or threatened or insulted. Clear, people? Diversity. We have cultural diversity. Like I told you already, religion, caste, region, language, dance forms. All this, when you look at it, we are a very culturally diverse crowd. Even if you take the state of the smallest state here, let us say Goa. I mean, Goa, more or less, you can find uniform culture. But even then, North Goa, South Goa, Goa bordering very close to Maharashtra, etc. There you will find a lot of regional variations within that state. Historical migration and diversity. Obviously, from the Arab traders, the Chinese traders, or even when you talk about the later on Portuguese, Dutch, French, English, so many people had come into this country, which has literally impacted the culture here. Geographical impact on diversity. So geography also, that is the geography of our country, Himalayas, the desert, Thar Desert, the Gangetic Plains, the Deccan Plateau, the coastal region, the northeastern region. Because of the geography, they live in a certain way, which has again influenced what? Their culture there or the diversity there. Differences and prejudices, elements of diversity, diverse foundations of identity is there. So when we are outside India, we all call ourselves Indians only. So when we say that in Ireland, Indians were attacked, we only say it what? Racial attack on Indians. We don't say racial attack on Kannadigas, racial attack on people from UP. We don't call it like that. Because outside we only have one identity, that is India. But the moment we come back to India, then we will start our nonsense, which is basically, we start judging people based on first which state they are from, what languages they speak, what caste they are, gender they are. All these things comes into picture there. Multifaceted diversity, like I told you, caste, region, religion, all that will lead to prejudice, which will again lead to stereotypes. Prejudice means a preconceived notion about an individual. You are having a preconceived notion inside you. Stereotype means based on the prejudice, now you are generalizing the entire population. That is what it means. So, prejudice is there between north and south, between east and west, between northeastern citizens and probably the rest of India. So all these prejudices we have, which again leads to, unfortunately, what? Stereotype. So for my videos again that I have seen, one guy is there who constantly comes there and puts up one comment. Fake Mallu Gyan, Bhak Mallu. So you must understand here, the comment is directly not targeting what I have said, or something illogical I said, something irrational I said. On that is the criticism. No, it is straight away on my ethnicity. Yes, I am from the state of Kerala. So it is almost like when you have nothing to put your finger on, then you straight away go and make a racial attack. I don't know, maybe that person was expecting that, okay, when I read this, I will feel very bad, then I'll become very silent, I will stop, working for PW OnlyIAS. That is never going to happen. So these are the type of prejudices that are out there. So ultimately, you must understand one thing. Yes, why do we do prejudice? Why do we do stereotype? Because we are ultimately human beings. It is easier to be prejudicial rather than know about the individual. That is the reality. All said and done in this fast-moving world, who has the time actually to sit and learn and understand about the other person? Instead, if I get to know, oh, this person is from this state, that state, okay. That's prejudice right there. Oh, you are from this part of this place. Oh, understood. Prejudice again. Got the point here. Ordinary citizens can afford it, not people who are preparing for government exams. Please keep it in mind. Because if you have the slightest amount of prejudice inside you, ultimately it will show in one or the other way, either in your answer sheet or in your interview. Keep it in mind. And you never know. I know all of you are sitting and preparing thinking that, yes, I will get my home cadre. But 99% of you who will clear the service, there is a very good chance that you're not going to get your home cadre. You will probably end up in a state where the culture will be as different as chalk and cheese from your culture. So you cannot afford to have such prejudicial attitude or such stereotyping. What you will do is you'll keep an objective mind towards everything. Learn about an individual, understand that individual, judge that individual only on the basis of the actions, their karma. Clear, people? Inequality and discrimination. Manifestations of discrimination are there. manifestation. See, there are good positive discriminations there, like reservation policies. That is a good thing. We need to give reservation policies to ensure that, yes, there are certain sections of the society who have been discriminated against very badly in the past. So to help them come forward, we are giving them reservation. We give them age relaxation. We give them more number of attempts, or we give them relaxation when it comes to the criteria for promotion. All this we do. That is positive discrimination. But negative discrimination, when you do, you, like I told you, based on stereotyping, based on prejudicial attitude, you judge a person just because of the language they speak, the accent in which they speak, or maybe the state or region from where they come from. Factors causing discrimination. Multiple factors are there. See, Indian society in general is discriminating. That is the first and foremost thing that we need to understand. Indian society generally, if you see, it's very, very discriminating. So that is the reason why, if you generally notice, it is always the same caste marriages that are entertained. A different caste is never entertained, let alone a different religion. Economic inequality and discrimination. It has always been found out that SCs, STs, they face the largest amount of economic inequality. When it comes to services also, if you actually notice, take judicial service, any professional service, bureaucracy, SC, ST presence, it is very, very low. From the religions, if you again take up, Muslims again are very low in number. And if you actually try to find a study for this, you will find that why are they low in number when it comes to all these services? Because again, poor education, overlapping forms of discrimination. So there are overlapping forms. Say for example, somebody is from South, slightly dark skinned. Getting the point? Slightly dark skinned means immediately the judgment is made that this person could be from the low caste. And I can say this because I am from the state of Kerala. There are people who do that actually, and who have said that also. People have outrightly said, oh, you are from here, then how come you are fair? Because the prejudicial attitude is that generally the belief is that, okay, people from the southern parts of India, they are not fair. Yes, some sections are there where people are slightly having a darker skin tone. But the comedy or the sad irony is that when they actually meet somebody who is a little fair, with a fairer skin tone, there is an element of shock and surprise. How come? How come you are fair? How come you are fair? That is the next question. So, those are overlapping. A person from South should only be dark. Person from South should only speak in a certain way. Person from South will not be knowing Hindi. On what basis? So this is what happens when you make a prejudice that is based on one or two data, from one or two news or one or two information what you got. You try to extrapolate it and think that, okay, the whole crowd behaves like this based on that small information, whatever you have, which again leads to what? Discrimination. Clear, people? Striving for equality. It's a struggle for equality in our country, no doubt about it. Talk about political equality, economic equality, social equality. It is not at all easy. Political equality, at least to a certain extent, yes, we can say greater than or equal to 18 years. That is fine. But when it comes to economic equality, we are still miles away from achieving it simply because of the inequality, the haves and the have-nots. Margin is very huge. Social equality, all people are not treated equally. Forget caste, religion, etc. Are women having the same set of opportunities that men have? Not talking about the fact that women should go and join NSG Commando or Special Forces. But I'm talking about whether women get the same set of intellectual opportunities that are available for men in our country. North to south, east to west. Struggle for economic equality. Like I told you, it is there. Constitutional and legal efforts. So there are, in our constitution, that is especially the preamble, we are trying to ensure what? that justice is secured for everybody. Justice, liberty, equality, fraternity mentioned in the preamble. In that, again, we are trying to ensure that all types of justice reaches the people. So here again, Supreme Court uses Article 13, which is basically judicial review, to see whether the parliament or the government has not passed any law or committed any act which is violative of the basic structure of the constitution. You have Article 32 as well as Article 226, through which writs can be issued in case the fundamental rights of the citizens are violated, respectively in Supreme Court and High Court. Then you have Article 142, which gives Supreme Court sky-high powers to pass any decree or order to ensure complete justice. Clear, people? That is all about it. The last time I had actually mentioned an example of e-voting which has started on a trial basis. So a few of the comments that had come was basically many people were asking, sir, poor people, then people who don't know to use, maybe let us say, not tech savvy. Poor people who don't have access to mobile phones or rather smartphones, and people who are not tech savvy, they don't know how to use it. All right. So this is a reality. Now let me just tell you this thing here. Again, the state of Kerala. Kerala has become 100% digitally literate. Kerala also happens to be the current state now with the highest concentration of old age people. So it is not a difficult task actually to achieve digital literacy. Yes, first and foremost thing is what you need to have good internet connection everywhere. Pan-India internet connectivity is required. After that, what is needed? You need to basically teach the old people how to use the mobile phone, how to use the smartphone, how to open a YouTube account, Facebook account, Instagram account, and how to access government websites. And again, request for whatever you want. This is what digital literacy simply means. One state has done this. Don't you think other states, it is going to be easy? This is not about studying A for apple, B for ball, and then going and writing a 10th standard exam. Generally, old people will find that very, very difficult to study something. But clicking something, learning it, you would have observed it obviously in your home too, that once your parents understood, or rather your grandparents understood how to use a smartphone, they don't keep it down. In fact, that very enthusiastic uncle or auntie will be there in every family group who will keep sending all the forwards. Because they've just discovered something new. Just like how a baby discovers a mobile phone and its usage for the first time, old people also are no less or no different. So I'm not telling e-voting is going to come next, immediately in the next few years. But yes, we can expect it because already trial run has happened. We can expect e-voting to happen, especially in those areas where already internet penetration is very high, as well as the usage of internet is also very high. We can expect it. Those days are not very far away. Because this is basically to ensure that the new generation, the Gen Z, also takes an interest in politics. Because these days for Gen Z especially, they are like, why should we vote? What is the whole point of this exercise? Getting the point here. I mean, can't blame them. Obviously, when you finally understand about the workings of the Indian politics, you will be like, yaar, whom should I vote for? Got the point here? So this is the reality. So this will eventually happen, because this was the same statement probably what P. Chidambaram had also said earlier when it came to what? When it came to UPI. He had made a statement inside the parliament that how will the poor lady who wants to pay 2 rupees, who wants to get 12 rupees, how will the poor lady know how to use a UPI? That famous speech is there. Even now it is available in YouTube. All you have to do is just simply check for it. Fast forward few years, what has happened today? Everywhere you see UPI. From Panipuri wala to Belpuri wala to everyone, they know how to use a UPI. They have got accustomed to it. So e-voting is not a Herculean task and all. Once you get to know how to use it, people will see the fun in it. Need not go and stand in long queues in polling booth. You register it. You place your vote today. Probably by evening you will get to know who are the winners. That is the reality. Very quickly, fast counting. There is no doubt. Data is all electronic. No tampering. That is the beauty of e-voting. Clear, people? So with that, we finally wind up the second chapter. The third part of, or rather the third chapter of our NCERT Polity series. And today we'll be dealing with Indian Constitution and its philosophy. Unlike the earlier two parts, I've saw your comments, I've read your comments. Many of them, like as usual, when we try to cater to that comments, then everybody will be like, no sir, first method was better, that was much better, this is like a disruption, etc. Well, here, I'm not doing it on purpose. This third chapter has a lot of factual content where I have no other choice other than putting them on print format. That is basically, I need to put it exactly in slide PPT format just so that I can convey the message to you. So without any further delay, getting right into it, Indian Constitution and its philosophy. Let us get right into it. Constitution. So when you hear the word constitution, what is your understanding? Something basic, like a fundamental law of the land, as per which the country is run. What are the powers of the government? What are the powers of the judiciary? What are the powers of the parliament or the state legislative assembly? From where do we get this understanding? That we get from the constitution of any nation. So the way the British Parliament runs will be totally different from the way the Indian Parliament runs. Why? The constitutions are different. You don't call it Parliament in USA, you call it the Congress. So the Congress in USA, is it similar to the Parliament in India? No. Powers are different, functioning is different. Why? Because US Constitution is different from Indian Constitution. That is the reason why it is sometimes called the fundamental blueprints. So what is a blueprint? Blueprints actually means it talks about the diagram. Alright, when I say that I need a blueprint of it, it simply means I want to know how the structure is made. What is the plan? What is the diagram? How are we going to make it? As far as constitution is concerned, it is a fundamental blueprint. How the governance structures in the country should be made and what are its powers. It is a supreme law. It is obviously a set of written laws because everything is written down there. Articulates values and principles of the nation. Like if we talk about our nation here, we were under colonial rule. So what are the values and principles that we want to take forward? So if you look at our preamble, you will find justice, liberty, equality, fraternity. Sovereign, socialist, secular, democratic republic. So those are our values and principles. Societal aspirations. What type of society do we want? Do we want a society filled with inequality or do we want a society of equality? Do we want a society where upper caste will have domination over lower castes or do we want a caste-less society? Rules of governance. Like I told you, how the country should be run. That is clearly given in the constitution. Ensures order and justice. There is clarity. What and all will come under the central government, what and all will come under the state government, what and all will come under the local government, what and all matters will come under the judiciary. All these matters are discussed in detail in the constitution. Taking it further forward, Indian Constitution, again, majority of our constitution, if you actually see, finds its basis from the Government of India Act of 19. Moving on. Indian Constitution, Government of India Act of 1935 and ransacked all the major constitutions of the world. It has kept on evolving. Means what? See, basically if you look at our constitution, most of the articles in it or most of the structure in it, we have actually borrowed it from Government of India Act 1935, which was passed during the British era or when British were ruling us. The remaining part of our constitution, we have actually borrowed many of the provisions from different constitutions of the world. That is what I mean by ransacking it. That is to literally search, find what will suit India, take up only that principle and apply it here. Blindly we have not cut, copy, pasted. We have literally went through each and every constitution to find out which will work in the Indian context, and on that basis only we have implemented it here. It has kept on evolving. True, that is, with the change in times, with the change in the societal aspirations of the people, we have actually changed our constitution also. This we can clearly see from the fact that we have more than 100 amendments in the constitution. And the principles that we enshrine, or rather that we value, are justice, liberty, equality, and fraternity. Justice, liberty, equality, fraternity. Why do we need a constitution? That is the next part. So I hope till here it is clear. Fundamental law of the land. From where do we get our structure? And then what are the values that we try to uphold? Now, why we need it? Generates a degree of trust and coordination. Because the moment I say it is based on, or it is as per the constitution, there is clarity. Nobody is going to question it any further than that. It is mentioned in the constitution means that is the end of the argument. Even in your interview, if you want to give validity to your point, to your argument, the best thing to do is what? Either quote the constitution or quote the Supreme Court's verdict. That's it. Nothing beyond that. Beyond that, even the UPSC interview board also will have no other choice but other than going to the next question. Delineates ideals and character of society. Correct. Delineation means to clearly demarcate, to clearly differentiate what ideals are we trying to achieve, and then what is the overall character of our society. If you really look at our constitution values diversity. Our constitution wants to protect minorities, linguistic minorities, religious minorities, caste-based minorities, etc. This is in spite of the fact that minorities as a word has not been defined anywhere in the constitution. So our constitution is actually trying to be as inclusive as possible. As inclusive. Establish the rules of governance and serves as the custodians of shared values and principles. Like I told you, how the power is getting divided between legislature, judiciary, and executive. And then, what are the values and principles that we are trying to achieve? Outlines the structure and power dynamics. Again true. What is the structure of the government? Central level how it should be, state level how it should be, local level how it should be. What is the tax sharing? Who should be doing the auditing? Etc. etc. Specifies how the government will be constituted. How the government is formed. Direct election. Correct. Whoever gets the majority. Lays down limits on the powers of the government. What the government can do to the maximum. Restrictions are placed. So this restriction, if you really see, what are these restrictions? One is fundamental rights. No government can take away my fundamental right except as per the procedure established by law or as per the provisions mentioned inside the constitution. Arbitrarily, nobody can take away my fundamental rights away. No government in India. State government, central government, or local government. Clear? Taking it further forward. Expresses aspirations of the people. Sets boundaries on governmental powers. And then the collective desires for harmonious society. Collective desires, when you say, yes, in a parliamentary form of government, it is always like we have seen in the earlier chapters, it is a majority rule. Especially in our country. So this majority rule, again, like I told you, it is not about domination. It is about overall what is the collective desire of the people. Overall what the society wants. That we are implementing. So say for example, even when we talk about, okay, it is a majority party rule, nobody will be having with what? A problem with Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana. Correct? Why will anybody have a problem with that? Or will anybody have a problem with Fasal Bima Yojana? No. Getting the point here. So the collective desires, there are certain desires which can be implemented through the constitution itself, where everything is harmonious. That is, nobody has any issue with it. For that, you need a constitution. So, philosophy behind constitution. So let us try to understand this. The philosophy behind having a constitution. First, starting with the purpose of a constitution. What is the purpose? It is a foundational framework of governance, which we already saw. That is basically, it provides a structure. Protects the rights of individuals and minorities. Definitely, we have fundamental rights for it. All the way from Article 13 to 35. Outlines roles of government branches. Each government branch, what is its purpose? Correct? So that is the first purpose. The philosophy of behind having a constitution does, it clearly tells what is the purpose first. Then the next aspect about it is the values and the laws. That is, how are laws and moral values connected? Law is what is written down. The do's and the don'ts. What do you mean by moral value? Moral value is something that you should be having inside. Correct? Your ethics, your conscience, all of that. But this is not about, okay, don't tell lies, not that type of moral values that we are talking about. Here we are looking at largely from a societal perspective. A societal perspective, that is what is acceptable for the Indian society and what is not. Laws that mirrors society's moral values. So whatever laws we make, it should reflect what society's moral values. For example, I don't know how many of you are aware of this. Marital rape is not a punishable offense in our country. Marital rape. That is, if a husband rapes his wife, it is not a punishable offense. Supreme Court didn't allow it. Supreme Court basically said that if marital rape is allowed, it will actually affect the very fabric of the institution. Because marriage, family, etc., it has got a sanctity in our society. So Supreme Court did not allow it. Yes, the female is still free to go and file a complaint. That is there. But not on the grounds of marital rape. That cannot be done. Why? Because that is how we view it. We are a collectivist society. We always worry about char log kya kahenge. What will others think? What will others say? We are always worried about the others. Unlike the Western society. In Western society, it is all about I don't care. Because it is individualistic. Always people will judge you for what you have done. Not what your father did. Or maybe your famous son or famous daughter of somebody else. That doesn't matter at all in the Western society. That is the values that they have there. So their laws are also made in such a fashion. Balance between rights and societal interests. Obviously, if even though I have multiple fundamental rights, doesn't mean that I can exercise my fundamental rights detrimental to the society's interests. Whatever I do, my fundamental rights are ultimately not absolute, they are only qualified. Means fundamental rights can be, reasonable restrictions can be placed on the fundamental rights. Where social order is affected, where public order is affected, or where law and order is affected, there can be reasonable restrictions placed with regard to my fundamental rights. Constitutional and moral values reflect society's core beliefs, acts as a moral compass, ensures justice, equality, freedom. So it is a moral compass basically. How constitutional and moral values, that is, it will basically tell you what are the do's and don'ts that you can do within the Indian society. That is the idea here, the do's and don'ts. Then finally, constitution based on a moral vision is again foundational framework for governance, protects the rights of individuals and minorities, outlines the roles of branches. Same thing, that is ultimately whatever constitution you are based on a moral vision also, the same thing it is. You are ultimately doing it for what? The governance structure. That is whatever structure you are talking about, legislature, executive, judiciary, the different branches of the government, departments of the government, everybody will carry forward the same vision. That is, you are not supposed to discriminate against women and children. You are not supposed to discriminate on the basis of religion and caste. You are supposed to give equal treatment to everybody. You are supposed to give certain amount of reservation to the disadvantaged sections of the society. Well, those are our very same moral values also. One and the same. Got the point here? Taking it further forward. Political philosophy approach to constitution. Constitution rooted in specific moral vision that addresses the nature, scope, and legitimacy of public institutions. Like I told you earlier, the public institutions also are always supposed to remember why they have been created for, what is the purpose that they are trying to achieve. Three components are there to it. Understand the conceptual structure of the constitution. That is the first thing to know. Whichever agency you're talking about in the country, not a single agency in India can function without giving respect to the ideals that are enshrined in our constitution. Correct? Let it be CBI, let it be ED, let it be NIA, let it be state police force, let it be even a village office. Everybody has to abide and work by what? The principles of the constitution. Work out a coherent vision of society and polity. You should have a vision, a long-term perspective. What type of society you want, what type of polity you will implement, all of that. Read Indian Constitution in conjunction with the Constitutional Constituent Assembly debate. What do you mean by that? So this is very, very critical. You really want to understand what is the essence or the reason behind a particular article in our constitution, go back to the assembly debate, constituent assembly debates. So there you will find maybe Jawaharlal Nehru spoke something, B.R. Ambedkar spoke something, or maybe somebody else, Alladi Krishnaswamy Iyer said something. All these debates and discussions will be there. When you read the background of that debate, discussion, you will understand how this article came about. So together, when you read the Constitution and the Constituent Assembly debates, which took place back in 1949, in the 40s and the 50s, then you will easily understand this is what they meant. This is why they brought this. You will get that holistic picture there. Moving on, relevance of political philosophy approach. Deciphering moral foundations, no doubt about it. You need to find out what are the various moral principles that we are valuing. Then interpreting the core values. And what are these core values? The values of freedom struggle. Bridging ideals and practical realities. Whatever ideal values we want to achieve. Sovereign, socialist, secular, democratic, republic, or even when you're talking about justice, liberty, equality, fraternity, these are the ideals. How to achieve it at the ground level. Constitution as the ultimate arbiter. Means what? Finally, if at all there is a clash between legislature, executive, or judiciary and the executive, whatever be it. Say for example, practical example, if I have to give you, the constant conflict that is happening between the governor, the state government, and the central government. Between these three triangular love stories going on. So if you really want to know who is right here and who is wrong, the only thing to do is what? Read the Constitution. What does the Constitution say? Does the Constitution give some extra special powers to the governor? Is it anywhere mentioned that the governor can assume powers and do whatever they want, even without the aid and advice of the Council of Ministers? Answer is no. So automatically you get a clarity that the governor is actually overstepping his or her boundaries. Function of a constitution in democratic societies. What is the function there? You're laying down a structure, you're laying down a framework, you're laying down the rules, you're telling about the do's and the don'ts, all of it. Safeguarding power and authority. As much as it places restrictions on the government, it also protects the power and authority. An elected government in India will end up completing five years as long as it has majority. As long as it has the majority support of MPs or MLAs, it will continue for 5 years. Protection of all citizens, especially minorities. Fundamental rights. Guarding broader societal principles. Again, to minimize inequality, ensuring the protection of women, protection of environment, protection of monuments. Framework for coordination and governance between center and state, state and local bodies, center, state and local bodies, all of that. Driving democratic transformation and social justice. Obviously, democratic transformation when you talk about, or social justice when you talk about, we are basically hinting at what? We are hinting at how we can improve the society, how we can make the society a lot more better from yesterday, from compared to today, or sorry, compared to yesterday, how can we make it better today? Like you're reducing the inequality, income inequality, you're reducing the poverty. That is transformation. You are actually bringing better access. You are bringing more and more people into the banking sector. That is through financial inclusion by opening up bank accounts. That is justice, economic justice. And just to understand what is the essence of our constitution, if anybody wants to ask, that is okay, in a nutshell, very quickly tell me what is the essence of Indian constitution means. All I have to tell them is just read the preamble. In the preamble, it is clearly mentioned what are our essential ideals, what are our moral values, what are we trying to achieve. We are not a perfect democratic society. We are actually very imperfect. But in that imperfection, what are we trying to do? We are trying to be perfect by working harder and to achieve the ideals which are mentioned in our preamble. That is sovereign, socialist, secular, democratic republic. Then justice, liberty, equality, fraternity. Take it further forward. Journeys to democratic constitutions, case studies of Nepal, South Africa, and Japan. So this again, this is just for your reading. That is how, what was Nepal initially? Nepal was initially under monarchical rule. That means king's rule. People established democracy in 2006, ending the king's powers. New constitution 2015 reflecting democratic values. All right. And what is the significance of a constitution? It defines a country's political framework and ensure leaders' accountability. South Africa, apartheid era, that is discriminating against those people of color by the white population. Apartheid era with severe discrimination, especially against blacks. Nelson Mandela was imprisoned for life in 1964 for opposing apartheid. White government's response to resistance. Repeal of discriminatory laws, lifting bans, and Mandela's release in 1994. Post-apartheid, constitution granted extensive rights. The preamble captures the spirit of transformation. Post-apartheid constitution granted extensive rights. A transition from global condemnation to a democratic model. Constitution bridging a troubled past and hopeful future. Japan, post-World War II scenario and desire for peace. Adoption of the Peace Constitution in 1947. Preamble emphasizing peace and ideals. Article 9 renounces war and force. Constitution making context influences its creators. That is, in Japan's, so this we know, that is the white government finally decided to take away the apartheid era and started giving equal rights to all the people who are settled in South Africa, be it white or be it black. That, okay, we would have heard of it. In Japan's case, why did they decide completely not to go for war anymore? Because of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Because everybody knows, Japan themselves know that they unnecessarily went and poked a giant, that was USA. So Japan finally, from that war, the debacle what they had to suffer under World War II, they basically decided, okay, we are no more going to go for war. We will only go for peace. All right. So this is basically to highlight how, what is the background and what is it today. How the transition has happened. So as we can clearly see, the background always matters, what type of constitution will be adopted later. And India is no different. Like I told you, our background was what? We were a colony of the British Empire. We have inherited a lot of things from them. We have also learned what not to take from them. Moving on. Empowering provisions in constitutions, a comparative overview. South Africa champions environmental conservation, combats discrimination, and progressively ensure universal healthcare and housing. Indonesia emphasizes the establishment of a national education system and entrust the government with the welfare of impoverished children. So you look at it, what is their focus on? So South Africa, when it talks about environment and to prevent discrimination, to ensure healthcare, universal healthcare and housing progressively, Indonesia focuses largely on education and welfare of impoverished children, that is, children who are suffering from malnourishment. Clear? Moving on. Political philosophy of our constitution, well, talks about liberalism, being democratic, egalitarian, that is, talking about equality. Secularism. Now, secularism again, what is the meaning of secularism? We'll be seeing it in a while. Then federal. Understand one thing, the word federal simply means sharing of powers, which we have. Sharing of powers is there in our constitution between center, state and local bodies. When I say local bodies, it means panchayats plus municipalities. However, remember one thing, the word federation has nowhere been used in our constitution. India is quasi-federal, means it is like a federation, not a federation. Ultimately, who has the maximum powers in this country? It is always the center. Center has maximum powers. Declare war, declare emergency, center has all those powers. Center can even dismiss a state government. Got the point here? We are open to community values, sensitive to the needs of religious and linguistic minorities and historically disadvantaged groups. Like I told you, we have cultural and educational fundamental rights. We also have rights to support the SC/STs, the OBCs in our country. Let us now look into the substantive achievements of our constitution, starting with individual freedom. Culmination of intellectual and political endeavors. What do you mean by that? Culmination means it is the end of all the political and intellectual endeavors, whatever started from the social reform movement back in the 19th century. That is from Rajaram Mohan Roy onwards. How we brought up one by one different aspects of individual freedom. Abolishing sati, ensuring the education of girl children, increasing the marriageable age, bringing change within the marriage laws whereby which one person can marry only one person, one man can only marry one woman. So such things we brought up one by one, and that is how individual freedom has been ensured in our country. Correct? Free press, obviously, media, which is the fourth pillar of democracy. Freedom of expression, which is mentioned in Article 19 of the Constitution. Everybody is free to express their opinion. Even you can criticize the Supreme Court as long as it is based on objective data and it is constructive criticism, which is not where you are not targeting the judge individually. For example, recently the Supreme Court came out with a judgment with regard to what? About dogs in Delhi. Now based on facts again, I can tell again that number of rabies deaths in this last 3 years, it is 0. It is a fact. Then why such a verdict was given? Where to put all the dogs? Where is the space for it in Delhi? Who will fund for it? Who will provide the dogs food? And how will they ensure that the dogs don't start ending up killing each other? Because dogs are very, very territorial. It is not that you can put all the dogs in one single place. You will have to build separate cages for it. Who will fund it? Will it be funded by the Delhi government or will it be funded by the central government? Who will be hired to take after the dogs, look after the dogs? And how will they ensure that rabies doesn't spread from there again? All these answers have been left unsaid by the Supreme Court. So that begs the question, did the Supreme Court think through it? When they gave such a verdict, did they think properly? What will be the advantages or disadvantages of it? Doubtful. Opposition to arbitrary arrests. That is, arrests cannot be made simply under anybody's whims and fancies. Arrest has to be made only according to the procedure established by law. Freedom of conscience. I have the complete freedom to either follow any god of my choice, practice, profess any religion of my choice, or if I want, I don't want to follow any god, that freedom too I have. Coming to liberalism. There is Western liberalism, which basically talks about individual rights above social justice. That is, like I told you, in Europe as well as in USA, individual rights matters more than the societal rights or the national rights or whatever you talk about. It is generally the individual Sindabad, basically. That is the attitude, individual Sindabad. But when it comes to India, Indian liberalism is always linked to social justice. Say, for example, reservation for SCs and STs. Even though it clearly violates the principle of equality, because you're giving special consideration to a certain section of the population. It violates principle of equality, no doubt about it. But then why are we doing it? Because they have been, ill-treated. Socio-economically, they were ill-treated. They have been kept in the dark over the centuries. So to bring them up, not just education-wise, but also health-wise, income-wise, to bring them up, you have brought this into picture. Then diversity, obviously. We are a very pluralistic society. Equal respect among communities. That is also part of being liberal. That is, you respect not only your religion, your caste, or your color, your creed, your sex, whatever. You respect others also, irrespective of what their color, creed, sex, etc. is. That means you're seeing the individual for that individual only, not their background information. Acknowledgement of community values. That is, what are the various societal values acceptable to the Indian society. So even in our country, many parts are still there which is not at all open to the idea of living together. In the Western society, they don't actually get into marriage until and unless they have lived together. So their living together is a condition, precondition before marriage, because not all living togethers will end up in marriage. Sometimes after their children are born, much later only they will decide, okay, let us marry now. Whereas in India, living together, yes, I agree, it is on the rise, especially in many metro cities, it is on the rise. Even in small towns also it is increasing. But still, people turn their face away from it when the moment living together is mentioned. Prevent systemic dominance by one community. Like I told you, even though we have a parliamentary system which is based on majority rule, etc., it doesn't actually allow one particular religion or community or caste to dominate over the rest. Clear? Right to establish and manage their educational institutions, especially for the minorities. Constitution acknowledges that religion is not a private matter for the individual but has societal implications. Very, very true. Even though when we say yes, you have full freedom, we always have to keep it in mind how any rule or any act which is passed with regard to a religion, what will be the social impact of it. So this is one of the major controversy, or rather this is one of the major reason why implementing uniform civil code won't be easy in our country. Got the point here? Because it is not just a private matter. You have to take the whole society into consideration. You have to really look into, when you implement uniform civil code, how it is going to change the ground level equation. All that you will have to consider. You cannot simply go ahead and implement it. Secularism. So secularism, when you generally say, please understand. Now people generally use this word. Are you secular? Are you secular? It is not secular. I'm not a secular person. Trust me. I'm a religiously tolerant person. That's what it is. I'm religiously tolerant. I may not understand what your religion is. I may not even find sense in what your religion is. It's possible, right? I can have a difference of opinion there. I'm entitled to it. But I need not disrespect your faith. I need not disrespect your religious practices. Or in other words, even though I don't understand what your religious belief is about, I respect it. That is tolerance. Got the point here? I respect it. I'm not going to say my religion is better than yours. That is communal. But just as much as I respect my religion, I will respect your religion. even though I don't understand it. Because you have, just as much as I have the freedom to follow my faith, to have my freedom of conscience, you too have that same freedom. Got the point here? Then what is secularism then? Secularism is all about to what extent politics and religion stay away from each other. That is the proper meaning for it. That is, you're basically trying to identify, is politics supporting religion or politics staying away from religion? When you look into Western secularism, it's a mutual exclusive principle. Means what? Politics in one place, religion in another place. Both don't get mixed there. Inter-community equality was as pivotal as individual equality. All communities will be treated equally. All individuals of different religious faith also will be treated equally. Individual freedom and self-respect linked to the status of their community. So be it individual freedom and whatever self-respect anybody enjoys, it always depends upon which community they come from. Correct? And how do you ensure that everybody gets the same freedom and the same self-respect? Treat all the communities similarly. Got it? Negative and positive state intervention. Negative and positive state intervention. Negative state intervention means, let us say there is a religious custom which is very degrading, which is very insulting. State can intervene and stop it. Like how British government intervened and abolished sati. Positive state intervention simply means you're intervening for something good, like supporting a religious institution by giving them aid or giving them grant, whatever. Promote freedom, equality, and social justice. Principled distance from religion. Maintain a certain distance. That is, even though you support all religion, don't outrightly try to be religious or be supportive only of any one community. Clear? Taking it further forward. National unity reinforces a common national identity. That we are all part of one community. What is that? We are all Indians. Correct? For that, again, you have fundamental rights, fundamental duties, directive principles of state policy, and every aspect of the constitution. When you eventually read, we all get that identity. What? We are all Indians ultimately. Procedural achievements of the Indian constitution. What are the procedural achievements? Number one is faith in political deliberation. When you say faith in political deliberation, what does it mean? That is, we have complete faith in political debates and discussions. Now, some of you might be wondering, okay, what is the big deal in it? Well, in Afghanistan, when the Taliban took over power, USA ran away, scared, in the night, 2 a.m. or 3 a.m. in the morning. They all ran into the flight. The remaining soldiers ran into a flight and they all flew away. Taliban suddenly understood that, oh, now no more US forces to fight. We are all alone. So let us form our own government. They decided to form a government. But in the very first meeting, what happened? As the debate started, discussion started, one of them got angry, took out his gun and started shot at the other one. It is very easy to kill. It is very easy to go and hit somebody. The real difficult part is to sit across a room, maybe across a table, and then have discussion, try to understand what the other person is telling, maybe, and then try to even change your viewpoints based on your understanding, and then finally come to a middle ground, some conclusion. Okay, I understand, this was a mistake from my end, I'm sorry. That is political deliberation. Got the point here? That is a huge achievement. Because except for that one emergency period, what was declared in our country, Indian military never took over Indian administration. Indian military has always been under the control of the government. Whereas if you look at our neighboring, Ichgad neighbor of ours, Pakistan, and even another new Ichgad neighbor we have now, that is Bangladesh, that is not the case. There have been instances where military has taken over. Got the point here? That clearly shows what? This is one of our significant achievement. Spirit of compromise and accommodation. We are ready to undergo compromises. We are ready to accommodate diverging viewpoints, which is, again, if you look at it, in Myanmar, do you find it? In Bangladesh, do you find it? Nepal also we saw very recently only, hardly it's been 10 years since they also adopted a constitution. Nepal, Afghanistan, Pakistan. Where is it? So when you just look at our neighboring countries, only then we will understand the value of our constitution. Compared to all of them, we have largely led a peaceful life. Making of Indian Constitution. Historical backdrop. What is that? The legacy of our freedom struggle. 1928 Nehru document, that is Motilal Nehru, and the 1931 Karachi session basically talked about universal adult franchise, that is voting rights for everybody who is about 21 back then, freedom, equality, and the minority rights. Learning from colonial structure, limited voting rights and weak legislative bodies. So we knew why we made this universal adult franchise. Because the colonial government, the British government, did not give voting rights to everybody. Number two, British ministers or British governments were not really accountable. So we wanted to make a government which was accountable. We wanted to bring in a system where everybody enjoyed voting rights. Global inspiration, French Revolution, US Bill of Rights, British parliamentary democracy, and Russia's socialist revolution. We have taken key points from all these. Demand for a constituent assembly was first made by Mr. M.N. Roy and later by the Indian National Congress in 1934. Later, the assembly was constituted 93 members from princely states, 292 from 11 governors' provinces, and 4 members from the chief commissioners' provinces. The Constituent Assembly was constituted between these dates, December 1946 and November 1949. And it was finally, the Constitution was adopted on 26 January 1950. Clear, people? The Constitution framing process. First of all, we understood what should be the basic principles that we should fight for. And for framing and for understanding, molding the principles or framing the principles, we constituted a drafting committee whose chairman was Mr. B.R. Ambedkar. 2,000 amendments were there over 114 days. That is, whatever we were framing, each and every time we made changes to it, clearly showing the quality of the debates that used to take place in Constituent Assembly. Challenges faced by the Constituent Assembly was obviously the diversity and geography, partition and communal riots. That was one big headache. Not to forget the fact that 1947-48, we also had a Jammu and Kashmir, the first war with Pakistan over Jammu and Kashmir. And the other socio-economic challenges, say for example, 86% of the country was illiterate at the time of independence. Got the picture here, people? Moving on. Objective resolution. It was first moved by Nehru in the first session of the Constituent Assembly. Institutional foundational commitments, equality, liberty, democracy, sovereignty, and universal identity. These were some of the principles that we wanted to be our foundation. Sovereign status. Sovereign status means what? What do you mean by sovereign? We are not under anybody. We are completely independent. We are not under any international body, nor are we under any country. We are our own country. Formation of the union. That is the formation of the union. When you talk about, there is a difference between the union that is formed in United States. So the United States of America, as the name says, states came together, signed a document, and America was formed. In other words, in America, states can go away. Getting the point here? That is a state of California. Tomorrow they say, okay, I don't want to be part of US anymore. I'm going away. They can do that. It will be impossible, but yeah, they can do it. Legally, they can do it. That is the point here. Whereas in India, let us say I'm from the state of Kerala. Can Kerala tell tomorrow, hello, I don't want to be part of India anymore. I'm going away? No. Not at all possible. Autonomy of territories. Yes. There is some freedom for the territories in our each state or union territory. When you talk about, they do have some amount of freedom. Power source, the constitution. Clearly talks about the rights and freedoms through fundamental rights, protection for vulnerable groups, territorial integrity, territory of a state, territory of the country, all of that is clearly mentioned. Global constitution, borrowing from other constitutions of the world. Institutional design of the constitution. Legislature, executive, judiciary. Legislature, when you look at it, at the center you have Rajya Sabha, the Lok Sabha. State legislature, you have legislative assembly. Only in some states you have legislative council, especially for the larger states. Executive consists of president, vice president, council of ministers, prime minister, governors, chief ministers. This is at state level. That is at center. Council of ministers are there for the prime minister, and the chief minister. Judiciary, you have Supreme Court, High Court, District Court, and subordinate courts. Clear, people? This is the overall institutional design of our constitution. Key features of the Indian Constitution. It talks about federalism. The conceptual foundation comes from the fact that we have a multi-tiered governance, center, state, local body. It is an asymmetric federalism. Asymmetric. There is no symmetry to it. Center has maximum powers, followed by that state, followed by that Panchayat and municipalities. Special status are there for certain subunits, like for example how you have Article 371A, which gives certain special rights and privileges for the state of Nagaland. Multilingual federation. Multiple languages are there. Alright, official languages. So how many official languages do we have? Just put it up in the comment section. How many official languages do we have? Next point, parliamentary form of government. Elected representatives and are accountable to the parliament. That is parliamentary form of government. When we talk about, the representatives are elected, directly elected by the people. And these elected representatives are accountable to the parliament. There is proper separation of powers between legislature, judiciary, executive. Separation is also there. The same time, overlap is also there. Legislature, executive, judiciary. Got the point here? Then you have fundamental rights, secularism, which we have already discussed. Directive Principles of State Policy. What is DPSP? They are directives for the government. 1 minute. Many are actually complaining about my handwriting. So here we go. They are directives for the government. The do's and don'ts. What a government should do, ideally. Ideally, how a government should, what and all a government should try to achieve. Universal adult franchise. Voting, already told you. National identity. Fundamental duties. This is for the citizens of the country. Because simply having rights alone is not enough, right? Each one of us have a duty also towards the nation. Moving on. More about universal adult franchise, Indian nationalism link. The idea of nationhood emerged among educated Indian elites, resulting into the demand for democratic self-governance. That is the starting point of it. Educated people were there in the freedom struggle. They wanted a nation, and from there came the idea of what? Self-governance. Central to this vision is universal franchise, because if you're talking about governance, then obviously you should have what? Voting rights. Constitution of India Bill 1895 highlighted citizen rights in national matters. Motilal Nehru report of 1928, voting right for all citizens above 21 years of age irrespective of gender. It's noteworthy that many Western democracies had only recently granted voting rights to women and the working class. That is, the so-called educated, modern Western society they did not give voting rights to all the citizens of the country immediately, especially to women, because they actually thought and they believed also that women are not capable of voting. Women who are meant to stay at home, they are not supposed to vote. These are matters that only men should decide. But India, as soon as we became independent, we were very clear. We are all going to give what? Vote for the country. Everybody will get a vote. So let me just tell you a small story here. The first election commissioner of India, Sukumar Sen. All right. He should be actually given an award. At least posthumously, he should be given an award. What is the reason for it? Because the first time when he asked people, that is whoever is there 21 years of age, please give your names. Women never used to give their name. Instead, they used to write wife of, daughter of, mother of. Voters list came. He read it. All as wife of, daughter of, sister of. He sent it back again, telling that you won't be eligible to vote if you don't give your name. Some people found offense with it. How dare you ask my wife's name? How dare you ask my daughter's name? That is how people looked at it. Because other than that identity, that woman is associated to a man, woman was not allowed. Everybody thought at that point of time, at least many sections of the society thought, woman need not have her own identity. Her identity should come from the male member in her family. Either she should be somebody's wife, somebody's sister, somebody's daughter, somebody's mother. That's it. Beyond that, why should a woman need an individual identity of her own? Sukumar Sen will not have a word of it. He was like nothing doing. Either you give the name or you are not going to get vote. He was adamant. Getting the point here. Now look at our current election commissioner. When we had asked him about the CCTV data, what did he say? That is our sisters, our mothers, our daughter-in-laws, our sister-in-laws, whatever. Their video should be given to the opposition. Is that what the opposition is asking? He's basically trying to talk about right to privacy. Well, right to privacy is valid only in private spaces, not in public space. In public space, when I step out, if a CCTV camera is there, I cannot ask the CCTV cameras basically to remove the footage. You have taken my video, remove the footage. I cannot ask it because it's a public space. Even casting vote is a public area. So you come there to cast your vote means that information should be available in the public domain. Simple. But instead of that, he actually started going all patriarchal, undoing the efforts of Sukumar Sen literally, because he literally wanted women to have their own identity. That is the point here. Getting the picture here. Moving on. Iyer's vision. Shri A.K. Iyer envisioned that this democratic stride would not only bring enlightenment, but also elevate the standard of living and overall well-being of every citizen. A.K. Iyer. Elevate the standard of living and overall well-being of every citizen. All right. Then what and all we have borrowed from which and all constitution? British Constitution, Irish, French, Canadian, United States. Those of you preparing for UPSC, you have no other go but by heart this. Those of you who are still preparing for any other government exam also, other than UPSC, again no other choice but to by heart. All right. What I would recommend you here will be, because it is obviously a long list, there is plenty of scope for confusion also. Go for audio. Go for audio visual learning. Audio visual learning means now preferably also you will be having a smartphone. In that smartphone there will be a feature to record your voice. So as you read this, record it. Then play it with your headphones. When you are playing it with your headphones, read it, listen to it. Maximum half an hour. You will end up remembering everything. Take it from me. Whenever you have any difficulty in studying anything, straight away go for audio visual learning. Read it out loudly once, record it, and then keep playing it. Even when you are walking around, moving around, night when you are not getting sleep and all, keep playing it. Those subjects, those particular topics which are very difficult for you to remember. Clear? Moving on. Constitutions are not static. They evolve with societal needs and political shifts, reflects new realities, values and challenges. It is so true. because we have implemented GST now, which is not part of the original constitution, which clearly shows that it is not static. It will keep evolving according to society's demands. Balancing evolution and sanctity, the journey and dynamics of the Indian constitution. Under that, the first point is dual role of the constitution. What do you mean by the dual role here? One, it talks about the values. Second thing, it gives a structure for the governance. Sacred versus ordinary debate. Sacred versus ordinary debate simply means, say for example, you take the US Constitution. It is not at all easy to amend it. So you would have wondered, right? Sometimes when you keep hearing there is a school shooting in USA, some madman bought a automatic rifle. Automatic rifle means once you pull the trigger, it'll keep going till the bullets gets over. Just little squeeze of the trigger is enough. And sometimes you wonder, how is it possible that these people are able to buy guns, etc.? That is because it is given in the Constitution. In the Constitution, it is given in American Constitution, an American citizen can buy and own a weapon. That is all that they have mentioned. Even when the people wrote that Constitution, they were basically thinking the small pistols which were there, where you had to open it, dig it first, then you need to put a bullet, then you need to put in the gunpowder, then you close it, then you do one bullet will come. Thinking that, they would have wrote it down. The framers also never expected that later the technology will become so advanced to the point where people can literally, load magazines after magazines and unload all the 50 or 60 bullets on a person. So because it only talks about gun there, the point is that if I'm an American citizen, I can buy any type of gun. Any type of gun. Those guns which we have only seen in maybe the Bollywood movies, all those weapons I can easily buy. Even though I am not military, I am nothing, I can easily buy and stock it in my home. No questions asked. My fundamental right. So why is it that the US is not changing the law? Because it is very, very difficult to amend the Constitution. And if you try to amend the gun laws in USA, you will never ever win the election. Nobody will support you. Because gun is like a identity of a US citizen. To own a gun means, touch that law, you're done. Clear? What about British Constitution? It is very easy to amend it. That is, if Indian Constitution is something where I can take out a book from my pocket and I can give you, here, this is Indian Constitution. Same way, if I ask a British citizen, now give me your constitution, he'll take me to the British Parliament and he will show from that end of the room to this end. Every judicial pronouncements, every small changes can be easily made to the British Constitution. Judiciaries, it all depends upon how judiciary is going to interpret it. So each time the judiciary makes a change, the Constitution of British also undergoes a change. Whereas in India, it is not as difficult as how it is in USA, nor as easy. It is a blend of both. Generally, it is called a blend between rigidity and flexibility. Parliament supremacy dilemma. In Britain, Parliament is supreme. Parliament can decide everything. So in general, in a parliamentary form of government, Parliament is supreme. It's natural. Not in our country. In our country, actually, even the Parliament, if you see, Parliament also comes under the Constitution. Parliament also has to work according to what has been prescribed in the Constitution. Parliament cannot do anything more than that. Got the point here? Generally, parliamentary form of government means Parliament is supposed to be supreme, but not in our country. In our country, Constitution is supreme. Role of the judiciary, basic structure doctrine given in the Keshavananda Bharati case, 1973. So Keshavananda Bharati case, it is a very famous case which talks about basic structure of the Constitution. Basic structure, like I told you, just like the word federalism has not been mentioned anywhere in the Constitution. Basic structure is a creation of the Indian judiciary, rather the Supreme Court. They created this. which simply means there are certain things in the constitution which cannot be touched, which cannot be amended, which you cannot repeal, bring changes, nothing you can do. You have to leave it as it is. Supreme Court gave this verdict in 1973 through the Keshavananda Bharati case. That is, some things are there in the constitution which you shouldn't touch. Now, what are exactly those things? Has Supreme Court given a list of it? No. Supreme Court has not clearly defined what will come under basic structure. They have just told that you can alter, you can amend any part of the constitution as long as it does not alter the basic structure. What is the basic structure? What and all will come under it? That Supreme Court has not defined. Getting the picture here? This was further strengthened in the Minerva Mills case of 1980. That is, judicial review. Judicial review is part of the basic structure of the constitution. Judicial review simply means anything done by any law passed by the parliament, like the electoral bond scheme. Judiciary can check whether this scheme, whether this particular scheme, electoral bond scheme, is violative of the principles of the constitution. Supreme Court found that it was violating. So they struck it down. They said, no, we cannot allow this scheme. It violates the principles of the constitution. The scheme ended. Got the point here? Amendment. Amendment of a constitution, when we talk about constitutional amendment, when we talk about it, generally talks about amendment that comes under Article 368. Under Article 360, there are only two types of amendments. Amendment by special majority, and then amendment by special majority with ratification by at least half of the state legislatures. That means wherever I am going to bring a change to a law, maybe let us say which is where only central government is involved, then I need special majority for that. All right. Whenever we are talking about amendment to the constitution, where not only center but states' powers are also going to be involved, means I need special majority with ratification by half of the state legislature. That is, special majority in parliament, Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha separately, and then ratification by half of the state legislatures. Clear, people? Then comes ordinary laws, which is done through simple majority, Article 2 and 3. That is, there are simple amendments are also there, where you need not go for special majority. Simple majority is enough. Simple majority simply means more than 50% of the people supporting it. Supporting whatever changes you want. That is what? More than majority. Special majority, when you say, it is 2/3 of the members present and voting. That is not the total membership. How many are present that day? In that, 2/3 should support it and vote also for it. So minimum 2/3 of the total strength of the house should be present that day, plus they should take part in the voting. Minimum that many numbers you should get. Then only that law or that amendment will get passed. More about Article 2 and 3. The Parliament can admit new territories. Into the Union or establish new states. Parliament can form a new state by separating territory from any state or by uniting two or more states. Increase the area of state, diminish the area of state, change the boundaries of any state, however, alter the name of any state. However, before making any such changes, President must refer the bill to the state legislatures concerned for their opinion, but the Parliament is not bound to accept or act upon this opinion. Means what? That is, Parliament can destroy a state if they want to. Case in point being, let me give you a hypothetical example here. Now I am from the state of Kerala. Tomorrow Parliament decides, let us destroy the state of Kerala and Tamil Nadu and club them together and give them a new name. Can the Parliament do that? Yes. Is a special majority required? No. Simple majority is enough. But here a sentence is the President should take the opinion of the states concerned before doing any such thing. Yeah, President should take the opinion. But should the Parliament listen to that opinion? No. This is also the reason why it is often called India is an indestructible union of destructible states. That is, any state can be destroyed, its boundary can be altered, its area can be increased or decreased, its name can be changed. All of this can be done by the parliament with or without the concerned state's permission or their opinion, whatever. Clear, people? Again, a simple graph to understand how many amendments have been, like amendments when were at its peak. As you can clearly see, amendments reached its peak during the 70s and the 80s, especially the Indira era. Then it started toning down. Years taken for every 10 amendments. So how many years it took? Every 10 amendments. First 10 amendments, it took around more than 11 years. The next 10 amendments took just about 5 years. Next 10 took about 7 years, like that. The last 10 amendments took about, again, more than 10 years. Clear? Review of constitutional amendment in India. There are some amendments which are just purely technical or administrative, just like, for example, increasing the retirement age of the High Court judges, raising the salaries of the judges, extension of reserved posts. Amendments due to differing interpretations. Fundamental rights, right to private property and parliament's amending power. Different interpretations means each and every time how the interpretation has changed. For example, right to private property was actually a fundamental right initially. Later it was removed. Today it is only a legal right. Today it is only a legal right. It's a constitutional right. That's it. Constitutional right or legal right, one and the same. Not a fundamental right anymore. That is, if the state government wants to take away my property, they can take away my property. I cannot go to the High Court or to the Supreme Court telling them, see, my right to private property is being taken away by the state government. No, I cannot do that. I cannot do that. Got the point here? There's a totally different story that the state government also cannot take away my property that easily. They'll have to give me the compensation. All of that is there. But that is, it doesn't have that same level of sanctity what maybe a right to freedom of speech and expression has or right to life has. Got the point here? Moving on. Some of these amendments have been very, very controversial, like 42nd Amendment was the most controversial amendment, and many of the defects of the 42nd Amendment were rectified in the 44th Amendment. 42nd Amendment was passed again by the Indira Gandhi government. 44th by the Morarji Desai government. Amendments through political consensus. Amendments through political consensus simply means almost all the political parties agree to it. What are some of the amendments like that? Anti-Defection Law through the 52nd Amendment 1985. Anti-Defection Law, one simple sentence I will tell you. Aya Ram Gaya Ram. That is, there was a MP who actually changed his political party in a single day 3 times. Morning he was with one party, afternoon he changed again, evening he changed again. To stop MPs and MLAs jumping from party to party because they will get power, they brought this law. Lowering the voting age from 21 to 18. Local self-government, that is Panchayats and Municipalities, 73rd, 74th Amendment. Post 1992-93 consensus on reservation. Amendments like the 77th Amendment, 81st and 82nd Amendment. That is the 50% reservation policy. All right. Moving on. So once again, basic structure. The Keshavananda Bharati case told, cannot amend the constitution that violates its basic structure. Living constitution that is evolving through judicial interpretation, which is very, very true. Our constitution, if you actually see with the judicial interpretation only, the evolution is going on changing. Say for example, very recent edition, under Article 21, the Supreme Court added right to mental health also into the meaning of or into the substance of Article 21. Article 21 talks about right to life. From our earlier chapter, I told you, right to clean air and drinking water was added into it in the 80s. Correct. Clean air and water. Right to privacy was added into it by the Puttaswamy judgment. Right to mental health has just been added into it in the last week. The last week only it has also been added, which is very, very important. Because right to mental, now it is my fundamental right. I can actually file a case against my company, if I say that these people are giving me mental torture, they are not catering, they are not understanding my mental health is getting deteriorated. I can do that now. Both rigidity and flexibility, discussed already. The Indra Sani case, reservation should not exceed 50%, introduce the creamy layer concept. Creamy layer concept, cream. On any cake, you will find the cream at the top. Correct? Cream you will find at the top. So when we are giving reservation to OBCs, if their income is very high, they own lot of properties, in that case, they will not get the reservation. So creamy layer people are those people who are already well off. Economically, they are all already well off. So just because they belong to the OBC, they won't get the benefit of reservation. They'll be treated as general category only. So if you say that you belong to OBC creamy layer, what does it mean? It simply means you belong to the general category now. That's what it means. You won't get any reservation benefits. You will be treated like general category. Clear? The same discussion is now ongoing with regard to introducing this creamy layer concept into SC/ST communities, because it will create a lot of political turmoil in the country. States are actually, literally weighing all the options here. Ideally, you are supposed to be doing it just so that the communities which have not got the benefits of reservation, they get it, and the communities which have been getting the benefit of reservation, they are excluded. What are the criticisms of our constitution? Unwieldiness, which means it's too big and bulky. That is why it is big and bulky, is even how the agency should function. Finance Commission, Comptroller Auditor General, National Commission on SC/ST, GST, all these are getting added into our constitution. So automatically it will become a bulky document. In other countries, as far as agencies functioning are concerned, that is a matter, separate matter it is. It is not included in the constitution. Whereas in our constitution, we have kept it as detailed and elaborate as possible. They say it is unrepresentative and it has caused alienation. Not true again. We have tried to keep it as representative and as Indian as possible. Even though we have borrowed many of the components from other parts of the world or other world constitution, doesn't mean that our constitution is not, good enough. Like I told you, you look at the neighbors around you. You look at the neighbors around you, around India, and then you look at India. I forgot to add into that is Sri Lanka. So you start from the bottom. Sri Lanka, Myanmar, Bangladesh, Nepal, Afghanistan, Pakistan, even Maldives. You will find a lot of political instability that has happened in these countries. India has survived. Very recently, we celebrated our independence also. Correct? 78 years. Except that emergency time period, we have had proper government every time. Elected governments. It was not that there was a major turmoil here and then what happened? People started moving from this country. They went and took refuge in Bangladesh or they went and took refuge in Pakistan. That has never happened. As far as people who blame our country, only one thing to answer. Yes, sitting in India, we may feel, oh, India is such a bad country. But for our neighbors who are out there, if they have any trouble, they know which country to go to. Which country they have to go to if they need to survive. And that is India. That is the beauty. Even though we find a lot of trouble with it, there are our neighbors actually find everything good with it. Clear, people? So with that, we come to an end of our discussion here. All right, people. So let's call it a day. Let me know what you thought about this style also. Because again, like I told you, very, very static. Very static topics. A lot of things you need to remember here. That is the reason why I did not go for the usual flowchart or even reading it out. Because this is what it is. This chapter demands it. So citizenship, let us try to understand it first. The basic idea behind citizenship is full and equal membership of a political community. Full. We are all part of one big political community called India. It's a community. We are all politically united. Correct? We are all belonging to this territory. We are all belonging to this region. All citizens get the equal rights. That is why we call it in full. We have a collective political identity and unalienable rights. That means these rights cannot be taken away from me. These are like very basic rights that has to be given to any citizen of the country. When we talk about citizenship, that is what it means. There are certain rights which are only enjoyed by the citizens of the country. Case in point being, in our case, it is basically the fundamental rights. Citizen and state. So when you say you are a citizen of a country, what does it mean? You basically receive rights from the state, correct? Like I told you, India gives us fundamental rights. Also seek state protection. That means it is the responsibility of the state, be it the state government under which law and order comes, or be it the central government under which defense comes, to ensure that the citizens are safe. Then it also talks about citizen to citizen relations, how these needs to be maintained, or citizen society relations based on the principles of justice, liberty, equality, and fraternity. Well, fraternity is the main idea. Unfortunately, most of us, we remember that we are Indians only on two circumstances: when there is an India-Pakistan cricket match, or when there is a war between India and Pakistan. Otherwise, we are always worried about caste, color, creed, religion, sex, language, and whatnot. Citizens are inheritors and trustees of culture and natural resources of the country. Trustees and inheritors. That means whatever culture we have inherited from our freedom fighters, people who fought for our freedom. We have inherited that culture from them, correct? You talk about the ideals. You talk about the religious culture, etc. It dates back to centuries, from the Vedic period onwards. Then we are also the trustees there. Whatever we have inherited, the resources we have inherited, we are supposed to be protecting it, not destroying it. Moving on. Historical context. The idea behind a citizen, a state, this first emerged through the French Revolution of 1789. For us also, the whole concept of we should be our own nation emerged from the freedom struggle. Similarly, you will find the anti-apartheid movement which took place in South Africa. All of this was about to get equal rights. All of it. Understanding full and equal membership, it basically means that insider-outsider relationship. What do you mean by insider-outsider? Insider-outsider means, see, as a country, when you talk about insider-outsider, if you go to USA, you go to Ireland, you go to Norway, Denmark, Sweden, Finland, the Scandinavian countries, these are some of the best places in the world where you can live. Where, there are good facilities, good public transportation system, etc., good governance. But why is it that most Indians are not going to such places? From outside, everything looks good. But the moment you are there inside that country, you are just an outsider. Very recently also, you would have seen that example where in Ireland, a girl was attacked. Small girl, maybe around 10 years old. She was kicked and beaten up brutally by teenage boys. On what ground? Just because she was an Indian. Many a times this has happened. Racial attacks have taken place against Indians in the so-called very modern or very educated countries. Why? As far as they are concerned, we are outsiders. We have come from outside. We are not part of their culture. You may get a citizenship. You may get all the residency rights, permit, this, that. Document, you will get it. But in reality, as part of a culture or as part of a identity, will they accept you as one among them? Never. That is never going to happen. So Indians face this there. Getting the point here. So when you actually say full and equal membership, it is always this debate is ongoing. Insider, outsider. Oh, they are from outside. How can we give rights to them? Just like how we tell, how can we give rights to illegally entered Bangladeshi immigrants or illegally entered Pakistani immigrants, illegally entered Afghani immigrants? We cannot do that, correct? We cannot do that. Same logic is what other countries are applying on Indians too. interpreting full and equal membership within democratic framework, certain basic rights for all citizens along with its protection. Like fundamental rights are given to all citizens of the country, and for any violation of the fundamental right, you have Article 32, whereby which you can directly approach the Supreme Court if your fundamental right is violated, or you have Article 226, where you can approach the High Court in case your fundamental right is under threat. Got it? Moving on. So, what it is? Comparison point, insiders, outsiders. Okay, division dynamics. Those inside the crowded place, like a train compartment, form a unit, become insiders, and oppose others who are trying to enter. That is outsiders. Similar divisions are observed in cities, regions, or at the national level. So, this insider-outsider debate, the textbook has basically used a nice analogy. What is the analogy here? And it is almost like people are already jam-packed inside a train, and more people are trying to enter. What will they do? They will not allow the door to open. They'll just lock it from inside and say, no place. This is exactly what is happening in some of the cities in our country. Be it Mumbai, be it Bengaluru. Not telling that Bengaluru doesn't allow outsiders to come there. But always that debate is there. The city is filled with outsiders. The city, it is all filled with outside state people. It has nothing to do with Kannadigas. Kannadigas are a minority here. They keep telling that. Same debate is there even in Mumbai. Why does that debate occur in the first place? See, it is all about education at the bottom line. That is what has happened is these cities grew faster than even the governments could plan it or even develop it. Whenever the government tries to plan something, more amount of people are coming into the state, the city. So what happens is there is very limited resources. So everybody starts fighting for it. So whoever is having more education or a better job or maybe more salary, they are able to take the advantage of it. Whereas the poor people, maybe they are from the same state, like other non-Bengaloreans. Maybe they are Kannadigas. They are from other parts of Karnataka, or they are maybe other parts of Maharashtra. But when they approach Mumbai, they feel, what is this? Why are we not able to have all the nice things? Why is it that all the outsiders are enjoying here? That happens. That feeling comes in. Just like it's the same feeling that you get. Why are we not allowed to enter the train? You would have seen those videos, right? Where a train is there, which was going to Kumbh Mela, and there was this, boy who had picked up a stone or something metallic to break open the glass to enter it. The same thing, the same feeling. Scarce resources, the space is limited. Jobs, medical care, education, and natural resources are very limited in the country. So obviously there will be a fight. Finally, those inside attempt to prevent further entries. Demands may arise to restrict entry to outsiders. For example, Mumbai for Mumbai cars. So that sort of a movement has only happened in Mumbai basically. It has not generally happened inside Bengaluru. Bengaluru, the only demand has been so far that whoever is staying in the city, they should learn that language. Language debate. Now that is a totally different topic altogether, which is again very sensitive in the current scenario. Let us not get into that now. Moving further forward, right to freedom of movement and full and equal membership. What does that mean? See, if you really tell that I'm a citizen of a country, the first and foremost thing that is necessary for me is what? I should be able to move wherever I want, whenever I want. Why? Because this is necessary for almost all the working population. They should be able to freely move out the territory of India, to settle anywhere, to get any job, and carry on with their activities. Resistance is generally witnessed when too many outsiders come to a particular city, which you can see in Mumbai. And there lies the paradox of migration. That is, we are like that. When we see more and more outsiders in a state, in our state, we will resist it. This has happened inside Assam. Alright, Assam Students' Union movement, which took place when Bangladeshi refugees had flooded Assam during the Bangladesh Liberation War, thereby changing the local demographic. It led to massive violence to the point where finally the Rajiv Gandhi government had to sign, yes, we will conduct an NRC and we will find out who are the illegally entered immigrants here, we will remove them. This promise was given, had to be given. Because that is the main idea here. That is, you don't want other people to come there because it is changing the demography, it is changing the local culture, it is changing the entire food eating habits, everything, everywhere it is getting affected. Well, that is the same reason why USA doesn't want Indians to settle in USA. That is the same reason UK, when they signed the recent trade deal with India, UK clearly told we don't want IT service people coming to UK. Why? Because if IT service people go there, the UK citizens will lose their job. Number one. But then in the trade deal we have signed, what other things we have signed then if not IT services? You know to sing, you're a Carnatic music teacher, or you are a Bharatanatyam dancer, or you are a yoga instructor. For these type of categories, you can get a visa. I'm not joking. Other than IT services, information technology related services, if you are into some niche categories of employment, dance teaching, music teaching, yoga instructor, physical fitness also, you will get your visa easily. Got the picture? Handling right to movement. How do you handle right to movement in India? Through Article 19. So that there is right to freedom of speech and expression, right to freedom of movement, right to assembly peacefully and without arms, right to form association, right to reside and settle in any part of India, right to practice any profession of your choice. All these 6 fundamental rights comes under Article 19. And what is the guiding principle here? The guiding principle is full equal rights as a citizen. Got the point? And whatever issues are there, it should be actually negotiated and discussed, because in a parliamentary democracy or in a democracy as such, you are supposed to have debates. You are supposed to have deliberations before coming to a conclusion. Other facets of equal rights in citizenship: fresh interpretation of citizenship rights due to globalization. That is, globalization has actually changed the meaning of citizenship. Like I told you, UK doesn't want more immigrants to come into their country. UK doesn't want more immigrants to come into their country. Why? Even Southeast Asian nations doesn't want more immigrants to come into the country. It has actually become difficult for most of the Indians to actually go abroad. I agree. Even then we are going abroad. But it is no more easy like how it used to be maybe probably 5 or 10 years ago. What is the reason? It is increasingly because of another culture, or rather a change which has occurred, which is protectionism. That is, most countries in the Western or Eastern world, their governments have come into power on the promise that we will not allow outsiders to come in. That is the major criteria. That is the promise that they have given, and for that reason they have come into power. Best example, Donald Trump. I will not allow anybody to come in. I will make America great again. MAGA. All of this is part of the culture of protectionism. Ensure greater equality. Very, very true. Now, in any society you will go, there will be people who are suffering discrimination. You go to the American society, you will easily find that discrimination is still being faced by the black Americans. Correct? In India, when you come to, you still know that Dalits are facing what? Inequality. Moving on. Diverse needs of different communities needs to be catered to. And whenever you are framing policies, it should be inclusive policies. Marginalized groups and their predicaments. Urban poor and slum dwellers, and tribal people and forest dwellers. So even though when we say equal citizenship, full and equal citizenship, when we say, or full and equal rights when we say, the reality we know that awareness of rights and government intervention. When it comes to urban poor and slum dwellers, people are staying in urban areas, poor urban people, as well as people are staying inside the slum. They generally don't enjoy all the rights. So you need awareness campaigns and government intervention actually to improve their access to basic rights. For example, if you talk about the slum, Dharavi, that is currently being redeveloped by government along with the Adani Group. All right. Now, this is a small homework for you. Just put it up in the chat section very quickly. Comment section. Can you name a few initiatives of the government of India for slum dwellers and tribal people? All right. Supreme Court, Olga Tellis versus Bombay Municipal Corporation. In this 1985 ruling, Supreme Court basically told that it is the right of the slum dwellers to reside on pavement or in slums under Article 21. If you're removing anybody from there, it is the responsibility of the state to ensure that they are provided an alternate place to live. So if I'm going to remove a slum, or if I'm going to remove people who are sleeping on the footpath, if I'm going to remove them, then I should give them what? An alternate place to reside. If I cannot give that, they have every right to sleep in the pavements. What is happening in most of the developed countries is they also have footpaths. So there people don't sleep in the footpath, because there they have benches for people to sit. You're tired walking, you can sit in a public bench. And in these public benches, they have ensured that in the night time, this is a bench, okay? Top view it is. So nighttime, what happens is there'll be small circles like this inside. Where at the night time, these circles are nothing but metallic rods. Okay, these metallic rods will be there. As soon as it's after 8 or 9 p.m., automatically, like an alarm is set, the metal rods will come rising up. Forget sitting on it, you won't even be able to sleep on it. Forget sleeping, you won't even be able to sit on it. Got the point here? That is how this thing works. Many a place they are doing it, so that the cities look very clean. No poor people, no slum dwellers. They are all pushed to the fringes of the city, the outskirts of the city, where basically you will find all sorts of problems, sanitation issue, poverty, all that you will find, whichever city you go. The so-called New York also, if you visit, you can see the dirtiest parts of New York, where one look at it, you will actually wonder, is this really New York, or have I visited some city in Asia? Got it? Citizenship and nation. Again, citizenship and nation, when you talk about, you have evolution of nation state concept, which started with what? French Revolution. Whoever has a shared history and unique culture, and all of them, whoever share a national identity, they are all part of it. Diversity within the modern states, a shared political identity. That is, in spite of India's diverse culture, religion, caste, region, etc., we all share the same political identity. India's unique approach to citizenship is, these are our uniqueness. We are a secular democratic state. We don't have an officially declared state religion. Plus, we accommodate as many diverse cultures as possible. Provisions of Indian citizenship is easily mentioned in Part 2 of Constitution and the Citizenship Act of 1955. Anybody can acquire citizenship in India by birth, descent, registration, naturalization, or territory inclusion. Now, these points are very clearly mentioned. Elaboratively, it is mentioned inside the Lakshmikant Polity textbook. All right. So, there in the part of the old Polity series where I was taken, there also it is available. You may refer to it. Rights of religious and linguistic minorities, Article 29 and 30, the French case. So in India, basically, every religion is protected, every language is protected, and they have every right for what? Protecting their culture also. That means even if you're talking about the Sikhs, they can wear their turban, the kada, correct, the kirpan, all that they can wear. They can even have beard. They are allowed to do that. When it comes to Muslims also, they can easily wear burqa or even the skull cap, whatever they wear, that also they can wear. Nothing wrong with it. But in the case of France, there is still an ongoing debate. Should religious symbols be allowed to be displayed in public places? If they are being allowed, then to what extent? That debate is still going on, even though France is also a democratic country. Challenges associated with citizenship. Everybody will not have the same rights. Like I told you, Dalits as well as the women, the disadvantaged section, they may all not enjoy the same right. But then why have I put this? The Indian problem here. See, basically, let me tell you, we have a unique situation. I agree. Our diversity is one reason. This is internal reason. If you see problem associated with citizenship is not everybody get the same rights, political rights, social rights, economic rights. But the other problem is what? The other problem is what we are dealing with. Illegal immigrants coming in, refugees coming in. So talk about Rohingya Muslims, talk about people, Bangladeshi illegal immigrants, or talk about people who have come through Pakistan, talk about people who have come through through Afghanistan. All these people are staying inside our country since many years illegally. It is very difficult to sort it out. As part of my current affairs class, which I took place yesterday, Wednesday, I have clearly mentioned it. In after the 78 years of independence, now we are putting up borders across Myanmar, Bangladesh, and as well as Pakistan. Work is still not completed. So, as more and more people come here, the question is, should India show the larger heart and allow all these refugees to come here or illegal immigrants to come here, allow them to settle here and give them citizenship? Now, if you're planning to remove them out, are you going to remove the ones who came now or who came before? When will you keep the cutoff date? All these are very difficult questions to answer because there is no single point solution to it. Global variation in citizenship criteria. If you're talking about ethnicity as a criteria, ethnicity is a criteria in Israel as well as in Germany. All right. Marshall's view on citizenship. Again, one particular thinker it is. Very quickly, let us see. Marshall's view on citizenship is status is conferred on full members of a community. That is, you are the full-time member there. Full-time Indian, not part-time. And what is the essence of the status? It is equality. All the citizens will be treated equally. Rights and duties endured upon citizens, and it is continuously improved. Especially if you see rights and duties we have, that is fundamental rights are there, fundamental duties are there. And under fundamental rights again we have Article 21. Continuously improved means when you talk about right to life has been continuously improved. As Supreme Court has rightfully said, right to life does not mean mere animalistic existence. That is not to just live like an animal. It means you should have clean air, clean water. And very recently into this list, the Supreme Court has also added right to mental health. What the point, people? Social class is a structure that perpetuated inequality. Very, very true. In our country, two things that has actually perpetuated inequality is one is caste and the other will be religion. Then there are certain cardinal rights. Cardinal rights means this, it's almost like divine rights. You're not supposed to deny it. Civil rights, political rights, and social rights. Universal citizenship and global citizenship. Universal citizenship simply means irrespective of national, ethnic, or religious background, everybody are human beings at the end of the day. Don't look into anybody's background. Migration, refugees, and stateless people should also be treated humanely. That is the principle behind universal citizenship. However, in the context of increasing protectionism, question is being asked, or rather, the whole debate surrounds today, how should migration be treated? How should refugees be treated? How should stateless people should be treated? How does a person become stateless? When he decides that I don't want to go back to that country anymore. A person, let us say they ran away from Pakistan, they came to India, but we are like, sorry, we will not be able to, we cannot accept you here, you have to go back. Pakistan is neither ready to accept him. India is not ready to take him. Now he has become literally stateless. 5 pillars of global citizenship are relational diplomacy. That is based on relations, you maintain a minimal diplomacy. How you treat, that is if you're having a friendly relationship with Russians we have right now. So obviously we will treat any Russian decently enough if they come to our country. Same courtesy is extended to Indians. Global leadership, global understanding. That means when you talk about global citizenship, it is all about what? You're thinking everything from a larger world perspective. A world perspective here. Where global leadership, there is no single leader. Again, in today's world, there is no single power center. It's a multipolar world. Civic engagement, academic and professional competence. So all these pillars ultimately talks about how you engage internationally. And it is all about merit again, academic and professional competence. Your judgment is only on the basis of how good you are academically, how good you are as a professional. Got it? So universal citizenship, let us understand this now broadly. It concerns about the rights to citizenship in the state where one resides, especially for migrants and refugees. It refers to the interconnectedness of the individuals globally, transcending national borders. Media depiction. It often showcases individuals escaping crises like war or famine. For example, people from Darfur in Sudan, Palestinians, Burmese, and Bangladeshis. It has been highlighted through global events that affect multiple nations, like the 2004 South Asian tsunami, international terrorism, and global health crisis. So, global citizenship, when we talk about, these are again people who are affected by global problems. State membership and citizenship criteria. States have their criteria for citizenship. They regulate migration and may exclude unwanted individuals. Every state has the right to do that. Every country has the right to do that. The modern challenges sometimes surpass a single state's capacity. Global citizenship advocates for rights and responsibilities on a broader scale. Global citizenship is basically about keeping all the doors open, all the borders open, let people move freely. But obviously, for security reasons, it cannot be allowed. Stateless people and refugees. If not accepted by any state, people become stateless or refugees. They face challenges in accessing basic rights. UN addresses these challenges through the High Commissioner for Refugees. Interestingly enough, India has not ratified a single UN Convention on Refugees. Because if you ratify it, if you actually assent or sign it, that document, it simply means that if anybody comes to our country, we will give them refugee status. Because from refugee status, it is easy to get citizenship. But we don't offer refugee status to anybody until and unless we decide. It is a discretion of the government. Global citizenship aims to ensure rights and protection to stateless people irrespective of their location. India offered refuge to the Dalai Lama and his followers in 1959, which was actually a political refuge that was given, just like how we gave very recently to Sheikh Hasina, political asylum. Many migrants crossed into India challenging the promise of democratic citizenship. Global response to events like the Asian tsunami exemplifies global interconnectedness. Modern communication tools like the internet and cell phones highlight the change in our perspective towards a more global outlook. Challenges. Borders can be reshaped by wars or political disputes, leaving many people in limbo. Limbo means they are doubtful. Are they belonging to this region or are they belonging to that region? And again, it is confusing if you don't have your borders clearly marked and fenced. This raises questions about citizenship's feasibility as a solution. The challenge is to balance the significance of national citizenship with the growing realization of the interconnected world. So, when you talk about globalization, again, what is the challenge here? Now, Trump has basically said that we'll put 50% tariff. That's it, done. We'll punish India. Easier said than done. Because what he has not realized is we are all an interconnected world today. Even something small that happens maybe in a small state like Croatia will have an impact in India or will have an impact in China. So when USA decides, okay, let us not do this, let us discourage everything from India, who is actually going to get affected? It is the US community. They are going to get impacted by this. Got the point here? So it is not at all easy. We are living in a very interconnected world, whereby which any one event will affect the other. Advantages and potential benefits. Universal citizenship seeks to mitigate the challenges faced by stateless people and migrants by advocating for their right to citizenship in their residing state. This is what again most of the NGOs as well as the left liberal ideologists keep telling, that India should show a bigger heart towards these migrants, etc. Even if you look at the whole SIR issue, what is happening in Bihar, people are worried, oh, genuine voters may go out. More than the genuine voters who are actually going to go out is these sort of people who have entered the country illegally and are stateless. They are the ones who are going to get left out actually. Getting the point here. No media will report it actually. Because we all know it, that there are people in this country who have entered this country illegally, been staying in this country for the last 30, 40 or 50 years, having all the necessary documents. Documents are there, but most of them are fake. It promises to address issues spanning multiple nations. It advocates for basic rights and protection irrespective of location. The larger humanistic perspective there. The focus is on moral responsibilities of states in the context of migration and the challenges of including or excluding people based on predefined citizenship criteria. So again, you would have seen during Operation Sindoor again, some women, it was found that they were staying inside India illegally. They were from Pakistan. And then we actually told them you can leave, etc. So then many media reported, see, she's a grandmother now, the crying image, photo, etc. Everything came. Very nice to see, very nice PR work. But let me be very honest here. We have to secure our borders. High time. High time we had complete data about who are the people that are there in our country legally and illegally. The most humble estimates suggest that there are at least 2 crore people in our country who are illegally staying and settling. This is the most humble estimate. At least 2 crore. To emphasize the interconnected world we live in, highlighting the need for cooperation beyond national boundaries, which is very, very important, especially for trade, business, as well as for cooperating against issues like terrorism, climate change, etc. Got it, people? With that, we come to an end of our discussion. Once again, my Telegram channel, people, any doubts or queries are there, please put it up in the chat section or comment section and let us know what we can do to further make this more interesting. Now, let us look into the next topic, which is rights in the Indian Constitution. So, I understand one thing again, this is strictly from an NCERT perspective. I'm not going to go into the real details, in-depth details of it, which is done in Lakshmikant. Getting the picture here? So, part 3 of our constitution talks about fundamental rights, which talks about that basic elementary rights that is necessary for every citizen of our country for living a minimum decent standard of living. Part 3 ensures it. For individual liberties, the dignity, and for human existence, you need them. It is for my own freedom, for my own dignity, as well as, like I told you, to live a decent life, not a mere animal existence. That is the purpose here. Not a mere animal existence. When you say, it simply means that you're just surviving. Something is there to eat, something is there, somewhere a small place is there to sleep, and some job you're doing. No guarantee of payment, no guarantee whether you will be there in that job or not. That is not the purpose. Or you're living in a very unclean environment. That is not the purpose. Purpose is to ensure that the dignity of the individual is not affected. That is why you need what? You need rights. Expanding the scope of rights. So, expanding the scope of rights, again, if you see, historical evolution, right from our freedom struggle, we have tried to achieve these rights, correct? The days of freedom struggle, because if you remember, some movies especially will show it. That is, Indians and dogs not allowed. Or sorry, the actual board was dogs and Indians not allowed. In certain cafes, in certain streets, in certain roads, in certain areas within our own country. Technological advancements. Now, as technological advancement starts taking place, obviously, the concept of rights also will evolve. Digital personal data protection, which has come in the news very recently, which talks about securing our personal data. Then there is the Puttaswamy judgment given by the Supreme Court, which talks about right to privacy. Then the new IT bill is the Income Tax Bill 2025 that gives the tax authorities the right to actually monitor the social media accounts. Correct? So all these, if you actually see, it impacts the rights. It's not just the historical evolution part, but whatever changes happens in the society, accordingly, the concept of rights also will evolve. So people can generally say, oh, how can the tax authority view my social media account? That is violation of right to privacy. Well, the reality is 90% of the people, if you actually see, they are spending their time in virtual media. That is where relationships are being made. That is where assets are being purchased, or that is where even abusing a person or insulting a person or even demeaning a person is being done. So to say that, okay, social media, there will be no regulation, anybody can do whatever they want, that also will not work out, right? That also will not work out. And if you have nothing to hide, you have nothing to cover, then why are you scared? Obviously, I know that my transactions are being monitored by the government. My UPI transactions are being monitored by the government. I know it. It is a fact. It can be monitored. But I don't care. Because I am not indulging in any transaction which is violative of the constitution or of the laws of the land. Anybody who wants to find out where my last penny is going, they can find it out. Got the point here? So one was nothing to hide. Why the fear? And to tell that, no, we should have absolute freedom there. Freedom is not absolute. No fundamental right is absolute. Even your freedom is only what? It's regulated. Limited freedom it is. It is not that you can do whatever you want and the government and everybody else should sit there silently watching the whole spectacle. Got the picture here? Even countries like, not countries, but even the European Union has brought in a new law telling that beyond a certain age or below a certain age, you are not supposed to have a social media account. Imagine European Union is bringing such a law. That is, European Union takes pride in the fact that they give more emphasis to individual liberty and individual rights. So the entire European Union is coming to this grand conclusion that let us keep an age limit for starting a social media account. It doesn't end there. They also have a digital identity card. A virtual digital identity card is there. What is that? Only using that number or that ID number, you can actually access any social media account. That means tomorrow, if let us say you have YouTube, you have Insta, you have Facebook, etc., etc., you may have your account, etc., but to actually log into it, you'll have to enter that ID. Getting the point here? So what will happen? Definitely, government will be monitoring it. And it has to be monitored. Because we know the amount of wrongdoings that are happening in social media today. Talk about spreading falsehood. Talk about sending in obscene pictures. Talk about demeaning or vulgarizing women. Or talk about even anti-national activities. So you cannot have a platform where all sorts of wrongdoing will be allowed. Got the point? Global interconnectedness. Source code. Now, source code is something that is the blueprint of an app or of any software. This was in news when India signed the Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement with UK. That is, we tried to ask UK, okay, why don't you give the source code to all your softwares, all your apps? UK was like, sorry, you cannot do that. Nobody will do it also. Because the moment I give away the source code, what is happening? I'm literally giving my intellectual property. I'm literally telling you how to make an app, how to make the software there. Why will anybody do that? But why will a country demand source code? Because I need to know whether it is a harmless software or whether it will take away the data of my citizens. That is the only reason, security reason it is. That it should be a pure software. It should not be something to do with spying. Getting the picture here? So all these are what? Related to our rights. Marginalized groups. So the purpose of rights is to ensure that the marginalized groups like the SC, the ST, the widowed, the women, the children, they are also protected. Nobody exploits them. Now if you remember, very recently there was a observation made with regard to 3,000 bighas of land in Assam, which actually belongs to Gram Sabhas there. It has been given to the Mahabal Cement, a company. It has come under scrutiny because the reason was because did they even get the approval from the Gram Sabha? That was the question. Especially in scheduled areas, 5th and 6th scheduled areas, etc. Any sort of developmental activity or any sort of land acquisition you want to do, mining, let it be, for cutting down forest, whatever be it, you need to get the approval of the Gram Sabha first. Even if center gives permission, state gives permission, if the Gram Sabha denies it, nothing can be done. That is the provision in the law. Evolving concepts, right to mental health. This was ruled by the Supreme Court over just 1 week back. That is, right to mental health also comes under Article 21, which is right to life. That means, in other words, right to life definition is broadening. The scope is going on broadening out. Got the point here? Rights in democracy, the meaning and definition. These are inherent entitlements and protections. Inherent entitlements. That means you are entitled to it. If you are a citizen, you are entitled. You are entitled to it. And protection. That means you have every right to claim it. Every right to demand protection for your rights. And you get it by the virtue of being human. I know I keep using the term citizens. But obviously, even if you are a human being also, there are certain rights which are entitled to you. Freedom to live with dignity. Right must have three qualities. It should be reasonable. So like I told you that earlier example, a man is walking on the road, a woman is driving the car. And the woman stops the car and asks, why don't you walk on the footpath? Man says, no, I have liberty. Whatever right you are demanding or you are claiming, that should be reasonable. That is the first thing. Second, recognized by society. It should be largely acceptable to the society also. Number 3, it should be sanctioned by law. That means who gives you the permission to exercise the right? The law. The law should allow you to do it. So when you say cigarette smoking is not possible in public areas, why is it so? Because it is banned by law. It is not banned, it is prohibited by law. Smoking in public areas, in public spaces is banned. You cannot do it. An essence of democracy, prevent injustice and prevent exploitation. Rights is necessary. Rights are necessary where in a democracy. Why? To prevent injustice and also to prevent exploitation. Everybody has the same rights. Nobody is treated like a means to an end. Kantian principle, remember. Necessity in democracy. For sustaining democracy, the right to vote, the right to contest elections, and the right to freedom of speech and expression are necessary. 3 important rights. Right to vote. Anybody who is above the age of 18 should have the right to vote. Then the right to contest elections means to contest elections, take part in the elections as a candidate, maybe as an MP candidate or an MLA candidate. Then the right to freedom of speech and expression. Why is this so necessary? Because you should be able to criticize the government. The beauty of a democracy is where I have the right to criticize the government. That is the beauty. If that right is not there, then there is no point. China, as much as people may say Chinese, look at China, look at China. See, the reason why China, one reason, major reason, apart from the fact that they are having a good manufacturing base, they are good at technology, they are also having a huge population because of which the labor charges are low there. One of the biggest advantage for the Chinese government is that the people cannot criticize the Chinese government. If at all they criticize, they will be arrested and they will be jailed. They will be warned. First, they'll be put under house arrest. Then they'll be jailed. Repeatedly again, if you do it, then that's it. You will become missing. Nobody will be able to find where you are or how deeply have you been buried under the ground. Nobody will be able to find. Because the WhatsApp that is there in China, the Facebook that is there in China, or any sort of social media account that is there in China, all these are monitored by the state. And again, like you know, there is no opposition. There is no opposition party in China. It is just one party. Got the point? Moving on. Role in democracy. Definitely it will protect minorities. Minorities as a word has not been defined anywhere in the constitution. So it means it can be any minority. Linguistic minority, religious minority, caste minorities, etc. Government's responsibility, defense against curtailment of individual freedom. That means it is the responsibility of the government to ensure that the individual freedom of any citizen is not curtailed. Means it is not stopped or it is not blocked in such a way that the individual is not able to develop his or her full potential. It is government's duty to ensure that everybody are treated equally. Nobody is being exploited or no injustice is met out to them. Written rights protected by legal framework. How is protected? So in our country, it is protected through Article 32. That means if FR, fundamental rights, are violated, I can directly approach the Supreme Court. But the Supreme Court has ruled that where relief is available through the High Court, go to the High Court first, then come to us. So today, if at all fundamental rights are violated, then under Article 226, you can directly approach the High Court first and then the Supreme Court. So the importance of rights. Importance of rights, when you say, why do we write it down? Why are we writing it down? So that everyone has a clarity. There is no confusion. So when you say from Article 13 to Article 35, everything is written down. Anybody with a minimal knowledge also, when they read the law or when they read any issue, they will understand which fundamental right is violated. And there is a complete clarity. What is a fundamental right? What is not a fundamental right? Constitutional rights versus reality. Now it is true. Constitution will give us so many rights will be there. But the reality will be something different from it. Sometimes fundamental rights are violated even by the state. Case in point being during emergency time period. Even constitutionally also, many violations were committed at that point of time. So both the things are entirely different. Then economic disparity and rights. Even though rights talks about let us bring in, that is our preamble talks about we should bring economic equality. But at the same time, we see that in our country, there is a lot of economic inequality where the top 1% of the population actually owns 40% of assets. The rich is getting richer, the poor is getting poorer. Right? Importance of constitutional safeguards. So, that is the reason we need to have proper safeguards here. That is, in the event my fundamental right is violated, what do I do? So, like I told you, you can directly, as of today, you can directly approach the High Court if your fundamental right is violated. From High Court also, if you're not able to get relief, then obviously later you can move on to the Supreme Court. This under Article 226, this under Article 32. Always remember these. You'll be reading about them more in detail once you start your Lakshmikant Polity series. Alright. Bill of Rights. Now, Bill of Rights is actually a concept that originated in USA. Our constitution also is more or less linked to this. So let us see. Protection against various threats. Alright. Meaning again means basically talks about the basic rights that an individual or a human being should have. Protects against various threats, be it from the state, be it from a private player. Safeguard against government's abuse, that is the executive's abuse. So one thing that you need to understand is why we need rights. When you say it is to stop tyranny of government. Tyranny means what? Tyranny means the government can do anything and everything. So if I want to put a stop to the government, if I want to put a stop to the tyranny of the government, then what do? I need to give rights to the citizens. Because if the rights are violated, then automatically what will happen? Automatically, government will not be able to do anything and everything that they want. Getting the point here. Courts also will interfere then. Bill of Rights acts as a balancing act. So it is a balance here. Rights of the individuals versus the action done by either the legislature or by the executive. So whatever law is being passed, ultimately it should balance the rights of the individual. If anywhere a violation is found, then that law will not be accepted. Say for example, the government had to take a U-turn with regard to what? With regard to the 3 farm bills. Government also, that is the current government, tried to pass the electoral bond scheme. It got passed in the parliament, but it was later struck down by the Supreme Court because it was unconstitutional. Then Bill of Rights in Indian Constitution. Like I told you, it is nothing but our fundamental rights. Getting the point here. The basic rights it is. Fundamental rights in the Indian Constitution. Again, its evolution if you see. Freedom, struggle and demand for rights. So in our freedom struggle itself, we had this. The demand for rights, etc. Inclusion of rights in the Constitution. It is clearly mentioned. It is inviolable. That is, you cannot violate it. There are certain conditions under which only fundamental rights can get suspended. That also clearly it is mentioned in the Constitution. Constitutional safeguards for fundamental rights. Judiciary's role in protection of fundamental rights. Judiciary is the ultimate custodian. When it comes to our fundamental rights, if we feel that the state or the legislature are not doing a good job, we can approach the judiciary. Limitations on fundamental rights. No fundamental right is absolute. The people, whenever they say right to privacy, Puttaswamy judgment, government cannot pass such a bill, this is against our privacy, this is against, understand one thing, no fundamental right is about national security. National security comes over here, fundamental rights comes over here. Always remember this. Got the point here? Very recently, Supreme Court orally made an observation. What is wrong in using Pegasus spy software for matters of national security? Pegasus spy software was basically what? An Israeli software that can be used to actually monitor WhatsApp messages. So we don't know whether the government used it, didn't use it. It is not clear yet. But basically, Supreme Court made an oral observation. Basically, they asked, what is wrong in using it? For national security, if you are going to spy on somebody, what is wrong in that? Spying has been there since the time period of Kautalya, Chanakya's Arthashastra. From that time period onwards, the king had an extensive spy system, Duda and spy system to actually what? Get the information. Its modern version is a Pegasus spy software. It was used during the Mughal era, it was used during the British era. It has been used even during the or post-independent era of India also. Today it is a software. What is wrong in that? Getting the picture here. So no fundamental right is absolute. There are limitations placed. Clear, people? Right to equality, 14 to 18, talks about equality before the law and equal protection of the law. Equality before the law means I, you, we are all equal before the law. Equal protection of the law. So if I am from OBC, you are also from OBC, we will be protected by the same law for OBC. If I am from SC/ST, you are also from SC/ST, will be protected by the same law for SC and ST. Getting the point? That means to treat equals equally, to treat unequals unequally. So this protection what we have, let us say SC/ST, they have that protection, that is prevention of atrocities against SC/ST Act. Law is there. But do we have a prevention of atrocities against General Category Act? That you don't have. Got the point? Why do we have that particular law for SC/ST? Because obviously, we are looking into what? Not only the socio-economic background there, the historical injustice met to SC/ST candidates from generations. And even today it is continuing. Rule of law, foundation of democracy. Rule of law simply means what? Rule of law, the law is supreme. Ultimately, the law is the only supreme thing there. Nothing else. No person is exempt from abiding the law. Everybody, that is, there is no royalty, no special category, etc. Not giving some special status to certain people. Nothing like that. Equality before the law applies to all citizens. Prohibition of discrimination on the basis of religion, race, caste, sex or place of birth and ensuring equal access for everybody. Again, if you remember a few months back maybe, the state government of Karnataka and the state government of Haryana, they tried to pass bills which basically had residence as a condition for employment. That is, Group C and Group D level employment in private companies should be reserved for the localites, local youth of the region. Reserving jobs, Group C, Group D. Group C, Group D means basically when you say clerical level, peon level, such jobs in private firms should be reserved for People from the state of Karnataka or people from the state of Haryana, not for the outsiders. Supreme Court struck it down again, calling it a clear violation of Article 19, right to freedom of movement, right to pick up any job wherever you want. So struck it down. Getting the point here. But instead, let us say a company decides to reserve a job, reserve their jobs, a particular category of jobs, they decide to reserve it only for handicapped people. Only handicapped people need to apply for this. We are reserving this for handicapped people. Will that be considered as discrimination? No. Yes, in a way you can call it discrimination, but it is actually affirmative action. Why are you reserving a certain set of jobs there? So as to ensure equity, so that the handicapped people's life can become better. They can also be part of the mainstream society and contribute to the economic growth of the country. Got the point? Equality of opportunity in public employment. Again, religion, race, caste, sex or place of birth shouldn't be a condition for, again, reserving the job. Positive affirmation can be made. What do you mean by positive affirmation? That is to basically encourage a certain section of the society is there which is very, very backward. Now you want to bring them forward, means you make certain reservations in the government job also, so that they can come forward. Got the point here? Their community gets inspired and they also come forward along with, socioeconomically forward along with the rest of the society. Reservation. Article 16, Clause 4. Don't breach the right to equality. Reservation policies. So why reservation is there in government schools, colleges, as well as with regard to government jobs? It is to ensure this thing. That is, the socio-economically backward people are brought forward. So again, a debate and discussion is going on in this regard. That is, with OBC, we know that there is what you call as a creamy layer and a non-creamy layer. Now the issue here is, the same thing needs to be brought for SC/ST, a creamy layer and a non-creamy layer. This is still under debate and discussion. What will happen to it, we will have to wait and watch. Abolition of untouchability and abolition of titles. Abolition of untouchability, Now, untouchability, when you say it is in its literal sense, that is, somebody is from a lower caste and you're saying, oh, touching that fellow means I should wash my hand with Ganga. There are people who utter such nonsense. Even today, after 78 years of independence, people still believe in such nonsense. Anybody who indulges in such practice, they can be arrested and jailed. Abolition of titles. That means Raja the Raja, Maharaja. That you cannot do. Bharat Ratna you get, Padma Shri award you get, any sort of award you get, you're not supposed to put it as a suffix or prefix in your name. Simply means either Padma Awardee. That way you can call it. But not that people will start calling themselves Padma Shri so and so. Or not even if what Priyanka Chopra, Padma Shri. No. Getting the point here? You cannot do that. It's just an award. Take it, go home. That's it. Don't put it as a suffix or prefix. Only educational qualifications you can put as suffix or prefix. That is, when you become an IAS officer, when you become an IPS officer or IRS officer, why is it that after the end of the name they put an IAS, IPS, IRS? That is an educational qualification. Just like doctor. Got the point? And military ranks also, it is considered to be purely on the basis of what? It's a rank there. That rank also you can use. Retired major, retired colonel, that you can use. Right to freedom, 19 to 22. Freedom implies absence of constraints, ability to make choices and act without external control. That is 19 to 22. No constraints. That is what the meaning of freedom is. And you have the ability to make choices and act without any other external control. Components of right to freedom. You have freedom of speech and expression. You have the ability to assemble and to form association. Freedom of movement and profession. So one of the questions that was asked to my friend while we were preparing was basically that back then, when there was this whole debate and discussion going on about Rajinikanth's entry into politics. That is, what is your opinion about Rajinikanth entering into politics? This was the question. And obviously, because my friend was from Tamil Nadu, the question was asked to him. But unfortunately, he couldn't answer it properly. What is the proper answer to it, or a UPSC interview answer to it? Not just Rajinikanth, any citizen in this country has every right to enter into politics. Under Article 19, everybody has the freedom to what? Form association, conduct assemblies. All right. Now, what is the only issue that I have? The issue that I have is when Rajinikanth enters into politics, there is a high amount of chance that he will be the chief minister if he wins the election. Correct. If he doesn't create a proper party structure where the second in command, that is after him, who should be the next chief minister, or after the second in command, then who should be the third in command, if that structure is not created, then obviously, if anything happens to Rajinikanth, what will happen? It will create a political vacuum as it was created when Jayalalitha was the chief minister. So when Jayalalitha was the chief minister, she ran into a health issue. For more than 1 or 2 months, there was this whole suspense surrounding her health, or rather death. That whether is she alive, has she something happened to her, etc., etc. There was so much of confusion. In those 2 months, I remember, when I used to go to Tamil Nadu to take classes, etc., everybody used to just complain that nothing is working because the head is not there. Hospitalized or sick or ill health, or worse, don't know whether she's dead already. So there was a lot of confusion even within the departments. So a political vacuum it will create. And what happened to the political party afterwards? Even as a political party, you can see that AIDMK just shrunk. Got the point here? The only reason I am telling this to you is you can expect such questions. Expect such questions in your UPSC. So what you always do is you will use the points given in our constitution to frame your answer. Even when you write your mains exam, that is how you are supposed to frame. Got the point here, people? Moving on. Protection of accused individuals. There are constitutional safeguards for it. Like you have habeas corpus petition, etc. That is, there was this particular case in the state of Kerala. It's pretty infamous case over there. That is, anybody you ask, even today, any Keralite if you ask, he or she will be able to tell you about it. It is the Rajan murder case. The Rajan was actually arrested by the cops during the emergency days, suspecting him of attacking a police station. They took him to a camp, a police camp, where unexplainable brutality was exercised on him. In that police brutality, ultimately Rajan died. But what happened to his body after that, nobody has a clue. What did they do with it? Even today also there is no clarity. He's dead, that everybody knows. What did they do with the body? Nobody knows. This happened. Now, son is dead. Parents don't know about it. Parents kept on coming to the police station again and again. But it was emergency time period. No bail, nothing. Then later, Indira Gandhi, for unknown reasons, however, she declared emergencies. For unknown reasons, again, she called off the emergency. After the emergency period was called off, the father went and filed a habeas corpus petition in the High Court. What is habeas corpus petition? Produce the body. Demanding the cops to produce Rajan there. And that is when the whole thing came out that Rajan is not with the cops. Then where did he go? They even tried to create a story that no, Rajan ran away, he escaped from police custody, but all of that failed. Finally, from the other people who were arrested there at that point of time, they got to know that that young boy was murdered. So Rajan was an engineering student, was studying in the Calicut Regional Engineering College, which is a present day NIT Calicut. Got the picture here. So that is where you have habeas corpus. Then the presumption of innocence. That is, you are presumed innocent until proven guilty. Until you are proven guilty, you are presumed innocent. You have a right to a fair trial. That is, you can present your case. You also will have access to all the evidences submitted by the opposition, or rather the state. No double jeopardy. No double jeopardy means you cannot be punished for the same offense twice. That is the idea. No retroactive laws. No retroactive laws means, that is, simple example I will give you. Let us say 5 years ago. Or rather, let's not keep it that far also. 2024 January. 2024 January 1. A girl and a boy were in love. They were in a serious relationship. They even indulged in consensual sex, etc. But later, due to some differences, both of them split in different ways. Later, let us say the girl decides to put up a case on the boy. That this fellow tried to cheat me, that this, etc. He will be... Case is taken. Case is taken up. Under what provisions? It will be taken up under the provisions of Criminal Procedure Code and Indian Penal Code. IPC and CRPC. Because on January 1, 2024, that was the law that was in effect. Getting the point? 2025, January 1. Another boy, another girl. Same case. Girl goes and files a case telling that this guy cheated me. He promised to marry me. And after having all physical relationships, now he is not ready to marry me, etc. Now that is the case. Now the punishment will be given under, the guy will be arrested under section 69 of the Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita. What is the difference here? The difference is only this. As per what law is in existence, only on that basis you can be punished. You cannot be punished based on some law 100 years ago. No. Currently, when you broke the law, what was the thing? The difference here again is, the case that was filed here, only one thing you can put, the case, this is only cheating. It's a mamuli offense, very ordinary offense it is. It is not something huge. Because again, to prove again, for the girl again to prove it in a court of law, this guy cheated me, it's going to be very difficult. So like this, many cheating cases are generally filed in the court. Most of them won't even reach conviction stage. Generally, it will get sorted out. And it is not so strong. Cheating, again, IPC, CRPC actually mentions very limited punishment. Because again, Britishers created it. So there is no provision in it to actually look into cheating on the promise of marriage. That is not there. Whereas, section 69 of the Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita clearly mentions it. Cheating on the pretext of marriage. 7 years, 10 years punishment. It looks far more dangerous. Getting the picture here? Yes. One more thing, just in case you are wondering, only girl can complain on the boy. Girl can put a case on the boy. Not the other way around. That means boy cannot go and put a case on a girl telling that this girl promised to marry me and now she is not marrying me. That you cannot do. No self-incrimination. No self-incrimination means I cannot be asked to be a witness against me. I need not actually be a witness against me. I need not divulge any details where I know that if I tell this, maybe everybody will get to know I did this. So nobody can force me for that. However, this doesn't mean that I need not give my signature sample or my biological samples, that is saliva, blood, etc. Number 3, even a physical scan of my body, that is any bite mark, scratch marks, etc. are there. For these things, I cannot say, sorry, these are self-incriminating, I won't give. That you cannot do. If the cops ask you to give it, even you have to give. Otherwise, court order will come. Simple as it is. Court order will come. They will ask you to give all these things. Clear? And why do we have this? To ensure justice. For protecting the rights, preventing abuse, as well as balancing justice. You have to balance justice. That is not just the victim. It is not just the victim who needs justice, but even an accused individual also requires a fair opportunity in proving his or her innocence. That is why we have it as presumption of innocence. That is, you are innocent until proven guilty. Who has to prove it guilty? The state has to prove it is guilty. Cops who arrested you has to prove that you are guilty. Got it? Right to life and personal liberty. Protection of life, personal liberty. That is Article 21, like I keep telling you. Nobody, that the state cannot simply kill you without any proper reason, or until and unless a court order is there, until and unless there is a shoot at sight order, nobody can take your life away from you. Then the right to education, free and compulsory education has to be provided to all the children. All right, age limit, etc. is given in the constitution. You may go through it. This is RTE, which comes under Article 21A. Okay. Protection against arrest and detention. There are safeguards and procedure. Arrest procedure, legal defense, timely judicial review. That is, what arrest you are making, for that also there is a procedure. What is a bailable offense? What is a non-bailable offense? Categories are there. For which ones you need a court order to make an arrest, for which ones you don't require a court order to make an arrest. It is not that for every arrest you need a court order. No. For some arrests, you can straight away go and make the arrest, actually, what you call as cognizable and non-cognizable offenses. Preventive detention, arrest on suspicion, 3 months advisory board. Now, preventive detention is something which is again a British creation. What it simply means is it talks about preventing a crime. That is, I know a person has entered the district. I know he is a very big time troublemaker. He will always create trouble, let us say, during the election time. And let us say I am the SP. What I can do to avoid it? Arrest him, and up to 3 months, I can put him in jail. If I need to extend this 3 months, then I should get the recommendations from an advisory board. Why this person has been arrested for 3 months and why his detention has to be increased by another 3 months. I have to give my reasons and explanation there. Sparingly used, because obviously putting somebody under preventive detention, it is not at all easy. You will have a lot of questions to answer to the higher-ups, to the politicians, to the media, and even more worse, to the judiciary. Got it? Limitations or the right to freedom. Restrictions can be placed in the name of public interest. In public interest, restrictions can be placed. That is, nobody can say that, I have every right to do whatever I want. That you cannot do. It is not absolute again and cannot be used to incite violence. That means when I say that you have the right to assemble anywhere, that assembly should be peaceful and without arms. In other words, simply means it should be non-violent. Got the point? Rights against exploitation. These rights are basically to prevent human trafficking, that is, buying and selling of human beings like goods. Forced labor and bonded labor. Forced labor and bonded labor means forced labor. Let us say the father, this generally happens in rural India. Father would have borrowed maybe a small amount, 10,000, 20,000 rupees, etc. But then, father couldn't clear it. So they asked the son and the wife, now you come and work for me till you clear your father's loan. They keep working. 20,000, I said it is small, because I am from a city. But in rural area, that is a huge amount. And what happens there again is these people keep working. Mother dies, son works, son's son works, son's grandson works, it goes on. Because according to the person who gave the money, who lent the money, you are only paying the interest. I need to get the principal back. Something similar is bonded labor. It's like you are bonded to that organization or institute. You are forced to work there to prevent this, as well as to prevent child labor. Right to freedom of religion. Freedom of religion supporting secularism. Secularism means what? Secularism simply means state will support. That is, we have the positive meaning of secularism, which is we support all religion equally. So when I say freedom of religion, supporting secularism means we support all sorts of religious practices, as long as it does not affect the public order or society, etc. Individual has the right to freely profess, practice, disperse any religious idea. That is, being a Hindu, now I have the right to practice it, talk about it, and spread the ideas of Hinduism to others. I have every right to do it. It does not mean the right to conversion. No right to conversion. I can talk about my religion. I'm free to do that. I can even distribute materials of my religion. That also I'm free to do, but not the right to convert. Religion in education. Religion in education, again, when you say, see, generally in government funded schools, all right, partially or fully funded schools, you cannot give religious instructions there. Neutrally, you can have prayers like, oh Almighty God, please help us, please help us with good knowledge, please help us to be patient. Like that, you can make it. You cannot give any name to the gods there, either Hindu names or Muslim names, Muslim name of a god or the Christian name of a god. That you cannot do there. Getting the point here. And those minority-based institutions, maybe let us say it's a Muslim school or a Christian school, can they give religious instructions? Absolutely yes. They can give religious instructions. They can have their religious prayers in the morning assembly. They're absolutely free to do it. Limits on religious freedom. Forceful conversion is not allowed. Voluntarily, if you want to change your religion, you're allowed to do that. Harmful practices which affects individual dignity, which is demoralizing, demeaning, vulgar, that will not be allowed. Where women's freedom is affected, again, that will not be allowed. For example, when the whole triple talaq bill came up, everybody were telling, no, it is violation of freedom, it is violation of freedom. Triple talaq was brought in only for one purpose, that it shouldn't be easy to divorce a Muslim woman if you marry her. You should go through the normal process, what happens in every country. And most of the Islamic countries also have actually taken out triple talaq. Got the point here? So here again, always it is that is the issue here. The balance is always between religious freedom versus human dignity. And again, religious practices, any other religious practices, that is why that can cause trouble with, let us say, with the peace, with the security of the state, etc. Even that can be completely considered as illegal. Got it? Cultural and educational rights, rights of minorities, religious, linguistic, and cultural. That is any minority religion in this country, or a very minor tribal community, caste-based community, or even an ethnic community can run their own cultural and educational institutions to protect their and preserve their culture, conserve and develop culture, language as well as script. For protecting minority rights and their cultural identity, education rights and non-discrimination. That is, they can run their own educational institutions. And this is to ensure that they are not discriminated against. Because they are small in number, they are less in number. So we have to ensure that their identity is protected. So Bhashini, AI Bhashini, an artificial intelligence software program brought in by the central government. For what purpose? To revive all the local languages, customs and local language dialects and the variations which are spoken. The Tulu is a language in coastal Karnataka. But the scripting of it, the numbering of it, many people don't know. Even the native speakers of Tulu also don't know how to write it, etc. Because very less schools are there. There are hardly any schools where Tulu is being taught. So what they have done is they have grabbed all the old writers and speakers of the language, and some of them have managed to keep one or two books where they have shown how will the Tulu numbers look like. What is the Tulu script, which is very similar to Kannada. That they are taking. You feed it into the AI system, and what will happen? Now you can generate literature, you can generate poem. The language is preserved. Got it? Right to, Now when it comes to these two things, how do you ensure that the culture is preserved? They can establish their educational institutions, can preserve it through education, and when aid is also given, you don't discriminate against them. Government aid will be given to these institutions to ensure that these institutions survive. Right to constitutional remedies, which is the heart and soul of the constitution, as said by Mr. B.R. Ambedkar. You can approach the High Court or Supreme Court Habeas corpus means produce the body. Mandamus means we command you to do your job. It is a directive generally given to government servants telling that do your job. Number 3 is prohibition. Prohibition is generally a directive given by a higher level order court to a lower court. For example, many years ago, this had happened. So off the coast of Kerala, two fishermen were, trying to fish. So they had moved a little away from the coast and have gone a little too far away from the coast. Another vessel, a big ship, passing through that area, Italian ship. They just saw what? A small speedboat is there, two fishermen are there, and they are fishing. But whether they are fishing, what they are doing, these people also didn't understand. They started making announcements. These two didn't even bother. They were like, what are these people? Why are they shouting? Finally, the Italian marine commandos who were inside the Italian big ship, they pulled out their automatic weapons, aimed, headshots. The two fishermen got killed. Later only the whole thing came out that these were just fishing there. But the Italian marines panicked. They thought they were Somalian pirates. Case went to the High Court. But then the Supreme Court said, stop. High Court doesn't have jurisdiction here. This is a matter that took place in international waters. So the case should come to Supreme Court. They stopped the court from carrying with it. Supreme Court took it upon themselves. Clear? Then you have quo warranto and certiorari. Alright. So quo warranto. What do you mean by quo warranto? Quo warranto means by whose authority, whose certificate, whose order have you done this? That is what quo warranto means. Certiorari again means it is to do with again judicial matters. So certiorari again it will look into what? It will look into judicial precedents, judicial orders. Certiorari means to look into, to literally review the judicial decisions given by lower courts. That is what certiorari means. These are the major aspects of the rights of the individuals in our country. Now again I am telling you, this is just a briefing. Alright, this is just only a briefing about what it is. This is just nothing but a small synopsis of the chapter Fundamental Rights which is given in Lakshmikant. Okay. Then you have national commissions like the National Human Rights Commission, which also ensures that rights of the individuals are not violated. Set up in the year 1993. It is an independent watchdog, consists of the former Chief Justice of India, former Supreme Court Judge, former Chief Justice of High Court, and two other experts in human rights. It takes up cases based on petitions given by victims as well as suo motu. They can take up cases. Then they will also visit jails to look into the conditions of the jails, whether prisoners are living in humane conditions or not. That also they look into. Then finally you have what? It encourages and conducts research. Again, with regard to human rights. For example, with regard to disappeared youth in Punjab and in Gujarat riots, etc., the National Human Rights Commission had taken up cases suo motu. Right to property. Now, right to property was earlier a fundamental right, which basically talks about to acquire, possess, and maintain property. It was the fundamental right. That is, nobody can take away my property. That was the thing. Property takeover by the government was made very, very difficult. In 1973, property right were not basic constitutional element. It was 1973. It was ruled. 44th Amendment Act. It was made a legal right under Article 300A. That is, government can acquire your land if they really want it, but ultimately they have to compensate you for it. And very recently, the earlier Chief Justice of India, Mr. D.Y. Chandrachud, before he left the office, he gave another important ruling that we are no more living in a socialist era where government can simply walk in and take away your property. We have moved on from the socialist era. After 1991, we are actually in a more of a capitalist economy. So when you say that land can be taken away, tomorrow if the government wants, can the government come and take your car away? Can government come and take away the bike? Oh, sorry, we need this. So what the judgment was about, in the judgment they basically made it very, very clear. Public purpose should be clearly defined. That is, if the government is tomorrow going to take away my land, my property, that public purpose, for what purpose are you taking it? That public purpose has to be defined and has to be proven by the state government or the central government, whoever is taking away my land. It is not going to be easy. Compensation, yes, that they have to provide no matter what. But what is the major issue here? The major issue is land cannot be taken away until and unless the state proves it in the court. What is the public purpose that is going to be served by acquiring my land? Directive Principles of State Policies. Directive Principles of State Policies, as they clearly say, these are directives for the state, especially to the state government and to central government as to what sort of government they are supposed to run. It talks about the aspirations and ideals. That is, an ideal society, how it should be, what sort of principles you should use to govern. It is non-justiciable. That is, I cannot go to the court of law telling that, see, the state government has violated directive principles of state policy. Cannot do that. It is meant as a moral strength. How moral strength? Based on how the directive principles, I can make a judgment. Oh, the government is following it or not. I can easily make it. You can hold government accountable. So it gives a moral strength to the people, and you can hold the government accountable if they are violating the directive principles. In other words, how are you going to hold them accountable? Well, any government who is constantly ignoring, if they ignore DPSP, what will happen in the next election? They will not win. Got the point here? So some changes have happened to our directive principles of state policy, like right to education, Panchayat Raj institutions, and right to work and welfare program. All right, that is, right to education has been made a fundamental right now. So the content of DPSP has underwent a sea change. Okay. Relationship between fundamental rights and DPSP, both are supposed to be complementary in nature. A limit on government actions, that the government cannot do anything and everything in the name of DPSP. Government always has to balance DPSP with fundamental rights. Very recently, the state government of Karnataka, they were having this long drawn out tussle between the farmers because state government wanted to acquire the land there. But the farmers were not at all ready to budge. Finally, the government left it. Clear? Safeguarding individual rights and the welfare of entire society. So that is the purpose here. The society's welfare, that is the primary consideration. Ultimately, conflict. Multiple amendments have come into the picture only because of what? This conflict between DPSP and fundamental rights. Best example again, right to property became a legal right, not a fundamental right. And fundamental rights are sacrosanct, means you cannot commit or do any act that will violate or take away the fundamental right. Because fundamental rights are part of the basic structure of the Constitution. Clear? Directive principles, the goals are welfare of the people, social, economic and political justice, raising the standard of living, equitable distribution of resources, promotion of international peace. Policies like uniform civil code, prohibition of consumption of alcoholic liquor, promotion of cottage industries, prevention of slaughter of useful cattle, promotion of village panchayats. Non-justiciable rights are adequate livelihood, equal pay for equal work, men and women, right against economic exploitation, right to work, early childhood care and education to children below the age of 6 years. All right. That is, I cannot actually go to the court and basically says that, see, I'm not getting adequate livelihood. See, I'm not getting equal pay. Can't do that. These should be ensured. Economic exploitation should not happen. Right to work also, I cannot claim it. Early childhood care and education to children below the age of 6 years. This is today provided by the state. All right. Fundamental duties. 42nd Amendment Act of 1976. Through that, this thing was added. Like I mentioned earlier, during the emergency period, fundamental duties were added. There are 11 fundamental duties. Again, these are non-justiciable. That means nobody can punish me if I'm not doing my fundamental duty. Public facility as facet of a fundamental right. Service provided by the government includes basic services. Citizens can lead dignified lives, vital role in reducing social inequalities, integral to human development. All the public facilities, whatever are there, it is a facet of fundamental right. Public parks, school, water, electricity, good road, clean air, environment, everything. It is a service provided by the government. It's part of the basic service for the citizens to lead a dignified life and comes under the definition of Article 21. It helps in reducing social inequalities. Best example is the metro. Now, a metro, when you go, see, Indian Railway, when you go, at least you will find that division, right? AC compartment is there, non-AC is there, general is there, etc., is there. Some people are sitting, some compartments are crowded, some people relax nicely and go. Because it is all about you have more money, get better service. But metro is the best example of what? Metro is the best example of reducing all sorts of social inequalities. Because you go inside a metro, sometimes, especially Delhi, Mumbai, etc., you will find Hrithik Roshan also inside it. You will also see in that same bogie, a person who has walked in, maybe without a slipper. Mazdoor basically, somebody who is a laborer, come there and he is standing there silently because he is a little overwhelmed, seeing all the people. Or maybe he is sitting there and maybe Mr. Hrithik Roshan is standing there. So it doesn't matter, Hrithik Roshan is worth crores together, doesn't matter. The fact that this poor man is getting a seat inside a metro where a rich man is holding clearly emphasizes what? Social equality. There is no division. There is nothing that, okay, you are rich, so you get a seat. You are rich, you can pay more and get the front seat. Nothing. All are equal there. Your economics doesn't matter. Your caste doesn't matter. Your social background doesn't matter. Your language abilities doesn't matter. Nothing matters there. Metro is that perfect example of the basic services being provided by the government where social equality is ensured. Everybody are treated equally inside the metro. Got the point here? Even in a public transportation system like a bus also, maybe you will not feel it. Because buses, AC buses are limited again. AC buses are limited and again only people who can afford it can afford it. Got the point? Metro, that is not the case. Equality. Government role in providing public facilities. It is a responsibility of the government. Planning and development, policy formulation. They allocate the resources, they manage the infrastructure, they ensure equitable access, and they also regulate and maintain an oversight that the right amount of services reaches the right amount of people. Impact brings in social cohesion. It actually unites the people. Economic growth ensures well-being of citizens. What are the challenges? In resource allocation, you should ensure goes to the right beneficiaries. Maintaining infrastructure is not easy. Vadodara, the way the bridge collapsed, we saw. Bihar, bridges after bridges going on collapsing, we have seen. And balancing the priorities. That is, priorities when I say, should I go for more freebies versus capital investment? Now, while I will show you a few numbers, then you will understand what is the problem with our country. With just a little data, I will tell you what is the problem in our country. Just wait a while. Strategies, efficient resource management, public-private partnership, community engagement. Public-private partnership, I told you, best example again is the Adani Group as well as the government is redeveloping Dharavi. Importance, it will ensure equitable access to everybody. Like I told you, best example is metro. You bring in socio-equity, inclusive development. Everybody is part of the whole development process of the economy. Now observe people. These are the various heads. That is whatever expenditures we have. Interest means the payments whatever we have to make for the loan what we have borrowed. For example, from World Bank, we have taken $800 million. For whom? This is for the Andhra Pradesh government to develop the capital of Amaravati. So, who has to pay the interest for it? Definitely the state government has to pay the interest. Correct? Similarly, center also when they borrow money, they have to pay an interest. That accounts for 23.96%. You cannot do that. Hey, I don't have money this time. Next time I will give. That you cannot do it over here. You have to pay it every month. Transport, we spend around 11.48%. Defense, we spend around 9.61%. Again, many people will say, why are we spending so much on defense? We need peace, shanti, etc. Peace, shanti, it is not a one-way street. Peace and shanti will only come as long as the other person is having the minimum common sense to understand that we are being patient, that we are being kind. If the other person mistakes our peace and our shanti for weakness, that is where we have to draw the line. Definitely, I'm talking about our Kujli neighbors, Pakistan and Bangladesh, currently. So this we cannot blame the government. But look at this now. Major subsidies accounts for 8.32% of our expenses goes into subsidies. Now to understand the perspective here, look at rural development. How much are we spending? 5.29. Why less? Because of subsidies. For education, how much are we spending? Just a 2.51%. Why that is also less? Subsidies again. Energy sector, again just 2.11%. So it is not a surprise in our country that there are so many houses there even in our country, and industrial establishments also in our country, small, medium sector, etc., that don't have access to electricity, or continuous electricity is a luxury. This is the reason. Look at where we are spending the money. And what are we getting? See, when you spend on defense, fine, I agree, because these days we are trying to go for indigenization. I agree with this. So this is needed. But subsidies, when you pay, what are we getting in return is the question. In return, what? Rural development, it will definitely improve the social equality there. Education, definitely yes. Social, economic, all sorts of equality. Energy sector, bringing energy everywhere in the country. 100% electricity, that is literally electrifying, providing electricity to every household in the country. Very, very important. Then, for health, we are just spending how much? 1.98%. For agriculture and allied activities, 1.87%. Why? Maximum money has already been spent on subsidies. Now from where the next set of money will come? So investment in agriculture, if you see in terms of, let us have air-conditioned warehouses. Let us have storage units where you can store fruits and vegetables for more than 40-50 days in nice refrigerated yards. Let us ensure cleanliness. Let us bring in refrigerated trucks for transportation. Where is the money for it? Urban development, even more worse, 1.7%. So it is not a surprise then that our cities are either flooding, or they are having pollution issues, or they are having traffic blocks. Where is the funding? Social welfare, when you take 1.22%, that means the disadvantaged section, the poor, women, widowed, SC, ST, particularly vulnerable tribal groups, they also end up getting less funds. Commerce and industry, just around 1.07%. Now this is the next beauty. For scientific departments, how much it is? Not even 1% of the GDP. Not even 1%. And we sit and wonder, why are we not producing electronic goods? Why are we not producing this? Why are we buying everything from there? The day when we spend, I'm telling you, the day when we start spending, at least let us say 5% of the expenses goes for scientific departments, till that day, research is not going to improve in our country. I have told this in my class also earlier, but all you have to do is if you really want to get kicked out from your house, if you're a boy, just go tell, I want to do research. I want to do post-graduation, then PhD, then post-doctoral degree. I want to do research. If you say, you will get kicked out. If you want to get married real fast, if you're a girl, want to get married real fast, again the same thing you have to say, I want to do research. Game over. Development of Northeast, again look at it, just 0.13%. That is no surprise that Northeast continues to be impoverished in terms of infrastructure development or any other developmental activities. Central revenue and expenditure. Where the rupee comes from. It comes from borrowings and other liabilities. Income tax, it is 19 paise. GST and other tax is 18 paise. Corporation tax 17 paise. Non-tax receipts 7 paise. Union excise duty is 5 paise. Customs 4 paise. Non-debt capital receipts 1 paise. All these points will be taken up by the economics faculty Pratik sir in his class. For those of you who want to take it up. Alright. Now, Indian cities, we already saw. Urban development, what is the money that we are spending? How much it is? Just 1.7%. So it is not a medical miracle that water crisis in Indian cities is there. It's a common scenario. It is there everywhere. In almost all cities, it is there today. Private companies have also jumped in because you can make money out of it. There is inequalities in water use. Gated communities, etc., always ensure that they have a good supply of water. Disparities are there in water usage. Poor people barely get access to it. Rich people have nice swimming pools to swim in it. And there is a recommended supply of water that we should bring in. Some amount of conditions we should keep here, right? Because a minimal quantity of water is required to, again, for what? A decent living. Slum dwellers, luxury hotels, there is huge disparity between the two. Government failures and private companies. Government has failed here in this regard. Because even when you look at, let us say, Chennai, I think even 3 or 4 years ago, it was reported in the media, they tried to dig a bore well. They actually hit the hard rock, the bottom rock. Not a drop of water. Same thing goes with Bengaluru. Whenever the rains, there is a variation in the rainfall in Bengaluru, water levels will drop. Perceived government failure, it is privatization argument. That is, government has failed to provide water. Government has failed to. That is, Bengaluru city itself, if you take, it was a city that had lot of lakes inside the city. Artificial as well as natural. Most of these lakes are gayab now. You don't find these lakes. Even the same thing goes for Chennai, same goes for Hyderabad, everywhere. There were small areas where water could be collected. Now in all those areas, real estate mafia took over. So there is no space, nothing is there inside a city to absorb the excess water. So what happens? It will flood the street. Performance of private companies or privatization, again, it is not going to give any long-lasting solution because they also will only work for profit. They won't care from where the water is coming or how it is going to threaten the environment. Clear, people? With that, we come to an end of our discussion here. So all, I know, I've not gone into the depth of it because obviously it is all on a need to know basis because the in-depth part is where it comes under Lakshmikant, Indian Polity. Alright. For the pinnacle batch, I teach Polity and Governance. So those of you who are interested may join the batch. There we can have a detailed discussion of each and every fundamental right. What are its context? What are the Supreme Court rulings under it? Even the PYQs there. So election and representation is the chapter that we are going to deal with here. So let us try to understand this. First thing is we have 3 tiers of government. 3 tiers. 3 tiers, when I say, it simply means 3 levels are there. So 3 levels. Let us see. We have the center. Then you have the state. The bottom. Center, state, and then local government. When I say local government, it simply means panchayats and municipalities. Correct? So these are the things. Before we head on with our discussion, one thing which we know clearly is center elections happens regularly. That is every 5 years. State election also happens every 5 years. There is no doubt about it. Until and unless, obviously, if the government loses its majority, only then you will have an election early. Otherwise, 5 years normally every government will complete and then the election is conducted, where the responsibility of conducting the election is with the Election Commission of India. However, when it comes to the local governments, that is the elections for panchayats and municipalities, the elections are largely irregular. What is the reason for that? The reason is largely because these elections, election to panchayat and municipalities, they are conducted by the State Election Commission. And who has to appoint the State Election Commission? Appointment of State Election Commission is made by the SEC. Is made by the state government. So if the state government does not set up a State Election Commission, the elections will never be held on time. And if elections are never held on time, panchayats and municipalities won't be there. And when panchayats and municipalities are not there, then what will happen? Then you will have very poor rural governance, very poor urban governance. Ultimately, who will suffer? The people who live in these cities, the people who live in these villages, they will suffer. Simple story. Got the point here? Why am I taking the trouble to tell you at least this much is, this was a question that came this year. Very indirectly it had come in this year's GS2 mains exam under governance topic. Alright, very indirectly they had asked it. So that is the reason. Just to give you a brief idea, this election commission, this state election commission. And again, we know with regard to Election Commission of India also, there are a lot of controversies these days. We will see it one by one. So, when we talk about elections, we need to understand elections are held where generally? Generally in a democracy, not in a monarchy. In a democracy, people will grant power through elections and elected individuals will form the government, MP, MLA. Whereas in a monarchy, ultimate decision-making authority is the king. Best example, Saudi Arabia. The government is accountable to the people, explaining actions and decisions. That means in our country also, the government has to answer to whom? Government has to answer to the parliament for whatever questions are being asked. Monarchs may consult a small group, but ultimate power lies with them. That is, monarchy may consult. They may consult again whom? Only largely the members within their royal family. It is very rare that the monarchy will consult people from outside their family. Unlike democracy, monarchs are not obligated to explain actions or decisions to the people. They don't have to answer it. So parliament asks questions to the government. Why? Because these are the questions that the people want to ask. Here, no such system is there. Then types and characteristics. We have direct democracy, we have indirect democracy. Direct democracy means citizens directly participate in the day-to-day decision making and in the running of the government. For example, working with Gram Sabhas in India. That is the only place where you can actually see direct democracy in place. Like I told you in our earlier chapter, that is, Gram Sabha's permission is required. You need to do any activity in the 5th and 6th schedule areas. That is direct democracy. They are involved in all the decision making there. That is direct democracy. What do you mean by indirect democracy? In indirect democracy, citizens choose their representatives who are actively involved in governing and administering the country. For example, the general elections that takes place in Lok Sabha and State Assembly. We actually see we are only electing the MP or the MLA. We don't elect the minister. Who becomes the minister, who becomes the chief minister, who becomes the prime minister, etc. It is a later decision. Sometimes they will announce, this is our prime ministerial candidate. Sometimes they will announce, this is our chief ministerial candidate. Sometimes there will be no such announcement. Only after the, okay, this party has won. Only after that they will declare, Okay, this person is going to be the chief minister. This person is going to be this minister. This person will get that portfolio. Got it? That is what you call an indirect democracy. Democratic governments are generally considered to be what? Representative. They are all representative democracies. So whatever I have, that is whatever I have in the sense, whatever opinion I have, that is represented by through what? Through my MP or my MLA of my constituency. People do not participate directly. That is true. So whatever opinion or ideas I have, are all of it represented directly? No. Most important things are taken up by the MP or MLA, not everything. That is how it will work. You cannot actually cater to all the desires and aspirations of all the people in a constituency. Representatives meet and take decisions. That is, all the MPs will meet together. Whoever has formed the government, they will take a decision. Similarly, all the MLAs will meet together and they will take up a decision. And again, universal adult franchise. Anybody who is more than the age of 18 years, irrespective of caste, color, creed, sex, property owned, whatever it is, you are eligible or you have the right to vote. Why? Because in a democratic government, one of the first and foremost condition is political democracy. Got it, people? Need for elections. Enable people to select their representatives. You can select it. That is why you always have the option to change it. Age, experience or knowledge. All these matters there. Regular turnover of representatives. Turnover of representatives means I can change them anytime they want. That is why the political executive, that is the politicians whom we elect, they form the government, right? The political executive is always called temporary executive because governments may come, governments may go. At the same time, what about the government servants? Government servants are actually called what? Permanent executive. Why permanent? Until and unless you commit a Himalayan blunder, nobody is going to remove you. BJP tomorrow, NDA alliance may change, NDA government may change and maybe India alliance will come. You are an IAS officer. Will anything happen to you? Yes, maybe you may get transferred from one point to the other or you may get a new posting, whatever. That is different. But you don't lose your job. An MP's or MLA's job is only guaranteed when they win the next election. There is no permanent guarantee for it. Because Indian voters, anything can happen. But an IAS officer or IPS officer or any central government, state government job you talk about, government may come, government may go, but your job is never going to change. Got the point here, people? Enable voters to choose their legislators, their executive and the party. Which party you want to win, which government you want to have, which MPs you want to be in the legislature or MLAs you want to be in the legislature, all of that is ensured how? Through elections. That is why you need elections where in a democratic form of government or in a democracy, you need elections. Getting the point here. And every 5 years it is kept. Minimum 5 years. Because 5 years at least is required to implement any policies. Minimum. To see its change, etc. Anything lesser than that, it will be too less. Anything more than that will lead to what? One party ruling for so many years. So if I am not satisfied with the party, I want to change it. It's within 5 years I can change the vote. Got the point? Moving on. Elections and democracy goes hand in glove together because like I told you, right to vote as well as right to contest. As well as Article 19. You have always the freedom to form an association of your choice. Getting the point here. Then a visible symbol. A visible symbol is required because why this visible symbol is needed is not everybody will be able to read. But at least looking at the party symbol, you can go and vote. Election and democracy. Types of election. Direct election is it's a simple majority system. Simple majority system means all you have to get is more than 50% of the votes you get. 50% people voted for you. Then obviously you have won. Or you got the highest votes. It is done. Indirect election is proportional representation. I'll come to that. Elections are conducted by the Election Commission. Structure and its responsibilities. That is, Election Commission of India is there. One election commissioner is the Chief Election Commissioner. To assist him, there are two other commissioners. Electoral system. What is the drawback and its reforms? Such type of a system where you are going on electing. What are the drawbacks in it and what are the reforms what we need in it? Political parties, there are national parties and state parties. Then psephology, which is basically the study of the voting behavior, voting pattern, the number of voters in a region, age, group, etc. Their preferences, all of it. These are the overall topics. Let us see. Features of democratic election. First of all, equal participation. Everybody has a right to participate. Conducted regularly. Like I told you, 5 years. Exceptional cases are there if the party loses its majority. It reflects people's will. You like it or not, it reflects ultimately what? The choice of the people. It has nothing to do with, oh, EVM, voting machine, this voting machine is wrong, this is not right. It is not like how the opposition says. I've told this earlier also. Electronic voting machine, when you talk about, it is not that in the night they will come. Okay, let us keep this machine here. Nobody is saying. That is not how it is done. When the voting EVM machines are brought, there will be representatives of the political parties there in every polling booth. They have to actually check the machine. They will each one of them. If there are 5 parties, means 5 of the representatives should stand there and check it. It is done very publicly. And they are satisfied. They have to sign. Yes, this machine is fine. Only then it is placed in the booth. This is the process involved. Many people don't know this. I think even the movie makers also have no idea how this system is done. And if they have a problem, that machine is immediately kept aside. You cannot keep that machine there. So until and unless there is a approval from these booth agents, you cannot actually place the machine there. It is as simple as that. Whether you are from ruling, whether you are from opposition, or whether you are some random new party also, that is the criteria. It ensures political competition. Correct? Always there is a freedom of choice. Today you are voting for one party, tomorrow you may vote for another party. Merits and demerits of political competition. Serving citizens versus party politics. So ultimately, why you have elections or these political competition? Why do you have it? Who can serve the citizens better? But what is actually happening is it leads to party politics. Party politics means somehow I want to come into power. For that, what should I do? That is the main thing. So today, one party will be in alliance with one party. Tomorrow, they will change the alliance again. Getting the point here. That is, JDS earlier in the state elections of Karnataka, JDS supported Congress in the state election. But in the 2024 election, JDS supported BJP. So this varies, and ultimately it is all about to win the election more than serving the people. Reward versus disunity and factionalism. So the reward is what? You win the election, etc. You want to do good for the people, you want to serve the country, etc., etc. But what is actually happening here? Parties may go and join. MLAs may leave one party and go and join another party. As witnessed in Maharashtra, as witnessed in the state elections of Karnataka, as witnessed in maybe even Arunachal Pradesh, all these places, many places you keep seeing. With the state elections, always there is confusion. MLAs going from one party, joining the other party, from this party, going to the other party, always it is there. Accountability and responsiveness were senseless policies. That is, every political party is supposed to be what? Accountable to the people, respond to whatever people's demands are. But what ultimately happens is, senseless policies are brought into picture just to stay in power. Best example for that is freebies. My earlier chapter, I already told you, close to 8%, more than 8% of GDP, you are spending on what? Subsidies. If you add freebies also into the list, that is, freebies are not announced by central government, that much we know, it is generally announced by state. But if I'm going to add that also into the list, let me tell you, total GDP, more than 10% of GDP goes into subsidies and freebies from which there is no return. You're not getting any return out of it. It is not actually helping the economy. It is not actually socially empowering anybody. Nothing. Simply money is being spent. More than 10% of the GDP. Until and unless we don't bring this value around, don't blame why the health is doing low in our country, why education is poor in our country, why research and development is low in our country. Don't blame. Don't blame at all, because if I take out this completely, 3% if I add to health, plus 3% for health, plus 3% for education, plus 3% for R&D, I will write and give it to you. We will overtake, forget China. We will be the #1 country in the world for the next coming years. For at least another 50 years or 75 years or what say, even 100 years. Population we already have. All we need is what? The right amount of investment in health sector, education sector and research and development. End of the story. But unfortunately, it will never happen because political competition means how to stay in power. And to stay in power, what it will lead to? Senseless policies as well as dirty tricks. Dirty tricks, arresting a person and throwing them in jail, or arresting an MP or an MLA and putting them in jail, trying to create a negative public perception, or using religion, caste to win votes, religion, caste, language, maybe even region. Again, I will take the example of Mr. Rajinikanth because that is less controversial now in 2025. As soon as Rajinikanth had announced that he will enter into politics, was about to launch his political party, etc., most of his peers from the Tamil film industry, they were all busy giving bites to the media, trying to remind them that Rajinikanth is not a Tamilian. Rajinikanth is not a Tamilian. So it is true, he is not a Tamilian. He's not originally from Tamil Nadu. True. But what is the necessity to reveal it? Does it mean that a non-Tamilian cannot stand for election inside Tamil Nadu? Because that is a clear violation of political democracy. Correct. That state actually had 2 non-Tamilian chief ministers. Or roots-wise I'm talking about. Roots, original roots, if you see, trace the roots of the 2 chief ministers of Tamil Nadu in the past. Original roots, if you trace back, they are not actually from Tamil Nadu. Can you name those 2 chief ministers that I'm talking about? So that shouldn't be a problem actually, correct? That a person is actually from outside the state or was from outside the state. Now he's settled, he knows to speak the language, he knows to write the language, etc. He has acted in so many blockbuster movies, etc. That shouldn't be a problem. That is dirty tricks. Trying to remind the voters of the origins of the candidate just so that that particular person should not win the election. Later, Rajinikanth himself told that he is not going to enter into politics anymore. XYZ reason. I mean, that just like we say, he has the freedom to form his association. He also has the freedom to disband any association. All right, people. Moving on now. Election system in India. Lok Sabha 5 years. There will be a general election and sometimes by-elections are also there. By-election simply means suddenly an MP post becomes vacant or an MLA post becomes vacant. An MLA or an MP in a constituency, that post becomes vacant. Maybe passed away or bad health, whatever. Resigned from the party, whatever it is. Then in that scenario, election will be conducted only for that constituency, not for the entire state. Only for that constituency it will be created. It will be conducted. Electoral constituencies, area-based system of representation. Area-based, it is this much area, 1 constituency, this much population. For this much population, 1 MP. This much population, 1 MLA. 543 constituencies are there. It's the same structure, be it for an MP or an MLA. Equal value of votes and equal representations. That is, I have only 1 vote, 1 value, and 1 representative. From my constituency, I will have 1 MLA. MP constituency will be there. And from our MLA constituency also, I'll have 1 MLA. 1 representative. In the Legislative Assembly, 1 representative in the Parliament. Reservation of constituencies. Historical context, we have reservation. That is reservation. SC, ST, we have it. If you really go back, we know the communal award. Correct. Reservation on the basis of religion, separate electorates for Muslims, etc. was created. We don't have it today. Today, what we have is reservation for SC/ST. Reservation for women is there. But that bill, by the time it will take at least 1 or 2 years for it to become practically applicable. Disadvantage of FPTP for smaller social group. So what is this FPTP? FPTP simply means first past the post system. First past the post system means, let us say in a constituency, there are 100 people, or rather 100 voters are there. Okay. So one person, and there are, let us say 5 candidates. A got 35 votes. B got 30. C got 25. +30 + 25, 55. 55 + 3, 58. +2, 60, 35. Oof. Once again, A has 35 votes, B has 30, C has 25, D has 37. 10, 35, 35 + 30, 65 + 35, total 100. First past the post system means who got the maximum first? Who got the maximum first? That is the only question here. So if you actually look at it, A got 35 votes, B got only 30, C got 25, D got 3, E got 7. So who is the winner here? A is the winner because he is the one who got the maximum. But you look at it from the other side. What do you see? 65 votes were against A. That is, to put it in percentage form, 65% did not like A. It was only 35% who liked A. This is the problem with the first past the post system. And maybe this D and E could have been, this could have been SC/ST. This could have been particularly vulnerable tribal group. So these people are not being represented inside the legislature. As an MP or an MLA, they are not being registered. And we use this system for Lok Sabha election and legislative state election. So what happens? That is state legislative assembly. So what happens? Generally, it does not truly represent all the sections of the society. It only represents a few, not everyone. This is the problem with first past the post system. Then why are we using this? Because this is easy. Easy to understand. Even an illiterate person also will understand how the system works. First past the post system. Who got maximum votes? That is the only criteria here. At the time of independence, 86% of our country was actually illiterate. So if you try to explain the proportional system or single transferable vote system, they will be like, what? That is how it would have been. So that is why we use only the first past the post system. The significance of reservation, the extent of reservation, today it is confined to SC/ST, women. It is confined to these 3 categories. Why are we doing it? So that to make it all the more inclusive. That is the main reason behind it. Taking it further forward, delimitation process. Now, delimitation process simply means based on the population, we need to know whether we should increase the number of MPs or MLAs. This is going to be the next controversy in the coming years. Because the new Central Vista, the new parliament, which is part of the Central Vista project, actually has more number of seats. You have seen the videos, you will see that there are many seats there which are lying vacant. Why? Especially in the Lok Sabha. Why? Because they are going to start this delimitation process, which is there in the constitution. That is, as per the constitution, you have to set up a delimitation commission based on what? Based on the population. That is, population has increased means you will also have to increase what? Population goes up. So you will also have to increase the number of MPs and number of MLAs. That is the point here. And interestingly enough, why this will become a controversy is, southern states, especially when you take up always draw Sri Lanka so that people will not get confused that it is some ice cream melted or something. All right. Because generally, if you see, southern states have very less population. And in that, again, if you see, among the southern states again, the state of Kerala currently has a high amount of old age population. Because youth is declining. Many people are not getting married. The married ones are deciding not to have babies. Their combination is very high in the state of Kerala thanks to education. Women have complete freedom to pursue their graduation, post-graduation. That is, it is perfectly normal in the state of Kerala for parents to say, get a job first, only then we are going to conduct your wedding. I am not joking. That is a pretty normal sentence these days in the state of Kerala. We will conduct your wedding only after you get a job. Meanwhile, if you find somebody there in your workspace, come and tell us. If everything is okay, we will conduct it. The family, everything is okay, we will conduct it. This is the scenario there. As a result of which, population decline is there in Kerala, Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, Andhra, Telangana. What the central government has said is, see, population is less, I agree. But we will not reduce your MPs or MLAs there. Because when population decreases, obviously MPs or MLAs has to decrease because it's a pan-Indian phenomenon. So if I am keeping, let us say, 10 lakhs, for every 10 lakh of the population, 1 MP, if I keep, I have to keep that same 10 lakhs, be it in UP, same 10 lakhs, be it in Kerala, correct? But in Kerala, Tamil Nadu and this region, we basically know what? It is all getting old and old. Young population is less. And I have promised also, okay, listen, I am not going to reduce your MP number. For whatever 10 lakhs you have 1 MP, we will maintain it that way only. Okay. So what is the issue then? Issue is population in Rajasthan, UP, Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra, Karnataka, in all these places. Karnataka, again, not so high also, but among the southern states, slightly higher. In most of the larger states, if you see, the population is on the higher side. So what is going to happen is, in most of the northern states, northern, western, eastern states, you will basically have what? You will basically have a high increase in the number of MPs or MLAs. You know what will happen because of that? In other words, a few states in North India is enough to decide the outcome of the election. UP, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, etc. If you count, that is enough to know, okay, where the election is headed to. Now we know what will be the result. It is understood. That will be the thing. Yes, counter argument is there, but that is the current thing even now also. Even now we know any government that wins, any party that wins, UP, Rajasthan, Maharashtra, Karnataka, Madhya Pradesh, maybe Bihar, West Bengal, etc. If they win, we know for a fact that, okay, it's done. The elections are over. We don't even bother with the results regarding to other states. That is the reality even today. Correct? So it is not going to change much. But again, this will come in the news. Lot of articles will be written in the paper, The Hindu. Sensationalization will be there. See, why the government is doing all this? Because it is a requirement in the constitution. As per the census conducted, you have to bring changes to the constituency or the number of MPs or MLAs. This is a requirement in the constitution. So nobody can say that, no, this is not right. Nobody can say that. Constitutionally speaking, it is perfectly legal. Got the point here? Moving on. Rotation of reserved constituencies. Absence of similar reservations. And then women's reservation. What do you mean by these? Rotation of reserved constituencies, when you say, it is just that, okay, now this time this constituency is reserved. Next time it will be another constituency. Why? On the what basis it is done? Again, it is done on the basis of delimitation. So this is the reason why we need to conduct the census. Getting the point here, we need to conduct the census, we need to know who is who in our country. Absence of similar reservation. Now, if reservation is there for SC, ST, similar demands are coming from other sections of the society. Women's reservation is also there. But again, to materialize, it will take some time. As of now, currently, it is there for panchayats and municipalities. State level as well as Lok Sabha level, it will take some time. Voters list or electoral roll, you have it through, is made, or electoral roll. This is maintained by the Election Commission of India. And here lies in the controversy of EPIC. That is electoral photo ID card. What does this mean? So I have explained this in my current affairs class also. See, whatever issue as highlighted by the opposition leader, Mr. Rahul Gandhi MP, one must understand, is it only confined to the constituencies where Congress lost? That is, let us talk about bogus voting, no clear data, no clear name, no clear mentioning. Some names are like A, B, C, D, E, F, G, alphabets are placed up. Do you think so? Do you think it is only a problem associated with those constituencies where a non-Congress candidate won? No. It is actually a pan-Indian problem. Fake voting or bogus voters, that means not real, all this are a reality. And even in that, you have people, non-citizens also casting vote. This is an issue. So where is the trouble? As he said, is it because the Election Commission of India is incompetent? To an extent, it is true. Because initially, when Election Commission of India used to make out these voter rolls, etc., it used to be in what? In the pen and book format. You write down all the names, you give a number. Electoral photo ID card came into picture after digitalization was done. Internet facility, computer, website, everything is there. Now what happened is, in the pen and book format, they have one list. In the digital format, they have another list. You remember a few months back, the Chief Minister of West Bengal, Mamata Banerjee, also clearly told, how is it that in one name, you are having two different voter ID numbers? Election Commission of India gave the explanation, that is because we are yet to integrate the data. That is, the old data from the 90s is yet to be integrated with the electoral photo ID cards which was issued maybe in the 2000s. Whose job it is to do that? Election Commission. Isn't it a sign of incompetence? Again, I would say to an extent. Because to do that job also, the next question is, do these people have the funds for it? Do these people have the staff for it? Election Commission of India will get control over the central government and the state government officers only when? During the time of election. Not before that, not after that. They don't have it. Got the picture? So only before an election is about to start or during the election they have the control. That means, can you blame the Election Commission of India for right now conducting the SIR in Bihar? Absolutely not. This is not my opinion. This is the same verdict given by the Honorable Supreme Court of our country. Supreme Court also has not struck down the SIR. SIR has to be conducted. Special intensive revision. Special intensive revision exercise when they conducted, guess what? Around 65 lakh people got removed from the voters list. 65 lakh. That many bogus voters or fake voters. Supreme Court just said that, okay, you removed 65 lakh for each booth. From which and all booth they were removed. Each constituency, which and all booth they were removed. Give the list of names and give the reason why they were removed. Coming to the next part, who else has to be kept accountable? All the state government. Because most of the state government don't have data. They don't have any proper data system with regarding birth, death, or even migration. It is a state government's job to do it. I'm not pro BJP, I'm neither pro Congress. It is the job of every state government to register the birth, death, migration, etc. In UP, Bihar, put together, they found out that more than 4.5 lakh fake birth certificates were issued. Fake birth certificates. Then imagine how many death certificates would have issued like that then. Fake birth certificate, at least I can say, no, that person's name is this person's name is that. Correct. Or at least I can find the original person. No, this person is the original person. Whoever is dead, he is not going to come from his grave and tell that he is using my name to generate a fake birth certificate. Got the point here. State is responsible. Then, who else is guilty here for making this whole thing, even the center? And I'm not talking about one government here, all the central governments here. Because believe it or not, we don't have a proper border with Pakistan, with Myanmar, or even with Bangladesh. I'm not joking. Proper border fencing, that is, we will be having proper border around our property. Correct. Village, it will be different. They may not have a border, but yes, still there will be an idea. This is my area, that is your area. We don't have a proper border fencing with Pakistan or Bangladesh or even with Myanmar. Most of these constructions have started and it will only get over maybe by 2030 or even after that. Some will get over before that. But understand the reality. Even after 78 years of independence, now we have started constructing the border. It is still a work in progress. So if you couldn't actually stop, that simply means illegally, how many people would have entered the country? How many people? From Bangladesh alone, the rough estimate is around 2 crore. Two crore. They will influence the election. This is vote bank politics. This is that, and all you forget. This 2 crore can come here and create what and all law and order issue. The access to resources. They can also generate fake IDs and they can also start competing with others for government exams, for government resources, for subsidies, for ration, which would probably go to a genuine Indian. Got the picture here? This is why you need a census. This is why you need to have proper data of everybody in hand. Got the logic here? Moving on. Nomination of candidates. At least 25 people should support whichever candidate it is within the party. They will be given a symbol and the support of the political party. Whoever is standing for election, the candidate should give their nomination form and security deposit. They should reveal their pending criminal cases, whatever are there, their family's assets and liabilities, and even their educational qualification. Wait, I think it was minimum age 25, not 25 people supporting it. Yeah. Cut this part, redoing it again. Coming to nomination of candidates. So candidates who are taking part in the general elections to the Lok Sabha, they should have minimum age of 25. What symbol, political symbol, and the support of the party that they plan to stand for. They have to file their nomination form and give a security deposit. Whatever pending criminal cases are there, what is their family's assets and liabilities, educational qualification, all of these should be revealed. Election campaign is the election's core purpose. That is, when they get elected, what are they going to do? Campaign duration, what and all activities will be allowed in the campaign, successful slogans from past campaign regulation, and then model code of conduct. That means there are strict do's and don'ts here. Generally, 48 hours before the election campaign, before the voting starts, you are not supposed to do any more campaigning. You are not supposed to do any more campaigning. 48 hours. Model code of conduct is the do's and don'ts, whatever you can do during the campaign. What you cannot do during the campaign. That is what model code of conduct is. That kicks in. Model code of conduct kicks in from the time the Election Commission of India announces when will the election occur. When will the election happen? The election dates, once it is announced, from that point till the declaration of results, model code of conduct will be in place. Polling and conduct of votes. Polling and conduct of votes, like I told you, it is basically going to the polling booth, putting your vote there. So today it is EVM. Earlier it was ballot paper. Many people are telling, bring back the ballot paper, bring back the ballot paper. If there is a system where you can tamper with easily, that is ballot paper. Why? Ballot paper is all about making a mark, correct? Putting a stamp or a seal. So if there is, let us say, XYZ party, which I want to win, I placed my seal here. All right. I can, now this is proper. How to make this vote now invalid? How to make it invalid? All I have to do is take the seal and re-stamp it again. For what it will look now? It will look like a double entry. That is, half is here, another half is here. This vote will become invalid. It won't be counted. Easy it is. All I have to do is smudge it. Even put a little drop of water and smudge the ink. It is done. That vote will become invalid. Got the point here? Methods of election. First, past the post system, which I already explained. It is a simple mechanism. Majoritarian outcome. Local representation will suffer. It is not easy. It won't actually represent all the people's choice there. Limited proportional reflection. Because like I told you from our earlier example, it could be very much possible that a candidate won, but maybe let us say more than 60% did not vote for that candidate. There is a great chance for it. Then Duverger's law. What is this Duverger's law? Let us see that. Duverger's law simply means it tries to encourage a two-party system. Because we clearly get to know who is going to rule, who is going to be the opposition. Correct? We easily get an understanding. Simplicity versus accuracy. It is very simple. Even an illiterate person will understand this. Critique is what? It doesn't represent the aspirations of the entire constituency. National versus regional trend. What do you mean by national versus regional trend? See, national versus regional trend, again, when we say, you don't get a clear picture as to for what the vote has gone. Have the people voted for national issues or have the people voted on the basis of local issues? Because national election, when you happen, generally we try to portray, okay, national issue, Pakistan, this, that, etc. But let us say the state people are like, what, Pakistan and all? We are worried about employment in my state. What is this? Again, that party may lose. Party can win. Got maximum votes from the other states. Let us say it got maximum votes from northern states plus western states. Okay. But in the southern states did not get any vote. But still, that party will form the central government. So it doesn't actually reveal any true picture as to, okay, why the people voted, why the people didn't vote. You will never get a clear picture from this. You cannot analyze a trend, etc. and find out, okay, this is the reason or that is the reason. You cannot clearly say it. This is the issue. But otherwise, why are we following this system then? It's very simple. Who got maximum votes? Okay, you are the winner. End of the story. That is, in a constituency, let us say, out of 100, 80 people voted for Nota. Nota means none of the above. I don't like anybody. I am not going to vote for any candidate. Okay. 80 went for Nota. 10 vote one fellow got. Other 2 fellows got only 5. Who is the maximum here again? 10. 10 will win. So far the scenario has not happened. But I am telling you, maximum votes who got? That is the only criteria here. Got it? Proportional representation. So what do you mean by proportional representation? Now this is a little complex to understand. Proportional representation means A, B, C. 3 candidates are there. Again, 100 votes. First got 40, second got 30, this also got 30. So we know by default now A has won. Alright. Okay, 1 minute. The next in line is the next type of representation is proportional representation. What do you mean by this proportional representation? Proportional representation, what you do is A is there, B is there, C is there, D is there, E is there. 5 candidates are there. I need to choose 3 of them. So what do I do here? I will give my first preference. First preference for A, then second for C, third for B, fourth for D, fifth for E. This is how it is calculated. The preferences. Each preference for each candidate. So like that, what you will do is, need to select 3 people, right? So, first preference. Who got the highest? Maybe A got it, A won. That is the first thing. So A has won. Alright, maybe. So to win, how do you calculate the winning here? The winning is calculated, let us say, out of 100 votes, 100 people are there to vote. Alright, anybody who gets 30 is considered to be the winner. Okay, let us keep it 40. Anybody who gets 40 votes is the winner. So let us say A had 56 votes. First instance 56. Alright, 56 votes were there. How many are required to win? 40 only. That means A had 16 votes extra. Correct? These 16 votes will be transferred to, proportionally transferred to B, C, D, E. We transfer to B, C, D, E. First preference, A1. So it is over. Now what are we going to calculate? We will transfer it and then we will calculate who got the highest second preference among B, C, D, E. Let us say now C. C1. Who is remaining? BDE. Again, what you will do? Whatever extra votes C got, you will transfer it to BDE. Then you will calculate who got the highest third preference. In that, you will get the third candidate. End of the story. I know, already many are thinking, how do we do the transfer, this, that, etc.? It is a little complicated. I have explained this in my Polity and Governance class. This level of detailing is not required for your NCERT series. It is not required. Chances that you will be asked a question where a numerical is given to you and you are asked to solve proportional representation in the exam, very, very, very less. One question you may get, but otherwise, no. Proportional representation system is used for the elections of President, Rajya Sabha, etc. All right. There's a basic level understanding that I've given it to you here. I've taken it in detail in my Pinnacle batch. This is just for your understanding, especially for those candidates again who are giving even other banking or other exams. Just know what it is. That is enough. So when you have, it brings in a sense of representation where everybody gets represented properly. Every state gets represented, especially in Rajya Sabha. You will end up getting a diverse parliament, but obviously it will be very, very, very complex. It is not easy. When layman people also will find it very difficult to understand this. For coalition governments, this is best. You will have very diverse representation. Wasted votes. Votes are never wasted here because you get extra, it gets added to the next candidate. Varied models are there, and globally also it has its own set of applications. Got it? And generally you do this where you need more on representation. Where you need more of representation, not about one candidate winning. You need that every section of the population should get their representation. There you do this. So proportional to the percentage. So there will be people who want E to win. There will be people who want D to win. C. Proportional to the percentage of the population, candidates are selected. So you can call it is actually far more representative system. But very confusing, very time consuming, very difficult to calculate, etc. That is why it is only used in rare cases. We are using it for Rajya Sabha, we are using it for presidential election and as well as MLC elections also. Country is divided into small geographical units called constituencies or districts for the election purpose. Which one? First past the post system. Large geographical areas are demarcated as constituencies. The entire country may be a single constituency. Anything it can be. From every constituency, you will only have one representative. Which one? First past the post system. Whereas under proportional representation, one representative may be elected. More than one may be elected from one constituency. Because like I told you, for each section of the population, it is like one person. Like that it is. Voter votes for a candidate. Your voter votes for the party. Party may get more seats than votes in the legislature. How is that possible? Because it is all about winning. Getting the point here. You may have a larger number of people who didn't want to vote for you. It is very much possible. But ultimately, it only matters what? Have you won that seat? Who got the maximum votes in that particular constituency? That person will win. Here, every party gets seats in legislature in proportion to the percentage of vote that it gets. Higher the percentage of votes, higher will be your representation in Rajya Sabha. That is the reason why it is important for the BJP to win the state elections. So whoever will ask me actually that BJP is doing this vote thing, that thing, I only ask them one question. If BJP really had, if I was actually the head of BJP and I actually could have influenced the election outcome, long time ago only I would have ensured West Bengal it is a BJP government. State of Kerala it is a BJP government. In Tamil Nadu it is a BJP government. In Tamil Nadu, other than DMK and AIDMK, no party has ever won. Long ago, very long ago, Congress used to win there. But other than that, no party has ever won there. It is always between these two. In Telangana, I could have ensured that I win. Who will get to know? If I really could have influenced the election voting outcome, I could have done that. Why it is important to win the state elections? Because states take part in the election to Rajya Sabha. More states are there that takes part in, more BJP's ruled states are there, means automatically what will happen in Rajya Sabha also I will get a majority. I can bring any controversial bill, anything I want to bring, I can bring it easily and get it passed. As simple as that. No headaches. Candidate who wins the election may not get majority votes. It is true. They won't even, sometimes it is not necessary that they get the majority vote. As I showed you earlier. Candidate who wins the election gets the majority of votes. That is very, very true. UK, India uses the system. The system is used in Israel and Netherlands. Again, same thing. Reasons for adopting FPTP system in India. Popularity and simplicity. It's a direct choice and you can ensure accountability because you know, okay, this is the candidate. I can directly go and question him. Highly unsuitable. PR is not suitable in India because if you look at it over here, look at the examples. Israel, Netherlands. Israel, very small country. Netherlands, even more smaller. So in such small places where population is very less, you can use it. Whereas in India with such huge diversity, you start using PR means it can become very confusing and time consuming. Two-party structure and the nuances. Yes, FPTP system generally encourages a two-party system, which is ruling party and opposition. So everybody has a clarity. NDA is ruling. India Alliance is the opposition. No confusion there. For Rajya Sabha elections, which are indirect elections, for that we have used what? Proportional representation for allocation of seats, and the election process is based on single transferable vote, which is based on quota and surplus transfer. Again, I'm not going into the details of it. The only reason being that it is very confusing. You may get one question, but beyond that, chances are very less. That, okay, what is the proportional representation system? Explain how single transferable vote system will work. How does the quota work? Surplus transfer work? No. Chances are very less. Historically speaking, also it has not been asked. You need to know, yeah, single transferable vote system, it is part of proportional representation used in Rajya Sabha elections where you have a quota and a surplus transfer. However, I have explained it in my Pinnacle class. There you can take, there if you have joined it, you will understand it. There I have explained it. Here in the textbook also, they have not gone into in-depth detail of explaining this. So let us leave it at that. Clear, people? In addition to that, you will have what? Representation of different parties are there. And Rajya Sabha, it's a continuous house. As one batch gets retired, that is every 6 years, one batch of MPs will retire from Rajya Sabha. Another fresh batch is elected again based on the same system. Whichever party gets the maximum votes, they get the maximum number of seats. Factors making election in India democratic. You have an independent election commission. They are not answerable to the government. That is the first thing you have to understand. Election Commission of India is a constitutional body. They need not answer to the central government. They enforce the code of conduct. And the Election Commission of India is set up under Article 324. There are state chief electoral officers, single and multi-member commission. That is, initially it was single. Later on, it became a multi-member commission. Equal powers and accountability. That is all of the, even though we have a chief election commissioner, doesn't mean that he is superior. All the three have equal powers and they are all accountable. Appointment process and reform, it is something which is still under controversy. Alright, Election Commission of India, when we actually have to know whether our election commission is truly neutral, you look at the selection process and let me know who actually are involved in the selection process of the chief election commissioner. They have security of tenure and they cannot be removed arbitrarily. Universal franchise and right to contest from the 61st Amendment Act 1988, 21 years, that is to vote, it was lowered to 18 years. Embrace a non-discriminatory approach, acceptance of election outcome. One must accept it. That is, if you are lost, you have to accept you have lost. You cannot handpick and cherry pick examples and say that, see, there I did not win because something happened there. Wherever I won, I have no issues. Everything was perfect. Wherever I lost, things were imperfect. You cannot do that. Getting the point here, that is actually that is actually, you are a sore loser. That is what it signifies. Because let me tell you, the initial issue was all with electronic voting machine. And I don't know how many of you follow current affairs diligently. In that, again, this voting machine was given to the opposition. It was given to the Aam Aadmi Party, or it was even given to the Congress, and they basically told, can you just prove how can you hack it? Not single person could prove it, because it is simple. Your electronic voting machines technology is the same technology what is there in a calculator. In a calculator, when you press 5, it should come as a 5. When you press 3, it comes as a 3. Hack and show me a calculator, and I will believe you can hack a EVM. And it does not support any Bluetooth device, any Wi-Fi connectivity, nothing is there. Got the picture here? Free and fair elections. Challenges, money, corruption, criminals. Obviously. Party systems. There is one party system like in China, two party in USA, and we have a multi-party system. What is a political party? A collective group of people that formulates policies and they reflect society's varying perspectives. Functions of political parties are contesting election, policy formulation, legislative influence. That is, they can influence legislations. How influence legislations? Say, for example, during the UPA tenure, one of the coalition partner of UPA was CPM. UPA wanted to go ahead with the nuclear deal with USA. CPM did not allow it. Got the point here? CPM did not allow, even though they were of the same coalition. They formed the government and opposition dynamics. That is, as if they are part of the opposition, how they will perform various activities inside the legislature. They help in shaping public opinion and also ensure access to governance. General points. Importance of political parties, governance and policy formulation, accountability and responsibility, formation of factions or divisions. That is, they can undergo split from the main party and form another party. Global prevalence. All over the world, democratic countries, if you see, the aspirations of the people are shaped actually by political parties. And it is through these political parties that again bills or laws are made or amended or repealed. Challenges. Lack of internal democracy. That is, there are certain political parties in our country, again, I'm not going to name it, where you're not supposed to speak anything against the top brass. Dynastic succession. Father, son, grandson, great-grandson, and it keeps on going. Basically, nepotism. Money and muscle power. That is, obviously, you have unaccounted wealth. Money plus criminals. Lack of meaningful choice. Sometimes what happens is, even though we have multiple parties, when you look at it, everything finally, you wonder what the hell. Best example I will tell you, take the electoral bond scheme. Electoral bond scheme, was there a single political party which did not get the benefit of it? You take the whole list. Everybody will say, see, BJP got this much money. Agreed. Below that, every political party in this country has got benefit out of it. Got the point here? Because if I am a corporate owner, I have 5,000 crore worth assets or whatever, I'm that level rich. I am not just going to put money into the ruling party's pockets. I'm going to put into the opposition's pocket also, and every other small party. Because I don't know in which state which party will come. I don't know in center also what type of coalition may come, which type of single party may come. Because Indian elections are highly unpredictable. So what will I do? Yes, the probability that this X party will win maximum votes. I'll take the name only. Let us say BJP will maximum votes. So I'll give BJP a little more money. Congress I may give little less. Samajwadi Party I may give even more less. Trinamool I may give it even more less. Because I am a businessman. I don't have permanent enemies, permanent friends. So even if the party says, some party comes and says, well, you gave us very less, I will say, win the election and come. I will give you very high, even more than this. When have I said no to you? Come on, sir. I will do buttering there. So the electoral bond scheme, when you look at it, finally you will understand that, oh my God, Which party will I vote for? Which party will I support? So never support any party, only support the government. Because that you have to do. That you will definitely have to do. Because it is the government. Oh, that party is in power. No, that government is in power. Right now they have been elected by the people. People's mandate you cannot change. People have voted somebody into power, you have to respect it, whether you like it or not. And especially when you're entering into the government field, when you're preparing for a government job, state, center, doesn't matter. You're going to become a state government employee, central government employee. So obviously you will have to what? Remember, you're a government employee. You work for the government. Got the point? People may say, no, I work for the people. People didn't put you there. Government conducted an exam. Based on the outcome of the exam, they have appointed you. You're answerable to the government. Whichever party may come and go. Got the point? So stay completely politically neutral. Don't even bother to enter into political discussions because it is totally useless. But always be pro-government, whether be it at state, whether be it at the center. Clear? Moving on. Suggested reforms. Enactment of legislations to improve, make the voting process, etc. even more transparent and better. An idea that is being toyed with is e-voting, which has already been conducted on a trial basis in multiple elections. Can you name a few in the comment section? Mandating a quota for women candidates, state funding of elections. That is what in USA, how it is held in USA. In USA, the state funds the election. So that complete idea is that how much money is spent. Whereas in our country, each political party spends the money. It is generally said, whenever Indian economy has to go down, all you have to do is conduct an election. Why? Whatever black money is there in the system, which is hidden away, that re-enters into the system. You need more of public participation because these days what you can generally see is most of the public have become totally neutral towards elections. Election simply means an extended weekend, long drawn holiday. That is what it means. Bringing changes to the first past the post system so that you have a more representative system, more of gender representation, money control, which is very similar to the state funding. Criminal cases, the 130th Constitutional Amendment Bill, which has been introduced in the Parliament. What is it about? Can anybody tell me? Caste and religious appeal should be stopped with. We can always see even people who are in responsible positions using religion and caste to actually garner votes. That some break should be put on it. Transparent political parties. Where are they getting their funds from? Where are the money going into? For what purpose have they used it? That should become even more evident. Clear, people? Gender and politics. Legislature representation is required. There is an education divide in the country when it comes to women. There is an unequal workforce is also there. That is, women are not represented in the workforce. Women are not represented or women are not paid money also properly. Sex selective abortion is there. That is still female feticide is very high in our country. High level of domestic violence. Again, murdering your wife in front of your child. Over 36 lakhs. And over the fact that she started her own beauty parlor and she tried to drive a Mercedes Benz. These are the reasons to murder the wife. Imagine. Here again, I would like to criticize the Election Commission of India because Election Commission of India, when somebody asked, the reporter asked, what about CCTV visuals? The answer given by him was, oh, you want the video of our women and our daughters and our mothers and our sisters to be handed over like that? That is patriarchy. A woman's identity still being associated with, oh, this man's wife, that man's sister, this man's daughter, simply again reinforces the idea that a woman is not meant to have her own identity. I am Nikhil Ram. That is what matters here. I am taking political classes. That is the only thing that matters. My name, my job. Finished. I am married to somebody. I am the father of somebody. Doesn't matter. That is my private affair. It is none of anybody's business. When I can say that as a man, that same right should be there for a female. To just say that, oh, their video will go out. What video are you talking about? Is it a bedroom video? Is it a video where they are changing their dress? No, they have come there to cast their votes. And in a public space, public CCTV visuals, anybody should have access to it. To actually brush the whole thing aside as an infringement to the privacy of a woman and her bodily rights is nothing but patriarchy at its peak. Got the point here? Religion, communalism, and politics in India. Caste and politics. Again, these two things unfortunately continues to decide the outcome of an election. As long as religion is the reason why you will cast your vote, or caste is the reason why you will cast your vote, don't worry, India will never change. And again, where religion is there, caste is there, then automatically what will happen? Vote also will go only for whom? The men, rather than women. Because there are still, unfortunately, men in the country who don't want women to go work, who feels emasculated when the women starts working or earning more than them. Got the point here? Because all these are interconnected. Because no religion out there actually, even though they may say we worship women, we do this, we that, all the religions of the world have only tried to keep women inside the house, inside four walls. That is the reality. All the religions of the world. No religion actually says that you should allow the woman to go out and work. No religion will say that. And as long as you use religion and caste-based logic to determine the outcome of an election, women will continue to suffer in the country. There will be more instances of a woman getting beaten up brutally, black and blue, where a husband and his mother feels that what we did was the right thing. She deserved to die. Don't want to live with her? Give a divorce. Why give trauma to your own son? Got the point here? Again, my Telegram channel people. With that, we come to an end of our session here. I know some of you will be wondering why he didn't explain proportional. Again, I am telling you, for NCERT, that much is enough. A need to know basis. Sometimes you should also understand when a faculty leaves a topic at a certain point, it is only because it is not important. Not every topic requires your attention. Not everything that is reported in the paper requires your attention. Not every complaint that comes to you as a district collector or as an SP, whatever complaint comes to you, requires your attention. Art of preparing for a government exam is to know what to pick, what to live. Because if you at least understand this is not needed, 90% of your preparation will get done. You will have only very limited content to prepare from. Let us understand what is executive. Executive in simple terms means government. And there are three primary organs here for the executive. That is legislature, executive and government. Executive itself, when you say legislature and judiciary is also a part of it, because legislature makes the law. Judiciary checks whether it is right or wrong. Executive again basically comes to the decision like how to implement it now. Law will be made by the legislature, but you have to decide on the implementation part. How are you going to administer it? That is a very important thing, correct? Together maintains the law and order and cater to the welfare of the people. All three of them together. Legislature and executive have interdependent relationship. That shouldn't come as surprising to anybody here, because ultimately, when you talk about the Lok Sabha, the Prime Minister plus the Council of Ministers are ultimately responsible to the Lok Sabha. And in our current scenario, if you take most of the ministers as well as the Prime Minister, they all come from the Lok Sabha. So there is an interdependent relationship. Executive, when we talk about it, includes President, Vice President, Prime Minister, Council of Ministers, and the bureaucracy in our country. Political institutions. What are they? Political institutions are those organizations that are involved in the creation, enforcement, and application of laws, rules, and regulations. Say, for example, you have PM plus Cabinet, civil servants, and Supreme Court. Institutions are established arrangements in democracies that oversee specific tasks. UPSC, Election Commission of India, Finance Commission. These are all institutions with specific tasks. Their efficient functioning ensures smooth operation of a democracy. Constitution outlines basic powers, roles, and responsibilities. Say, for example, Article 324 for Election Commission of India clearly talks about the roles and responsibilities of the ECI. Why do we need political institutions? Well, to govern country, multiple activities are involved. Correct. Like, for example, tax collection, you need Central Board of Direct Taxes. For GST collection, you need Central Board of Indirect Taxes and Customs. To look into money laundering, you need Enforcement Directorate. To look into terrorism and terrorist financing, you need NIA. Decision making and implementation. Again, to make decisions and to implement it, maintain consistency amidst change. Changes will keep happening, but you should remain consistent. Government may come, government may go. But ultimately, what makes our country stand together are these institutions. Challenges with institution, red tapeism. What is red tapeism? See, you would have seen this. Anybody who has visited in any government office will be knowing this. File will be there, government file, and on top of it, you will see something like this. A red color leaf-like thing. You will keep one, keep the other, then there will be two threads will be there. You will take it and you will tie the knot. This right there, this red color band on top of it, that is your red tape. So red tapeism simply means any institution that it wants, any bureaucracy, any collectorate, any government body can keep a file pending for however long it wants. The process can be very tedious and time consuming. That is, it can be very troublesome. It will take multiple delay. This is one of the reasons why the ease of doing business ranking of India is poor. Multiple clearances, multiple permissions, multiple compliances with various ministries, multiple things are required. Why are institutions essential in a democracy? They ensure accountability, like your Comptroller and Auditor General, CAG. Inclusive decision making. That is, you try to ensure that all the people are involved as part of the decision making. Like, for example, the Parliament. It's also an institution. Balancing speed and quality. Speed also should be there, but quality shouldn't be compromised. Both. Say, for example, how e-office is being used. That is, by the time you people join the service, you're not going to find what? You're not going to find the physical file. Some of you at least would have dreamt, okay, I will sign with the green ink and all that. Those days are gone. By the time you people join the service, everything will be e-office. E-office simply means every file will be in the electronic format. No more physical signature. It will be very, very, very rare. Otherwise, every signature is going to be digital signature. Clear? Executive branch has the responsibility of implementing laws and policies adopted by the legislature, like implementing schemes, implementing various policies, all of that. They are often involved in the framing of policies. Even they will frame policies also. They can frame policies, but the question here is, once they frame the policy, will it be accepted by the legislature or will it be accepted by the judiciary? Because that test has to go. Not that executive can frame any policy that they want. Clear? Types of executive system. Presidential system. The president plays both roles of head of the state and head of the government, making the office highly influential. Example, USA. Say, for example, now US president put 50% tariff on India without any consultation with anybody. Parliamentary system. There is a ceremonial head of the state, a monarch, like in the case of UK, or president, like in our country. But the prime minister is the head of the government with effective powers. Examples are Canada, Japan, Germany, Italy, and India. Semi-presidential system. Both the president and the prime minister are present. The president might also have significant day-to-day powers. Examples are France, Russia, and Sri Lanka. Moving on. Types of executive. Parliamentary, semi-presidential, presidential system. Again, you can just go through it briefly. Purpose is, again, just to understand the difference. Mind you, again, this is just a tip of the iceberg. Getting the point here. Just understand what it is. Say, for example, head of the government is parliamentary. It is usually prime minister. He is the leader of the majority party in legislature. He is accountable to the legislature. In India, it is to the Lok Sabha. The head of the state may be a monarch or a president. In our country, it is the president. Monarch is for UK. Semi-presidential system has the president as head of the state, has a prime minister as head of the government. PM and his council are responsible to the legislature. You can have a constitutional monarchy. Okay, that is not over here. Sorry. Semi-presidential system don't have the system. Presidential. President is head of the state. He is also the head of the government. President is usually directly elected by the people. He is not accountable to the legislature. Example, USA. This is France, the best example. And then this is India. Mind you, France will go into elections in 2027. So please read about the French presidential system of government from the newspaper that time. Got it? Semi-presidential executive in Sri Lanka. This is again just for your information. In 1978, Sri Lanka amended its constitution to introduce the system of executive presidency. Under this system, people directly elect the president. It is possible for both the president and prime minister to hail from the same or different political parties. The president of Sri Lanka has vast powers, including the ability to select the prime minister from the party with a parliamentary majority and to remove the prime minister or ministers. The president serves in multiple roles, including the elected head of state, commander-in-chief of the armed forces, and also the head of the government. President of Sri Lanka is elected for a term of 6 years. The process of removal of the president requires a significant majority in the parliament or can be initiated by the Supreme Court based on the speaker's request. Not that I'm expecting a question on this, but at least you must get to know President of Sri Lanka has more powers than the President of India. President of Sri Lanka has more powers than even the Prime Minister. Removal of the President can be initiated by the Supreme Court. In India, you cannot do that. Impeachment proceeding of the President can only be initiated by the Parliament. Basic such differences, please make a note of it. Clear? Indian and US system differences. President is head of the state, Prime Minister is head of government. Here, it is both. Election of head of state. President is elected by MPs and MLAs, not directly by the people. In US, it is directly elected. Appointment of ministers. Prime Minister appoints the ministers. President personally chooses and appoints all ministers. Sometimes they can be even apolitical people also. That means they need not be from the political party. He can even appoint outsiders. Veto power. President can delay a bill and send it back to Parliament for reconsideration. But if the bill is passed again, then the President has to sign it. Here, the President can veto any law. Tenure of head of state. President has a fixed tenure, but the Prime Minister's tenure depends on the majority in the Lok Sabha. Here, President has a fixed tenure irrespective of the majority in Congress. Irrespective of the majority, President has a fixed tenure. Whatever happens. And until the time period is over, President of USA continues to be the President of USA. System of government. Parliamentary system of government where the Parliament is supreme. Now, this sentence is a little tricky here. It's not that the Parliament is supreme. Constitution is supreme in our country. Please remember that. When the Parliament also has to work under the rules of the Constitution. Not that Parliament can do anything and everything. Parliament is actually supreme in UK. Clear? Just remember that. Presidential form of government you have in USA. Role of head of the state. President exercises nominal powers and has a largely ceremonial role. President, not much powers Indian president has actually. In USA, president exercises wide-ranging powers and has an active role in the government. Parliamentary executive in India, when you talk about, the inspiration for it comes from Government of India Act of 1919 and 1935. That is the whole system what we have here. We have taken it largely from British time period. 2 laws which were passed in British time period. You will be reading about them in detail in Lakshmikant. Executive is controlled by people's representatives. That means ultimately the government is executive responsible to Lok Sabha. Responsive and accountable government favored a parliamentary system over presidential system as the sole executive authority and potential personality cult. What does that mean? See, why did we go for a parliamentary system? As we wanted a responsible and accountable government. Because back then, the system was such that freedom fighters were there. Jawaharlal Nehru, Rajendra Prasad, Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel. People literally who had a huge fan following. So if you had gone for a presidential system means that, directly electing the president, then what would have happened is people would have kept on electing that one person because of their personality, because of the way they speak, etc. So we didn't want that. We wanted an accountable government, a government where again, once it is elected, there is also a fair chance for them to lose. That is the whole purpose of a democracy. When you talk about the feature of a democracy, people who are in power should also have a chance of losing the election. Presidential system, that thing is not there. That is the reason again why in USA, if you see, now Trump, this is his second term as the US president. This is his last term also, thankfully. He cannot become the president again no matter what he tries to do. Got the picture here? That is the reason, because they don't want, because more than 2 means, if you keep any number of times means, people will keep, there are fans of Trump who will keep voting for him. Clear? Executive answerable to the legislature. President formal head supported by PM and COM. Similarly, at state level, you have governor and chief minister plus council of ministers. Real power always lies with the prime minister or council of or chief minister along with the council of ministers. That means in our country, basically, when it comes to head of the government at the union level, it is the prime minister, it is the chief minister, and they are both assisted by what? Council of ministers. They head the government. President or governor, when you talk about it, is largely ceremonial. Just to show, that's it. The president is the head of the state, similar to monarch of Britain, has a 5-year term, elected indirectly by MPs and MLAs, by proportional representation with a single transferable vote system. It's a little complicated thing to understand. Just go through Lakshmikant once for those of you who want to read about it in detail. For an NCERT level preparation, if you are looking, information till here is more than enough. Because this simply means that there will be first preference, second preference, third preference. Just like how you give your cadre preference, like that you have to give. Preferences you have to give. Whom do you prefer first? Whom do you prefer second? Whom do you prefer third? Like that. Whom do you prefer fourth? Once all the votes are counted, the first preference candidates, let us say A secured, A got more than 50% of the votes in value. Got it means A will be declared as the winner. That is, idea here is, you need to secure more than 50% to win the election. A secured all first preference votes more than 50%, then A becomes the winner. But sometimes what happens is, you will have 25, 30, 35, 20. Let us say these are the percentages that they got. A got 25% first preference, second preference, third preference, fourth preference. How many candidates are there? A, B, C, D. So how will you decide who is the victor? So what will happen here is, generally what they will do is, who is having the least number of first preference votes, they will see. So let us say now A has 25, B has 30, C has 30 first preference votes. A, B, C, D. 25%. Okay, wait a minute. D's 20% votes is taken and it is distributed among A and B, C. D is eliminated out of the race. That is how it is done. D is eliminated. Single transferable vote. This is transferred now to A, B, C. After that, again, they will see who is having maximum. Did anybody cross 50%? If not, again, they will repeat it. Who is the lowest in this? Transfer their votes again. They'll keep continuing till one of the candidate crosses this 50%. Like I told you, it is a complicated system to understand. That is why we didn't even adopt it in our election system. We have kept it only for the presidential, vice presidential elections. That's it. Rajya Sabha elections. Otherwise, for normal elections, state assembly election, general elections to the Lok Sabha, we keep what? First past the post system. That is, whoever gets the maximum votes will be declared the winner. Easy to understand. Even a common layperson will understand it. President is removed by impeachment. Powers and functions of various powers and functions are there. With regard to government activities, policy decisions, and appointments, he is the supreme commander of defense forces. But ultimately, whatever decisions are taken by the president should be based on the aid and advice of the Council of Ministers. He can give assent to the bill as well as return the bill. Return the bill for reconsideration. But once a bill is returned, whether the Council of Ministers makes changes to it or not and sends it back to the president again, president has no other choice but other than approving it. Appoints the leader of the majority party or coalition when as what? As the Prime Minister. When no party or coalition is there, president exercises discretion. Majority support in Lok Sabha. That means nobody has a clear majority. So then the president can invite any one person and ask them, can you form the government? Show me that you have the support of the MPs. President can use the discretion. That happened during the 90s. If you notice again, just put it up in the chat section. 1991 to let us say till 1999. How many prime ministers were there in the country? Just count and see. You will be shocked. Ceremonial head means largely takes part in ceremonies. Other than that, no special powers as such. COM relies on the support of the majority. Council of Ministers always should have the support of the majority, means Council of Ministers should have more than, greater than or equal to 270 MP support. Symbolically represents the nation and during unclear majorities. That means represents the nation, foreign trips and travels while receiving dignitaries, etc. And during unclear majority means no party has a clear majority, means generally president's powers will be on the higher side. One example is again K.R. Narayanan. When he was the president, he exerted his power royally because it was a time period where no party had a clear majority. It was a time period full of coalition. So whenever a coalition party is there, that is more than one party coming together and they are forming an alliance and they are forming the government, generally president will have the upper hand. On the contrary, when a single party is in power, then the prime minister will have the upper hand. Got it? Position of the president in the Indian Constitution. Article 74, Council of Ministers with PM as head to aid and advise. Council of Ministers advice is binding. President must accept the reconsidered advice. Most powers are exercised on the basis of the advice of the COM, something which I already told you. Real executive authority is always the Prime Minister plus Council of Ministers. But again, let me tell you here, Prime Minister will become supremely powerful if there is a single party rule. As witnessed during the tenure of Nehru, Indira Gandhi, Rajiv Gandhi, Atal Bihari Vajpayee, Narendra Modi. Discretionary powers of president should be involved in all crucial matters and discussions with the Council of Ministers. PM is bound to provide information that president asks. President communicates with PM sharing views on national issues. Return the advice of the Council of Ministers. This has been done by multiple presidents like Abdul Kalam, K.R. Narayanan, etc. They have all done this. Withhold assent. Money bill is an exception. So when the president withholds an assent, can literally withhold the assent, that is not give approval to a bill. The bill will die, except a money bill. They can also use pocket veto. Pocket veto means not to take action on a bill for a very long time, killing the bill eventually. Appointing Prime Minister when no party has clear majority. Like I already told you, from 1991 to 1999, just find out how many Prime Ministers India had and give them in the chronology. Like along with the year, you put it up in the comment section. Growing presidential discussions in modern times, 1989 to 1998. There was no single party or coalition. Increased presidential interventions, that is, presidential interventions went on to increase. For example, K.R. Narayanan went on to create a new system called letter of support. Letter of support, if you actually see in the constitution, There is nothing written in the constitution which says that president should ask the prime minister, show me the letter of support. Nothing. He created it. Because it was a time period where prime ministers were coming in, going out, coming in, going out. So finally, he brought in the system. Whoever was the prime minister, he just went and told him, listen, show the letter of support. That you have the trust of 272 MPs backing you have. Show me that. In letter, in writing, he started asking for it. But the point here, political conditions heavily influence presidential election. Historical application of discretionary powers. The political conditions will influence. That is, ultimately, when you choose your presidential candidate, there will be politics involved in it. So they will look into the caste of the candidate will matter, the religion will matter, gender will matter. Historical application of discretionary powers. We have seen discretionary powers being used, but maximum powers were used, especially during that 1989 to 1998 period only. Like I told you, afterwards you don't have much. And especially from 2014 to 2025, if you see, nothing. Be it Ramnath Kovind, be it Pranab Mukherjee, or be it Draupadi Murmu, none of them have used any of their discretionary powers as such. Indian Post Office Amendment Bill was defeated by the president. He kept it pending and thereby defeated it. You can read about it. Vice President is elected for a period of 5 years. Similar election process only, but no MLAs. Removed can only be removed by a resolution passed by the Rajya Sabha. Is the ex officio chairman of Rajya Sabha takes position of the president if the president dies or resigns or impeachment or other reasons. Then you have Prime Minister and Council of Ministers who doesn't have any fixed tenure. Simply means Prime Minister and Council of Ministers, if they have support, if greater than or equal to 272 MPs support is there, then 5 years. Remains in power as long as he remains the leader of the majority party in the coalition. PM decides the Council of Ministers. Prime Minister can pick and choose the Council of Ministers. But it is very difficult in a coalition. In coalition, what happens is, people would have joined with your party, you know why. Say, for example, UP and all, to be very honest, Prime Minister Manmohan Singh did not have that much of freedom to choose his ministry. That is the reality, no matter whatever anybody may say. Because it was a coalition government, he had to cater to the needs of coalition politics. Because if you don't give a ministry post to any one of the particular party there, they will say, okay, I'm going, I am leaving, they will go. So you don't want them to leave because then your government will collapse. You don't have the MP support. So what do? You try to keep everybody happy so that you give one portfolio to everybody. What they are doing with it, are they making a mess out of it? God Almighty knows. Non-member can be appointed as minister but should become member of parliament within 6 months. Members of Constituent Assembly wanted ministers to be elected by the legislature, similar to the Swiss system. They wanted that system actually. Swiss system is where the legislature will elect the ministers. But however, we dropped it off later because it will be very, very confusing. Powers of the Prime Minister: communicate all council decisions to the President, chairs the cabinet meetings. What is cabinet? See, Council of Ministers, when you say, it involves all the ministers. Every minister. Maybe it will be more than 100 also sometimes. So whenever a meeting or some decision I have to take, every time I will not call the Council of Ministers. So within the Council of Ministers, I will have a super decision-making body. That super decision-making body is called Cabinet, which will have very, very important portfolio ministers. Finance Minister, maybe Ministry of External Affairs, then Ministry of Home Affairs, Ministry of Defense. They coordinate the work of different departments. Decisions are final. Exercises general supervision over ministries. Has powers to dismiss ministers. When PM resigns, entire ministry resigns. Why? Because ultimately Prime Minister chooses the council, right? So Prime Minister is changing means obviously the next Prime Minister will choose his council. Linchpin of the government. Linchpin of the government means is the main driving factor. He or she. prime ministerial form of government. That is why we call it prime ministerial form of government. You don't call it presidential. You don't call it any other form. That is, the government ultimately is known by the type or the working style of the prime minister. Clear? So this I already told you, prime minister, president and coalition governments. In coalition government especially, president will have the upper hand over the prime minister. Then you have Council of Ministers. 91st Amendment Act 2003 brought a change. That is, not exceed 15% of the total members of the Lok Sabha. The total members is around 544. 15% of that should be the maximum number of Council of Ministers, not more than that. So you will have 60 to 80 ministers. Then there are cabinet ministers, like I told you, important portfolios. Minister of State with independent charge. These are smaller ministries, need invitation to attend cabinet meetings. Small ministries, this will be not so important. Ministers of State, they are attached to cabinet ministers to assist them. Ministers of State are generally those people who are first-time MPs. First time they are entering into the whole central government thing. So to train them, to make them understand how this whole thing works, they will be given Minister of State. Collectively responsible to the Lok Sabha, Council of Ministers. On losing majority in Lok Sabha, has to resign. Endorse collective decision of COM or ministers must resign. That is, in these meetings of Council of Ministers, you can fight. You can say, what nonsense is this? What are you trying to tell? All fight you can do inside. But once a decision is taken by the cabinet or by the government, you should support it. You cannot come out and later criticize what stupid decision this government is doing. This is all bullcrap. You cannot do that. Then you will have to resign. If you are not agreeing with the decision taken by the Council of Ministers or by the cabinet, publicly you are going against the decision taken, you will have to resign. Clear? Cabinet is basically for faster decision making. To assist the cabinet, you have a cabinet secretariat. Parliamentary executive at state level is called the governor. Permanent executive is the bureaucracy, because bureaucracy will never change. Bureaucracy is always going to remain the same. Administrative assistance is provided by bureaucracy. They are supposed to be politically neutral. Composition largely consists of senior bureaucrats, IAS, IPS, all that will come under it. They have fixed terms and accountability. Fixed tenure it is. That is, until and unless you do some Himalayan blunder, nobody will remove you from the job. Inclusivity in recruitment. Obviously, reservation policies. IAS and IPS, pillars of state administration. High-tier state bureaucracy. Even though they are recruited by the center, they ultimately go and work for states. The top layer of any bureau within the state also dominated by IAS and IPS. You have district collector, your superintendent of police. Then you have UPSC and SPSC that conducts these exams. Bureaucracy is necessary for what? To interact with the public and gauge the public sentiments. How does the government get to know what do the public want and don't want? Yeah, you can interact with them. MLAs are there, MPs are there. But ultimately, their main bridge is what? Bureaucracy. Politicians on one side, public on another side. Who is the connecting link here? Bureaucracy. They deliver government welfare policies, especially during COVID-19. Indian bureaucracy did a remarkable job. However, the job is plagued with one major problem, and that is what? Political interference. That is one thing you should always expect when you enter into a government job is transfer, suspension. With the Chinnaswamy Stadium case also, you know, initially what the government tried to do was suspend the cops. That is the first thing they tried to do. That means even though the police officers tried to do their job, they were still suspended. So you must keep one thing in mind when you're planning to enter into UPSC or any state government job. Group A service, Group B service, be prepared for transfers, be prepared for suspensions. Accountability and transparency can be ensured through RTI. Again, difference between political executive and permanent executive. Political executive elected by people, MPs, MLAs. Permanent executive long-term appointment. They are appointed through competitive exams. Power distribution. They represent the people's will. Again, depends again whether they become ministers, how they are, what they are, etc. Are they ministers of union level, state level or panchayat, municipality, whatever. Civil servants ultimately have less power. Why they have less power? Because their power, etc., is all dependent on orders. If orders are there, then they can do their job. Expertise, very limited expertise. If you actually see, I have already told you, 33% of MLAs in this country have serious criminal cases. Close to 50% of MPs have serious criminal cases. But when it comes to civil servants, even if a small fist, like little bit of fight or a scuffle case is registered against you, there is a very good chance that your police verification will not happen. Police verification in that they will basically say that this person is unfit for becoming an officer. So to all the boys out there, for the love of God, till you enter the service, till you complete your training, get the final certificate from the President of India, you joined the service, till then, don't get into the wrong side of the law. Got it? And needless to say, civil servants are all nothing but, most of them are basically what? They are quite expert. They are experts. They are better expertise than compared to any politician in this country. Prior reservation scenario, job reservations were previously only for SCs and STs. New introduction, a third category, SC, BC was added. Only those belonging to these backward classes could vie for 27% reserved jobs, while others couldn't compete for these specific positions. Communities deemed backward by the government came under SCBC. Origins of the Office Memorandum. The Second Backward Classes Commission was appointed in 1979. It is popularly known as the Mandal Commission. Commission's objective was to determine the criteria for socially and educationally backward class and recommend advancement steps. That is, what should be the criteria for deciding the reservation of communities other than SC and ST. 27% of the government jobs should be reserved for these classes. The recommendation was debated in Parliament. Many called for its implementation. Public reaction, judicial intervention. The decision became a heated topic nationwide, addressed inequalities among castes and ensured fair opportunities for underrepresented communities. Opposition, viewed as potentially perpetuating caste difference and endangering national unity. Various cases against the order were filed. Cases combined into Indira Sawhney and others versus Union of India. 1992 Supreme Court verdict. Supreme Court upheld the order but recommended excluding the affluent from backward classes from reservation benefits. That affluent class today, it is nothing but your creamy layer. And what is creamy layer? If your family income annual is greater than 8 lakhs, then you belong to creamy layer. And if you belong to creamy layer, simply means you don't get any reservation. You will be treated equal to the general category. This is what it means. Currently the discussion is the same creamy layer concept should be brought even into SC to find out who are the affluent people within the SC community. And according to that, give the reservation. That is the current debate and discussion. Getting the point here. So we are coming to our chapter here, which is judiciary. So when we talk about judiciary, first thing, 3 institutional frameworks are there of the government. What are they? Legislature, judiciary, and executive. And when we talk about any democracy, one of the fundamental principles is what? Rule of law. Everybody should be treated equally before the law, and everybody should be protected also in the same way. Who ensures this? That all are treated equally and all the people will get the equal protection. Judiciary does that. We have a single integrated judiciary. A single integrated judiciary simply means judgments given by the Supreme Court is binding on all the high courts and the lower courts. Judgments given by the high courts are binding on all the lower courts. This is what it simply means. They are all bound. It is not that high court's judgment, one high court gave, so it is not applicable to the lower court. No. It's all connected. Judicial system, we have a subordinate or district court, or in other words, the lower court at the district or tehsil level in towns, headed by district judges. Subordinate court is also known as the trial court or the court of the district judge, the additional sessions judge, the chief judicial magistrate, and the metropolitan magistrate and the civil judge. That is, it is highly dependent upon the type of the cases that is being dealt, whether it is civil or criminal. And again, the names, the titles varies from town to town, state to state. High courts. The first set of high courts for Calcutta, Bombay, and Madras presidencies were set up during 1862. We'll come to this. High Court of Delhi was set up in 1966. And we have an appellate system. That is, any judgment given by the lower court goes to the High Court. For example, if capital punishment, that is death sentence, is given by the lower court, it has to be approved by the High Court. Even after it approves from the High Court, it will from there again it will go to the Supreme Court. And other various levels are there. That is what you mean by appellate. Appellate means to appeal. Coming back, Supreme Court of India. Its decisions are binding on all courts. They can transfer judges of high courts. For example, one erroneous judgment given by the Manipur High Court judge was the trigger point for the Manipur riots. The Manipur riots, sporadically it is still continuing. Here and there, still reports come of the violence. The judge who gave that judgment, he has been transferred out. Can move cases from any courts to itself. This again simply means Supreme Court can take about itself any case which is ongoing in a court, that is in a lower court. Especially they will take it up if they feel it is not coming under that court's jurisdiction. For example, many years ago, maybe some of you might be aware of it, a case had occurred. Two Italian Marines, in a case of mistaken identity, they shot and killed two fishermen off the coast of Kerala. Marine commandos, Italian. So they thought that these were Somalian pirates. They gave warnings, loud sirens, etc. They did. But the fishermen who were just from the coast of Kerala, they didn't even understand that these are warning signs. They carried on with their fishing activity. Next thing before they knew, they both were shot dead. Following which the case became a huge media issue it became. The case was being considered in the Kerala High Court, but then later Supreme Court said it's a matter which took place in international waters and therefore it is not within the jurisdiction of the High Court. Supreme Court took the case upon itself. Can transfer cases from one High Court to another. Again, certain cases where it is evident that there is too much of media reporting, so there is a chance that the judges may get biased. To ensure independence and fair trial, High Court can shift the case from one High Court to the other. High Court can hear appeals from lower courts, can issue writs for restoring fundamental rights. Writs are issued or rather restored through Article 226. Can deal with cases within the jurisdiction of the state. That means generally for the High Court, a High Court can look into all the cases that happens within the state. Outside the state, etc., that is a matter involving two states, then will directly go where? To the Supreme Court. Exercises superintendence and control over courts below it. District Court deals with cases arising in the district, considers appeals on decisions given by lower courts, decides cases involving serious criminal offences. Subordinate courts consider cases of civil and criminal nature. Details of it, you will be dealing with it, especially when you go through your Lakshmikant textbook. Clear, people? Criminal law, civil law. Criminal law, first of all, deals with conduct or acts that the law defines as offences. For example, theft, harassing a woman to bring more dowry, murder, etc. All that comes under criminal law. But basically, you have harmed someone. Physical harm is involved. That is what generally comes under the definition of criminal law. Deals with any harm or injury to the rights of individuals. For example, disputes relating to the sale of land, purchase of goods, rent, matters, and diverse cases. It usually begins with lodging a FIR with the police investigating the crime, after which a case is filed in the court. A petition has to be filed before the relevant court by the affected party only. In recent matter, either the landlord or the tenant can, in a rent matter, either the landlord or the tenant can file a case. If found guilty, accused can be sent to jail and also fined. The court gives a specific relief as for instance, in a case between landlord and tenant, court can order the flat to be vacated and pending rent to be paid. That means in civil cases, it is largely about fines and settling disputes. Here it is pretty much straightforward. There is a crime and then there is punishment. All right, people. Role of judiciary. Judiciary can resolve the disputes between citizens. Right now, what is happening with regard to the settlement of the property of Karishma Kapoor's ex-husband, 30,000 crore worth property. So, that issue is going on. Citizens and government. The people have a problem with the government with regard to some issue. Anything it can be. Between two state governments, Kaveri water issue, between Tamil Nadu and Karnataka. Between center and state governments. Say, for example, the Tamil Nadu government wanted to exit out of NEET exam. Then you have judicial review. Judicial review simply means any act passed by the parliament. Any act passed by the parliament, any law passed by the parliament can be struck down by the Supreme Court if it is found to be violative of the constitution. So that Article 13 actually gives the power to the Supreme Court to do judicial review. Mind you, judicial review is not mentioned anywhere in the constitution. Supreme Court gets that power from Article 13. For example, a law was passed by the central government where they said that a fact check unit will be set up for all the social media posts. This fact check unit will be from the government side where they'll check the facts of any post that is posted. And if it is found to be wrong, then fact check unit can ask the service provider, that is be it Instagram, Facebook, Telegram, whatever, to take down the post. But this was struck down, this particular part, the fact check unit, this was struck down by the Supreme Court, telling that it is violative of Article 19, freedom of speech and expression. Upholding law and enforcing fundamental rights. That is the role of judiciary, to uphold the law and enforcing fundamental rights, to ensure that fundamental rights are properly enforced. Coming to judicial independence. Judicial independence, why it is necessary? To check the, first of all, the misuse of power. That is, no law is being passed which is violative of the constitution, or the executive doesn't do any action which is violative of the constitution. Executive, that is the government as well as the legislature, always works within the limits set by the constitution. Protect and maintain rule of law, to ensure that law is upheld. So if you really see, in our country, we have something called as procedure established by law. What it simply means is, Supreme Court will literally look into whether the law has been followed as it is written down. Separation of power, that means there should be separation of power between, even though in our country there are overlapping spheres for legislature, judiciary, executive. In certain matters, executive and judiciary should be kept separate from each other. There shouldn't be any overlap. Dispute resolution, which we already saw, between citizens, between governments, upholds supremacy of the constitution. Supremacy of the constitution. That means constitution is supreme in our country. In UK, parliament is supreme. In USA, judiciary is supreme. Finally, protect the democratic rights of the citizens. Appointment of judges. They are appointed by the president in consultation with the CJI. Judicial primacy in appointment and transfer of judges. That means, ultimately, India is the only country where judiciary appoints judiciary. How? What are the qualifications? On what basis transfer is done? are judgments passed by the judge considered before giving them a transfer or before giving them a promotion as the Chief Justice? None of this we know. None of this we know. It wouldn't have mattered if their salary was being paid by somebody else, then it wouldn't have mattered. But the reality is the Indian taxpayer pays for the salary of the Supreme Court, High Court, judges, etc. But we have no right to ask on what basis the judges are getting appointed. What is the merit there? Are we looking into any qualifications there, like educational? Is there any test or interview for this? Or are the judgments of the judges, respective judges, are they considered before even selecting them to the highest judicial office in the country? None of this we know. In fact, in the world currently, this is the least transparent system. Got the point here, people? 1950 to 1973, the practice was to appoint the most senior-most judge as the Chief Justice of India. But this was broken twice during 1973 and 1975, where Justice A. N. Ray and Justice M. H. Beg were appointed as the CJI. 1998, principle of collegiality came into force. That is, CJI should consult 4 senior-most judges if while appointing judges to the Supreme Court. Removal of judges, you can only do it through an impeachment motion. It has to be passed by a special majority in both the houses. You can only remove them on grounds of proven misbehavior or incapacity. Historically speaking, in 1991, Justice Ramaswamy was the first judge against whom an impeachment motion was moved. But the motion couldn't be passed completely. And the reason was because before the motion could be even taken up for vote or whatever, Justice Ramaswamy resigned. That is the other beauty about our country. Let us say tomorrow I'm a government servant. Okay, there is 3 or 4 corruption cases against me. CBI has initiated an inquiry against me, or the Central Vigilance Commission has initiated an inquiry against me. I am aware of it. What can I do here? All I have to do is resign or apply for VRS, voluntary retirement from service. Because I have resigned or because I have voluntarily retired, all the pending investigative procedures stops right there. It just stops. Because I'm no more in service, they won't carry on with the investigation. This is the practice in our country. And this is also the reason why many of the government servants actually feel the same thing. Let us be corrupt as much as possible. Anyway, one fine day when we'll get to know, okay, the heat is on us. That day we will just take VRS and go home. The crores, whatever we have amassed by cheating the taxpayer, that is intact. Future is secured for our great-great-great-grandchildren. This is the thought process. Got the point here? Taking it further forward. Tenure of the judges, till retirement they can work. Protection to the judiciary. Salaries and allowances are not subject to the vote of the parliament. Not subject to the vote of the parliament means parliament cannot simply vary it. Once the salary is fixed, everything is fixed. That means once you are appointed as judges, your salaries are fixed. Afterwards, it cannot be changed. Decisions of the judges are immune from personal criticism. That means I cannot criticize a judge's wisdom when they give a judgment. For example, a High Court judge basically ruled in Mumbai many years ago that if the breast of a woman is pressed, where there is no skin-to-skin contact, but only through the fabric of the cloth, then it is not molestation. And even more better, it gets even more better than this. The guy who committed the crime was released. Within 48 hours, Supreme Court intervened, reversed the decision, gave orders to the cops to arrest him immediately and send him to jail. This is the quality of our judiciary. Getting the point here? Again, as you can clearly see, I have only criticized the wisdom of the judgment. I cannot target personally the individual there. I cannot call names on that judge. I cannot do that. Getting the point here? They have the power to penalize those who are found guilty of contempt of court. Guilty of contempt of court means either you did not follow the court's directions or you outrightly insulted the judiciary. On those grounds, contempt of court proceedings can be initiated against you. Parliament cannot discuss the conduct of the judges. That is the next part. Judiciary cannot question what is said or done inside the parliament, or the state legislative assembly. That is the reason why, like I told you earlier, former Chief Minister of Jayalalitha, her sari was torn and her hair was pulled inside Tamil Nadu's legislative assembly. Getting the point here? No action was taken against the erroneous MLAs that point. Because anything said or done inside the legislative assembly cannot be inquired into by the courts. Similarly, anything that is said by the judges, it cannot be questioned even by the MPs or MLAs. Access to justice. So access to justice means how well do the people of our country have access to justice? Well, access to justice have actually increased through public interest litigation and social interest litigation. What is it? One and the same only. What it simply means is, say for example now, a guy lost his phone. So who should go and complain? Who should go and complain? That guy who lost his phone. He should go and complain. Somebody stole the phone means he should go to the police station. I cannot file the case on behalf of him. I cannot do that because whose phone it is? It is his phone. Who lost it? He lost it. So he should go and file it. If I go and file a case on his behalf, court will ask me what is my locus standi here. How am I related to it? I don't have any relation. Got the point? But in the case of a public interest litigation, let us say tribal people, their land has been taken away by a private company. They are largely illiterate, like in our terms. They don't know to read English or they don't know about legal documents, anything. They are literate in their language, their culture, not in our language, our culture. Now, can I file a case on the behalf of the tribal people? Yes. Why? It's called a public interest litigation. In the interest of the public, I am filing a case. Got the point here, people? All right. Okay, before this, let us finish this off. So, public interest litigation as an idea was born during 1979, and this has led to judicial activism. Judicial activism simply means judiciary stepping in to ensure whatever grave injustice has been met out to either to the society or to a section of the population, it is undone. Judicial adventurism or judicial overreach means what? The judicial activism means you are trying to interfere in those areas to ensure that injustice is undone or justice is served. That is the purpose there. But sometimes what happens is the same quality of judicial activism, it can become adventurism or judicial overreach. For example, IPL betting scam. Now we know that any cricket match betting will be there. It is an understood fact. It is like a public secret. Supreme Court immediately appointed a Lodha panel and said that, asked the panel to go and investigate the betting in IPL. Is there really a public interest involved there? Or Supreme Court has to intervene? Isn't it the job of the government of India to ensure? I mean, we have so many agencies. CBI is there, Enforcement Director is there, Directorate is there, Tax Department is there. Why don't we give it to them? Why did the Supreme Court intervene here? Ultimately, it is just nothing but cricket is nothing but, okay, you can call it a sports, but it's entertainment at the end of the day, especially IPL. What was the necessity that Supreme Court had to intervene? Food for thought. Now, what are the articles that helps the honorable courts to indulge in judicial activism? Article 13, which allows for judicial review. Article 32, which talks about issuing writs. Article 22 also talks about issuing writs, but from the perspective of the High Court. And Article 142 that gives sky-high power to Supreme Court. What do you mean by sky-high power? Sky-high power means under Article 142, if Supreme Court feels that somewhere some grave injustice has happened, Supreme Court can use the provisions of Article 142 and give an order. It can be any order, any decree, anything it can be, decree. Got it? Judicial review is not mentioned in the Constitution. The 1973 Keshavananda Bharati case, Supreme Court introduced the doctrine of basic structure. Doctrine of basic structure simply means any part of the Constitution can be amended under Article 368 as long as it does not violate the basic structure of the Constitution. Clear? And finally, in the Indra Sawhney and others versus Union of India cases, okay, Supreme Court basically came to the grand conclusion about the reservation policies. And then, which led to creamy layer and non-creamy layer in OBC. As of latest, with regard to SC/ST also, Supreme Court has given a ruling similar to the ruling that they have given for OBC. Can you tell me what is that ruling about in the comment section? Before we wind up, very quickly, jurisdiction of Supreme Court. The original jurisdiction of Supreme Court involves settling disputes between union and states and among states. That means only Supreme Court can do this. When conflict is there between two state governments or one state government and central government, the case will go where? To the Supreme Court. Appellate jurisdiction simply means what? Appeal. Through appeals from the lower court, district court, high court, Supreme Court. Advisory. Advises the president on matters of public importance and law. Advise again, it is only an advice, not binding. Under Article 143. Remember it as I love you. President can seek advice of Supreme Court. Can issue writs of habeas corpus, mandamus, prohibition, certiorari and quo warranto to protect the fundamental rights of the individual. About these writs again, you will be reading more in detail while you are doing your Lakshmikant. All right. Then special powers. Can grant special leave to an appeal from any judgment or matter passed by any court in the territory of India. Special leave petitions are there. SLPs. It's basically like granting a temporary stay. Like, hold on. Special leave petition, if it is admitted, it simply means Supreme Court will listen to the petition, and if there is some merit, they will just ask the lower court, don't go ahead with the judgment now, to implement the judgment, maintain the status quo. So it's like a temporary relief. That is, I lost the case, let us say at High Court, but I filed a special leave petition in Supreme Court. Supreme Court is telling maintain status quo as of now. Status quo means what? Whatever was the condition before the judgment of the High Court. Maintain that until we will give you further orders. Alright, people. With that, we come to an end of our chapter. Alright. I know, very small chapter. The next chapters are also very small. This is all meant for your understanding. I have added few extra information here, which was not there in your NCERT. The only reason that you have a clear idea, at least a clear idea, which are the important articles as far as judiciary is concerned. The topic or our chapter, federalism. So what do you mean by federalism? Federalism simply means it is the vertical division of powers. Power division between central authority and various units. Center, state, local. Local as in panchayats and municipalities. American federalism is like coming together. Coming together means states came together, they signed an agreement and they said that, okay, let us form the United States of America. So is it possible in USA for any state to say that I don't want to be part of USA anymore? Is it possible? Absolutely yes. That means in USA, states can secede. They can break away. Indian federalism about holding together. Holding together simply means you must understand here Indian federalism or Indian union, even when we say India, that is the Union of India, when we say, please understand India was not formed as a result of an agreement between the states. The idea of India is always there. In other words, in India, states cannot secede. Got the point here? Federalism as a word, if you see, has not been mentioned in the constitution. And we are actually a quasi-federal nation. Quasi-federal means it is like federal, but not exactly federal. Let us see the reason for that. Features of federalism, when you generally say, it should have two polities, minimum, center, state. We have that. Do we have dual citizenship? No, that we don't have. We only have a single citizenship. Dual citizenship is there in USA. That is, if you are from the state of California, you will have the citizenship of California. And then you also have the citizenship of USA. Dual government, two governments, independent judiciary, again that also we have. So if you see, two polities, dual government, independent judiciary we have. But when it comes to citizenship, we don't have dual citizenship. Quasi-federal. That means we don't have all the features of a federation. Some are there. Unitary features. Unitary feature simply means what? Unitary feature simply means center or federal government has more powers. So if you actually look at it, in India you have a mix of both. We are an indestructible union of destructible states. Means what? That means if the central government decides tomorrow to change the boundary of a state, to change the area of a state, to change the name of a state, or destroy an entire state and merge it with another state, can it do that? It can, with just a simple majority. That means it is not at all a difficult task to change an entire state. Destroy it, change its area, increase its area, change its boundary. Easily it can be done. That is why it is said that it is an indestructible union. But can you destroy the idea of India? India's territory? Can we destroy that? No. Getting the point here. States cannot destroy the union. But union can definitely destroy the states. Definitely agreed. It will be a political disaster of Himalayan proportions. Whichever political party will do that, they are never going to win an election afterwards. But as per the law, as per the constitution, it is absolutely possible. Strong center. We do have it. Residuary powers lies with the center. Most subjects comes under union list. These are some of the features which clearly shows that we have unitary features. Different forms of power sharing. Power sharing can be of different forms. Horizontally between legislature, judiciary and executive. Vertically between center, state and local. Through social groups like religious, linguistic and minority. And through political parties and pressure groups. Power sharing will be there. In India especially, we know that farmers' pressure group is an important pressure group. Chambers of commerce, again important. Confederation of Indian Industry, these are all pressure groups, again important. Clear? Provisions that create strong central government. Let us see that. First one is emergency provisions. You have national emergency, call it state emergency, or president's rule, or financial emergency. During all these times, center becomes powerful. State will have to listen to the center. Centralization of financial powers. That means ultimately, whatever grants to states, It is decided by the center again. Strong position of the governor. Governor can give reports to center regarding the performance of the state. Central legislation over state subjects. Center can actually pass laws on state subjects, not on normal basis, only in extraordinary circumstances this is possible. That is, you have signed a foreign treaty to give effect to it. Number one, when there is a national emergency, when there is president's rule, when two or more states make a request, or when Rajya Sabha passes a resolution. Only under these circumstances, center can actually make a law on state subject. Central government's instructions to state also has to be followed. Lack of territorial integrity of the state, which I told you earlier, that is easily center can destroy a state. All India services. All India services, even though you're recruited and trained by the center, you'll ultimately go and work in the states. Fundamental rights under Article 33 and Article 34. That means once you are in the military service or once you are in the armed services, you have very limited FR. Got the point here. Even once you are a government servant also, you have limitations. You cannot actually click, like, or even share a post which is critical of the government once you are in the government service. I can do that. You cannot. Evolution of center-state relations. So, evolution of center-state relations. Yes, this one portion here is just a little political actually. And if you generally look at it, from 1947 onwards, you only had one government large, one party largely, which is Congress. But from 1960s onwards, what you basically had regional parties coming in. This was actually good in a way because democracy was becoming more representative. Later on, following the emergency, we had the first coalition government. The 1990s was filled with instability. Like I've already told you, just find out the list of the prime ministers from 1990 to all the way till 1999. You'll be in for a pleasant surprise. All right. And this coalition era continued up to 2014. 2014 to 2024, once again you had a single party rule at center. But at states you had again other parties. And everybody thought, okay, now it is going to be the era of what? Era of coalitions, single party rule again. But then in 2024, once again you saw coalition government coming back. All right. So based on this, the center-state relations have evolved. All right. Conflicts in India's federal system. Demands for state autonomy. So more state independence have always been demanded due to financial, cultural and linguistic aspects. Financial, right now, southern states always keep telling, we are paying more taxes, but we are getting only less share. Cultural and linguistic aspects. Culture and linguistic means what? Language issue again, you know it. The anti-Hindi protest which keeps taking place in the state of Tamil Nadu. We have seen similar protests in the state of Maharashtra, arbitrarily in the state of Karnataka. Demands for new state. Demands for new state generally comes when there is socio-economic backwardness. State Reorganization Commission set up in 1953 but commenced in 1956. Interstate conflicts over border. This has happened between, let us say, the states of Punjab and Haryana. River water sharing conflicts between Karnataka and Tamil Nadu over Kaveri. Special provisions under Article 371 for some states. Andhra Pradesh, Goa, Gujarat, Maharashtra, Sikkim and Telangana. Basically to develop it. That is the only reason they have been given that special provision. Special category status has been discontinued from 14th Finance Commission. Local government, 73rd and 74th Constitutional Amendment 1993. Details of which we will discuss in our next chapter. Local government directory, if you see, land, regions or revenue, local government. States, district, sub-district, village. District, sub-district and village together is called block. Urban, again, you have cantonment board, municipal corporations which are divided into wards. Rural area, you have Panchayat, District Panchayat, Intermediate Panchayat, Village and PESA Panchayat wards. Traditional local bodies, Autonomous District Councils, Village Council wards. Just understand it. You may get a prelims oriented question. Just goes on to show how the divisions are made. Clear? So ultimately the bottom line is what? About that sub-district, then the district. District to what? That is called a block. And then many districts make up your state. Urban, it can be cantonment boards that generally comes under military. Municipalities, corporations, notified areas, etc. These are all based on the population largely. Like how big the population size is. Panchayats, again, your district panchayat. Intermediate panchayat, something like the block level panchayat. Village and PESA panchayat. PESA panchayat means these are panchayats that have been extended to scheduled areas. Autonomous district councils, village councils and wards for traditional local bodies. Alright people, very small chapter. With that we come to an end of our discussion here. So let me know in the comment section who were the prime ministers that were there in our country from 1991 to 1999. Now let us get into our chapter, which is legislature. So what do you mean by legislature? Legislature generally means a law-making body to make laws, to decide on the framework of the country, what schemes should be run. Basically, generally all these discussions with regard to laws, money, anything and everything that is regarding the nation or anything that is of importance to the public, all of these and much more gets discussed in the legislature. Commonly known as Parliament or Legislative Assembly, Parliament at the central level, Legislative Assembly at the state level. It is efficient and it is representative when you say. Now, efficiency, I know, it is a matter of debate. So, when we consider Parliament's overall efficiency and overall working hours, we know for a fact that efficiency is on the decline over the years. Quality of the representatives, that is, be it in the Parliament or in the Legislative Assembly, is not something that is great. Why? Because in the Parliament, you are almost having close to 50% of MPs with serious criminal cases against them. In the case of legislative assemblies, totally all over India, when you see, it is around 33% of MLAs are having serious criminal cases against them. So when it comes to efficiency and representativeness, it's still a matter of debate. Representativeness, again, when you talk about in terms of women's representation, it's still lagging behind other democracies of the world. Then Parliament consists of Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha and the President. Why the President? Because any bill passed by the Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, it becomes an act only after assent is given by the President. Assent simply means signature. Alright. And they can hold officials accountable. That is that they can actually hold the officials. When I say, it is basically you people. They can actually hold the bureaucracy responsible, the government responsible for their action or inaction. Functions of the Parliament, when you talk about selecting the national government, political party or coalition must secure the majority. Majority means easily they should secure more than 272 seats. Lok Sabha plays a vital role in selecting the executive. Why? The Lok Sabha, when you talk about, so this is the Lok Sabha. Alright. And here, Prime Minister plus Council of Ministers. So this is your entire Lok Sabha. And in that again, you'll have Prime Minister plus Council of Ministers. Either it can be a single party rule, like how we had back in 2014 as well as in 2019. Or it can be a coalition, like what we are having currently. Any which way, the understanding is very simple. Either as a single party or as a coalition, you should have more than 272 seats. Only then you are able to form the government. And there lies a story also. And what is the story here? As you can clearly see, it's like a double membership. Double membership by means, now these people, whoever are here, they are all ultimately what? Members of parliament, MPs they are. And they are also member of what? Part of the government. Getting the point here. They are also ministers. So they have double membership here. So this is where the executive is responsible to the Lok Sabha. This is your government here, literally. Got the point here? The government being accountable to the Lok Sabha. Decision making wise or practically how things work when you talk about there is something called as a cabinet. Cabinet is nothing but prime minister with some of the most important ministers in the government. Most important when I say, it is again a discretion of the prime minister. Prime minister can decide on this, who should be or not be a member of the cabinet. But generally in the cabinet, you will have the home minister, you will have the defense minister, you will have the external affairs minister, you will have the finance minister. Idea is very simple. See, for each and everything, the prime minister cannot call all the council of ministers and start discussing with them. That's a difficult task, because that is like almost you're calling all the 272 MPs and you're discussing with each and every one of them. That's not going to be easy. So what do you do instead? You have a cabinet. That cabinet will decide things. Once the cabinet decides, then the bill generally is then introduced in Lok Sabha. This is how it goes. The Prime Minister and the Council of Ministers, who are the government, within that again there is a cabinet. See, there can be other MPs here who are not part of this. Not that all the MPs who are part of the ruling party, they will all have what? They will all have a minister post. But the idea here is very simple. That is, government is Prime Minister plus Council of Minister. Important decision taking body, always the cabinet. Got the picture here? And if they want to introduce a bill, cabinet will take a decision after the discussion is done here. Then the bill is introduced in the Lok Sabha. This is the policy. Got it? Lok Sabha plays a vital role in selecting the executive, controlling, guiding and informing the government through question hour and the opposition. Now, it is very, very important that in a democracy, we must have an opposition. It is very important, because if the opposition becomes weak, then there is always a chance that the government can do anything and everything. Nobody to ask any questions. And questions are asked generally during the question hour. Legislative functions include enacting laws, drafting bills. Cabinet decides the timing and content of the bill. This is what I told you. That is all the decisions ultimately, when it should be placed, what should be its timing, how it should be done, all that the cabinet will decide. Financial functions, no doubt about it, be it taxation, important decisions with regard to the budget, any scheme of grants, etc. All of that is taken where? Inside the legislature only. Controls both taxation and government expenditure. introduction of new taxes, Parliament grants resources and responsible use of the same. That is, special grants, etc. can be given depending upon, let us say, a disaster, or maybe depending upon the nature of the state. If it is a really backward state, sometimes a one-time grant can be decided again by the Parliament. Apart from that, it represents different sections. Say, for example, 12 MPs are actually 12 MPs who are actually, stalwarts or experts in their respective field. They can be nominated by the president to the Rajya Sabha. Debating functions happens there, especially during the budget discussions. 3 sessions are held in the Parliament, especially if you talk about monsoon session, budget session, and winter session. Then all these sessions, discussions will happen. Parliamentary discussions, we know how effective they are, and we also know to what extent ineffective they are. Because when you are having close to 50% MPs who are having criminal backgrounds, you cannot expect a quality level debate or discussion. That is a true fact. But when it comes to state legislative assemblies in our country, the performance is even more pathetic. Hardly any debates. Why? Because they don't even convene as a session. Constituent functions under Article 368, which is basically means to alter the constitution, that is to amend the constitution. Parliament can amend any part of the constitution as long as it does not alter the basic structure of it. Electoral functions, president and vice president are elected by the Parliament, which very recently only the vice presidential election concluded. Judicial functions, removal of the president, vice president and judges of the High Court and Supreme Court, currently Justice Verma's case, for example. Moving on. 2 houses of parliament, Rajya Sabha. Rajya Sabha is the upper house of parliament in India, indirectly elected through a 2-step process. Residents of each state elect MLAs and they elect MPs for the Rajya Sabha. And this again is based on population of the state. Or in other words, states with more population will end up getting more representatives. What does that mean? What is the implication of it? Implication is pretty much simple. Northern states with a higher amount of population will end up getting more representatives compared to the southern states. States with larger population will have more representatives than states with smaller population. 12 members nominated by the president who excel in fields such as literature, science, art, and social services. Lok Sabha, directly elected by the people. Entire country is divided into constituencies with roughly the same population per constituency. Which again, it is believed that post the 2027 census, what is going to happen is, states with higher population will get more MPs. Based on universal adult franchise, 543 out of 552 fixed since 1971. That means the number of seats is fixed. Maximum strength stands at 550 now because of the 104th Constitutional Amendment Bill abolishing the seats reserved for Anglo-Indians. Term is 5 years. Significance of having 2 houses in Parliament is better representation and checks and balances. That is, in other words, why do you need to have 2 houses? So that the Lok Sabha cannot pass any bill very hastily, just because they have a huge majority there. One of the current challenges, especially if you talk about the current government, one of their biggest challenges, they cannot easily pass any bill that they want simply because they don't have such a huge majority in the Rajya Sabha. So they always need to take the confidence of the Rajya Sabha before coming up with any new bill. So that is the reason why when it comes to the one nation, one election, as well as the very controversial Uniform Civil Code are still in the ICU. That is, we still don't have any idea whether this will come or not. Got the point here, people? 6 states with bicameral legislature: Andhra Pradesh, Bihar, Karnataka, Maharashtra, Telangana, and UP. Bicameral legislature means you have in these states what we call legislative councils. In other states, you don't have it. All right. Powers of the Lok Sabha: make laws on matters included in union list and concurrent list, can introduce and enact money and non-money bills. This is one of the most important function, the money bill part. Power of Rajya Sabha: they can consider and approve non-money bills and suggest amendments to money bills. But here again, you must understand, this suggest amendment to money bills doesn't mean that Rajya Sabha has any powers in it. Those amendments, whatever the Rajya Sabha suggested, Lok Sabha can ignore it completely. In other words, when it comes to money bills, only one person gets to decide anything and everything, that is the Lok Sabha. Approves proposals for taxation, budgets and annual financial statement. They have to approve constitutional amendments. Controls the executive by asking questions, resolutions and motions, and through no confidence motion. Exercises control over executive by asking questions, introducing motions and resolution. No confidence motion can only be introduced in the Lok Sabha. Because why? That is where the magic number is, 272. If you don't have the support of 272 MPs, in other words, it simply means your government does not have the support of the Lok Sabha. In other words, the government will have to resign. That is what it simply means. Rajya Sabha, unlike the Lok Sabha, is a continuous house. It keeps on going. It does not have any term as such. Lok Sabha, it is 5. The current Lok Sabha will end when? 2029. It can end even before that in case the coalition partner of the current NDA, TDP, Telugu Desam Party, they decide to pull the plug and they decide tomorrow, okay, no, we want to support India Alliance, and if they decide to shift, this government will collapse. Participates in the elections of the president and vice president, also participate in removal procedure of president, vice president and judges of Supreme Court and High Court. It can alone initiate the procedure for removal of vice president. Who? Rajya Sabha. Only Rajya Sabha can initiate this process, removing the vice president. Because vice president is nothing but the chairman of Rajya Sabha. Establishes committees and commissions and considers a report, can give the parliament power to make laws on matters included in the state list. Special powers of Rajya Sabha. Consent of Rajya Sabha is necessary to shift a subject from state list to union list or concurrent list. Otherwise, if you are planning to do it, let us say without even taking their consent, you are planning to do it, means you'll have to bring in what? A constitutional amendment under Article 368. Where you will have to pass the bill with a special majority in both the houses. In some cases, special majority with ratification of at least half of the state legislatures. Got it, people? Exclusive powers of Lok Sabha, money bill, and the Council of Ministers being accountable to Lok Sabha. That is why I told you no confidence motion is applicable here. How does the Parliament make laws? Introduction and debate. Bill can be initiated by a private member or a government minister. Political parties, interest groups, media and citizens forum can influence the need for a bill, making law formulation a combination of legal and political action. That means judiciary, media, civil society organization, anybody can, through propaganda, through campaigning, they can force the government or actually pressurize the government to pass a certain bill. And sometimes the government will sit up and listen also. That is the essence of democracy. All right, people, moving on. Oh, before that, what do you mean by a private member? From this sentence itself, it should be clear. Private member simply means a person who is not a government minister. Okay, moving on. Policy approval and drafting. Cabinet will do it, and later, after the cabinet decides on it, it is either introduced in the Lok Sabha or in the Rajya Sabha. Then there is a committee discussion phase. Committee discussion phase is very simple. That is, you introduce the bill. But after introducing the bill, there has been a lot of debates, discussions, a lot of opposition to the bill. Then you will refer the bill to a committee. That committee's basic job will be to scrutinize all the provisions of the bill and see what is practical and what not, give their suggestions and send it back. It's like a miniature legislature for that reason. Committee recommendations are sent to the House. This marks the second stage. So what is the first stage? First stage is to introduce the bill. You only introduce here. Here, you will only talk about what is the bill, what are its provisions, etc. After that, generally the second stage you send it to the committee for detailed analysis of its provisions, make suggestions, make changes. Then comes the voting and passing. Both houses must approve the bill. In case there is a disagreement, in some cases you have a joint session of the parliament. Money Bill and Rajya Sabha. Okay. Money Bill and Rajya Sabha, like I told you, Rajya Sabha has zero powers when it comes to Money Bill. Ultimately, once the speaker says that this is a money bill, it cannot be questioned even in a court of law. The Rajya Sabha has literally practically no powers. In fact, the current government especially has been notorious in this regard. Whenever they had to introduce anything that was controversial or anything where they did not have the support of the Rajya Sabha, they introduced bills citing it as money bill. And whatever is said or done inside the parliament cannot be questioned in a court of law. Even if Supreme Court, you put up a case challenging how did this bill become a money bill, Supreme Court cannot look into the logic of why you declared it as a money bill. Supreme Court also can only look into whether the procedure established by law has been followed. That is, before introducing the bill, was the president consulted? Then did the speaker stamp it as a money bill? That process, was it followed or not? So the limited powers. So once the Lok Sabha says, or rather the speaker says, this is a money bill, means that's it. No further argument, no further question. Rajya Sabha's powers ends there. And in that case again, once it goes to the president, president has to give assent to the money bill. If the president, there is no option of president not giving the assent and all. Clear? Journey of the domestic violence law and the role of citizens. In the 1990s, there was a growing recognition of the needs for a new law to address domestic violence. Lawyers Collective, a group of lawyers, law students and activists took the initiative to draft the Domestic Violence Prevention and Protection Bill in 1999. This draft bill underwent extensive consultations and was widely circulated. 2002, it was introduced. A new version of the bill was introduced in 2005. And finally, Protection of Women from Domestic Violence Act came into effect in 2006. A clear example of how, people other than MPs or bodies other than the legislature also can actually frame and draft law and actually pressurize the government, coerce the government into passing a law. Issues with unpopular and controversial laws, farm laws, electoral bond schemes. The farm laws clearly shows what unpopular laws government will have to take a U-turn. In the case of electoral bond scheme, which was struck down by the Supreme Court, again shows that if anything that is passed hastily will have to go through what? Article 13, that is judicial review. How does the parliament control the executive? Parliamentary privileges. Immunity from legal actions. Like I told you, anything said and done inside the parliament or inside a legislative assembly cannot be questioned in a court of law. Case in point being, for example, years ago, inside Tamil Nadu State Legislative Assembly, an MLA's hair was pulled, her sari was also torn. She later went on to become the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, the former Chief Minister, Jayalalitha. Alright. Similarly, inside the parliament also, when a particular MP stood up to read a women's reservation bill, another MP came near her, snatched the bill from her hand, tore it up into pieces, threw the paper there, went and sat back. Can this be questioned anywhere? No. It is almost like, how to put it. Okay, I don't want to make any statement which is controversial, but I'll tell you there is a similar provision that exists for the judiciary also. That is, judicial actions will not be discussed inside the parliament. Similarly, parliamentary actions cannot be questioned by the judiciary. Got the point here? Presiding officer of the House has the authority to address breaches of privilege, allowing members to express themselves and represent the people freely. Like I told you, simply you cannot, simply stand up and say or do whatever you want. Even if you have to speak, you have to take the permission from the speaker or from the deputy chairman in the case of Rajya Sabha before even actually standing and addressing the House. Deliberations and discussions through question hour, 0 hour, half hour discussions and adjournment motions. Available in Lakshmikant in detail. Approval and ratification of laws. Finally, if the bill gets passed by Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, then automatically President will give the assent. Financial control through budgetary process, examine fund allocation and check irregularities in the Comptroller and Auditor General report. The CAG reports are generally used. CAG reports, once it comes, are generally used by the Public Accounts Committee. And they will literally analyze whether the money spent by the government was judicious or not. And like I told you, if at all it is believed that the government does not have enough of support, a no confidence motion will bring the government down. Role of parliamentary committees, lawmaking and everyday operations of the House, evaluating ministers' grant requests, scrutinizing departmental spending and investigating corruption cases. Parliamentary standing committees were set up in 1993. 24 are there. Joint parliamentary committees or JPCs are also there. Idea behind it is what? Scrutiny, in-depth scrutiny. But problem again is, it lacks experts. It lacks again funds. Sometimes one committee for everything. Clear, people? Anti-defection laws. Anti-defection law simply means Aya Ram, Gaya Ram. This is in reference to that MP who basically changed his party 3 times in a single day. 3 times. So defection simply means I got elected, let us say as a Congress candidate. I got voted and I became an MP. Later, BJP party came into power. So BJP is like calling me because BJP has a very thin majority. They are calling me. They are like, you come and join us. We are calling. So we will give you money or we will give you a minister's post, etc. I got elected as what? As a Congress candidate. People voted for me thinking that I'm a Congress party. What is the member? But after the election now, what do? I go and join BJP government. That is defection. Got the picture here? This used to happen in a huge way in our country, at least till the 80s. It was during the Rajiv Gandhi's era as Prime Minister that we actually brought in this law, the Anti-Defection Law. So today, if you actually see the reality, today, wholesale defection to an extent is allowed. Retail defection is not allowed. Wholesale defection, when I say, like en masse, that is, let us say more than 2/3 of a party decides to go and merge with another party, that is considered to be perfectly legal. 2 or 3 MLAs or MPs decides to switch the party after the election, then it is considered to be what? Defection. So this keeps happening in our country. At the state election level, when you see, almost all parties are guilty of this. Be it BJP, be it Congress, be it Trinamool Congress, be it Aam Aadmi Party, everybody, everywhere are guilty of this. Guilty in the sense, what I mean is, you get voted under one party, all right, as an MLA, but then later after the election is won, or after the elections, you see that another party is offering you power, position. In the greed for that, you go and join. Plenty of examples are there for this. 52nd Amendment Act 1985 brought the Anti-Defection Amendment. This was modified by 91st Amendment. Presiding officers takes final decisions on cases of defection, which again is very, very controversial because at the state level, generally, speakers don't take action, even though they know this is defection. What level? State Legislative Assembly. Why speakers don't take action? Speaker is generally from the ruling party. So Speaker is not going to take any action against their own party, right? And ruling party would have formed what? The government. And government to be in power, they need to have the majority. So if they have only if they have more than 50% of MLA support, you can actually form the government. So if MLAs from other party decides to give support to the ruling party or to the government, what will the speaker do? Speaker will maintain complete silence. This is what is happening in the country. All the parties, political parties are guilty of this. At the state level, whoever has formed government, almost all the political parties, if not now, at least in the past, they are guilty of what? Defection and encouraging defection. Got the picture here, people? So with that, we come to an end of our session. Legislature is over. One more chapter is remaining. Any further comments or suggestions, please put it up in the chat section. Let us get into local governments. They are instruments of decentralization and participatory democracy. They protect the local interests, active participation and purposeful accountability. Sabhas existed before independence, later evolved into panchayats. 1882, Lord Ripon started off with the whole process. Government of India Act 1919 and 1935 also tried to encourage local government. Community Development Program was initiated in 1952, which tried to bring in a three-tier system. PK Tongon Committee, 1989, constitutional recognition for local bodies. And finally, 73rd and 74th Constitutional Amendment passed in 1992. Idea is very simple. See, it is basically to ensure that you have governance even at the local level. Because it is not practically possible for the center or even for the state government to address all the issues. So you need to have local government. Very, very important. Because everywhere, world over, if you see, in all the major democracies or developed countries, why their cities are so good or why their villages are so good, the answer is only one. Governance given to the people. People, you only handle it. Let the city council handle it or let the village council handle it. That is the general idea. Clear? 73rd and 74th Constitutional Amendment Act 93, strengthening local governments. Local government is a state subject. Or in other words, states have to take the initiative in setting up what? Panchayats as well as the municipalities. Even though it is a constitutional provision, state has to set it up. Because merely setting up, okay, we also have panchayat, we also have municipality, that is not enough. You have to give them the powers. Simply creating a body without giving it any power is of no use. Features of 73rd Constitutional Amendment Act. Structure of Panchayati Raj system. If you actually see, the village level, you have the Gram Panchayat. The block level, you have the Janpat Panchayat or Panchayat Samadhi or Mandal or Taluka Panchayat. District level, you have the Zilla Panchayat or District Council or Zilla Parishad or District Panchayat. Different names. All it means is simple. At the grassroots level, that is at the village level, you have the Panchayat, Gram Panchayat, then the block Panchayat, then the District Panchayat. 1, 2, 3. 3 sections. It is mandatory to create a Gram Sabha. Gram Sabha simply means it actually consists of all the voters of a village. All adult members registered as voters in the Panchayat area. Roles and functions are decided by state legislation. That means what and all the Panchayat can do or cannot do, that is decided by the state legislation. And trust me, no state will ever try to make their Panchayats very, very strong. Nobody will try to make it because the idea here is states are very hesitant in giving away powers to the Panchayat. If everything is taken care by the Panchayat, then why am I here? That is the state's biggest fear. Because see, imagine if I am able to get my road, my my agricultural related issues, or even if you're talking about cities, sanitation, water clogging, all these are taken care by the municipality or it is being taken care by the Panchayat. Why will I care for an MLA then? I don't require an MLA then. MPs I will still need because national level stuff, defense, external affairs, all that important things are there. So I will be still interested in national election. But there is a general fear that people will lose interest in state elections if you truly transfer all the powers to what? The panchayats and the municipalities. Clear? So generally states don't give powers to whom? Municipalities or to the panchayats. Instead, what most of the state governments do is state governments exercise control over panchayats and municipalities. And how do they do that? They do that only through one person, or rather one service, which is the IAS. And Indian Administrative Service, all said and done, their transfer, their future, everything is in whose hands? The state government. So IAS officers know that their transfer is always dependent upon the state government, not on the basis of what the panchayat thinks or what the municipality thinks. Even the other officers, the state service officers also, their transfer and promotion is also in the hands of whom? State government. So the entire machinery, IAS plus the other bureaucracy, will only listen to the state government here. These two ends up becoming what? Dummy bodies. Only just to show, we are the panchayat member, we are the panchayat president, or I am the mayor, I am the panchayat president. That's it. Effective power do they have? No. Gram Panchayat meets regularly, and one of its main tasks is to implement development programs for all villages that comes under it. Work of a Gram Panchayat includes construction and maintenance of water sources, roads, drainage, school buildings, and other common property resources, levying and collecting local taxes, executing government schemes related to generating employment in the villages. Sources of funds for the Panchayat: collection of taxes on houses, marketplaces, etc. Government scheme funds received through various departments of the government through the Janpad and Zilla Panchayat, donations of community work. All this has been said very nicely, but let me be very clear with one thing here. Any scheme, anything that the panchayat wants to get approved, blessings of IAS is needed. Even for the simplest and the smallest schemes, you need to get the Ashirwad of IAS officers. Other than that, it is impossible. Like I told you, don't have any financial power. They want to do anything. They want to launch a new scheme. They want to come with a nice $1 million idea also. It should be approved by the IAS officer. Otherwise, no way they'll be able to take even 1 rupee. Apart from that, the next thing, even though they said taxes are there, etc. are there, the reality of all panchayats and municipality is, first of all, they are all having very less staff. They don't have that many officers. How many of you would like to work as a officer with the panchayat in your state, or maybe even with the municipality? None of you will be having any interest, because why should you? Generally, nobody will have interest, because everybody wants either the, if I couldn't become a collector, then let me at least become an assistant collector. Not IAS means at least let me crack the state administrative service. Nobody will be having interest with the panchayat or municipality services. They may take it up only if they were never able to clear any exam. Only this is the job that they got. Then last May, okay, nothing worked out, let me take it up. Otherwise, generally, it is understaffed. Now, because they are understaffed, what is the next issue? So, who will go and collect these taxes, these property taxes? Collection of the taxes in our country, even be it at panchayat level or even be it at the municipality level, is very, very, very poor. And so, what happens to the source of funding? Like, from where do they get the revenue? In our country, be it the panchayat or municipalities, more than 90% of the funds, whatever panchayats and municipalities have, comes from central and state or states grants. Less than 10 percentages own source of revenue. Clear, people? Ward will have a ward member, and amongst the ward members, they will elect the Sarpanch or the Panchayat president. Gram Panchayat as a secretary, who is also the secretary of the Gram Sabha. That secretary is basically a government servant, state government servant, appointed by the government, calling meetings and keeping record of the proceedings. Elections are conducted, but elections again, as far as I have seen, with the exception of the state of Kerala, most of the states don't conduct the Panchayat or municipality elections on time. Got the point here? Most of the states don't conduct it. In fact, most of the states don't even have a state election commission. As far as the local body elections are concerned, be it of Panchayat or be it of municipality, it is conducted by the State Election Commission, not the Election Commission of India. And who has to set up the State Election Commission? The state government. This is the reality. 1/3 of reservation is given for women, given for SC and ST proportional to their population. It is up to the states to give discretion to give OBC reservation. So very recently you would have heard this reservation issue happening in the state of Telangana. Positions of chairpersons or adhyakshas, reservation of 1/3 for women in general category, SC, ST, as well as backward communities. Transfer of subjects. 29 subjects are meant to be transferred as per the 11th schedule to the panchayats or the municipalities. Each state will decide how many of these 29 subjects will be transferred to the local bodies. Because it is a discretion of the state, again, what is the real reality? Poor transfer. State Election Commissioner, state government appoints SEC as an independent officer. But even though when we say SEC an independent officer, even when they are appointed, they are always loyal to the state government. So they won't do their job properly. State Finance Commission, state government appoints again. Review the distribution of revenues between the state and the local governments on the one hand and between rural and local governments on the other. The SFC is also a body which again, who should set it up? The state government should set it up. And what is the reality of this? The reality is that the 15th Finance Commission gave a deadline, March 2024. Within that, every state should set up an SFC. Only if they set up an SFC, except health and other grants, health and education grant, every other grant, whatever is there, I will not give it to you if you don't set up SFC. This is what the 15th Finance Commission told. What was the deadline? By March 2024, they have to do it. Which was the last state to set up a state finance commission? A state where one party has been in power since the last how many years now? At least close to 20 years or even more than that. Same party is there in the center also. And finally, the Central Finance Commission has to take a stick and actually wrap the knuckles of all the state governments to tell them that if you don't set up an SFC, I'm not going to give you any funds. Only after that, and that to the last. That is why I told you again and again, don't support any political party. So whenever I have said this, people have thought, okay, he's talking. No, let me make it very, very clear. Don't support BJP, don't support Congress. Support the government. You might be an ardent Congress supporter. What if you get, let us say, maybe a posting in UP? What will you do then? Or maybe what if you get it in Gujarat? What will you do? Will you resign your job and come? Or let us say you're an ardent BJP supporter. Generally, southern states, you have BJP, it's very rare that they win. So let us say you got maybe a state like Tamil Nadu or Kerala. Then what will you do? Will you resign and come? elected government, you have to respect it come what may. Understand that very clearly. The celebrated officers of this country, the officers who are in the books of history for all the right reasons, if you see, they are the people who are loyal to the government, not to any one political party. Always keep it in mind. These type of objective, factual criticism you can give. You can easily give. You can put this in the answer sheets also. That is not a problem because you're not criticizing anybody here. I mean, it is a criticism, but you're not specifically targeting any political party. You're basically talking the facts here that Central Finance Commission had to do this. That is when finally the last state to set it up was Gujarat. That much you can write. Beyond that, if you write Gujarat did very poorly, Gujarat, even though they had the same party at the center as well as at the state level, it took so many, they had to be forced by the Finance Commission, clearly shows that this government lacks this. That you won't write. Got the point here. You will only write the fact. This is the fact. Last state to form it. That you will give. Clear, people? Because it is available. It is there in the public domain. This is how you will go by it. All right, people. Moving on. Panchayat extension to scheduled areas. Provision of 73rd Amendment were not made applicable to the areas inhabited by Adivasi populations in many states of India. In 1996, a separate act was passed extending the provisions of the Panchayat system to these areas. For this purpose, more powers are given to the Gram Sabhas of these areas, and elected village panchayats have to get the consent of the Gram Sabha in many respects. What it simply means is PESA Act. Normal panchayat, that is a 73rd Amendment, is not applicable here wherever the tribal populations are there. Instead, what is applicable here? PESA. Under PESA, Gram Sabha is a super powerful body. Why super powerful? Any mining activity, any activity where land is involved, whether it is forest you want to cut, whether you want to take metallic minerals or non-metallic minerals, whatever be it, or you want to construct a dam and you want to take over the land, whatever you want to do, you have to take the approval of the Gram Sabha. Without the Gram Sabha's approval, neither the central government can do anything, nor the state government can do anything. Nobody can do anything there. Got the point? The idea behind this act is that local traditions of self-government should be protected while introducing modern elected bodies. This is only consistent with the spirit of diversity and decentralization. We have done this basically why? Because tribal population or tribal people have their own way of living. So while protecting their lifestyle, we should also understand what we should also try to keep the spirit of democracy alive. And that is why we have a Gram Sabha here also, but we are giving them the power. All right. Features of 74th Constitutional Amendment. Based on 2011 census, 31% of India's population lives in cities. 12th schedule. Now, 31%, that is an understatement. It is more than that now. India will be going into rapid urbanization in the next 2 years. No, sorry, next 20 years. Census of India definition for urban. Minimum population of 5,000 persons. Population density of at least 4,000 persons per square kilometer. 75% of the male working population should be engaged in non-agricultural work. Today, what it simply means is mostly in the service industry. Municipal Corporation Finances. Municipal Corporation Finances is its services by collecting money through various means, primarily taxes. Property owners pay property taxes based on their property size, contributing around 25 to 30% of the corporation's income. Additional taxes are charged for education, businesses, and even movie tickets. This mix of taxes ensures both property owners and a wider population contribute to the corporation's revenue. Now, again, this particular point here, same thing, like the Panchayat only. But again, the same issue. They don't have a staff. More than 90% of funds comes from grants of center and states. Own source of revenue is less than 10%. Here also they are understaffed. implementation of 73rd and 74th Amendment in our country has been very, very pathetic. Because I will tell you 2-3 things now. That is why it is so pathetic. Number one, most of the states don't have a state election commission. Thankfully, because of the 15th FC now, there is a state finance commission. But to what extent is this effective is the next question. It's a question in itself. Third point, obviously, is what? Understaffed. That issue is also there. Number 4, poor transfer of powers and finances. And this is the most last point, but the most craziest aspect I will tell you now. Central government, whatever money they spent, how much money they receive, it is audited by whom? Comptroller, Auditor General of India. When it comes to state government also, the same thing. How much money the state government receives, how much money they have spent, audited by Comptroller, Auditor General of India. In the case of local bodies, CAG does not audit. And there lies a story. And what is that story? Grassroots level corruption. That is at the Panchayat level, at the municipality level, you have the highest form of corruption. I know people, not going to say personally, but at least I know people who have been in the Panchayat. So normally when you then they say Panchayat Secretary, Panchayat President, I'll be like Panchayat Secretary, not Panchayat Secretary, sorry. Panchayat Secretary is also there, sorry. But person, I'll be like, I was initially, okay, Panchayat President, what salary they will get, what? This was what I was thinking till I visited their home. Nice palatial bungalow. In fact, that is not a surprising thing. Go to any village probably in this country. To find out the Gram Panchayat President's house you won't even have to ask anybody. Just take a nice round around that village. Chakkar Ghatlo. You will find a very big Haveli, like a Haveli type bungalow, which is like constructed on the basis of the current plan, current style, current trend. That will be the Panchayat President's house. High level of corruption they can do. Fund they get a lot. But when it comes to utilizing the funds properly, that is very, very poor. So as long as CAG audit is not there, as long as state election commissions are not placed, where elections are conducted properly every 5 years, don't worry, the panchayats and municipalities in our country will continue to perform very, very pathetically. One solution for this, if you ask me, is nothing but what? We need to have one nation, one election under ECI. ECI should take care of center, state and local bodies, elections. That is first and foremost solution. To bring in financial propriety or even regularity, what is needed? You need to give powers to CAG to audit the local bodies. CAG should audit it. Without that fear, oh my God, CAG will audit it, our whole, whatever ghotala we are doing, it will come out in the open. Without that, local bodies will only become what? Agencies of corruption. They are not going to be those transformational bodies that will change the rural way or the urban way of living. Clear, people? With that, we come to an end of our NCERT series, people. So, any further doubts or queries, please post it up. All right. So, once again, the comprehensive current affairs batch. I would suggest, if you have answer writing doubts, if you are already done with your preparation, but you need to just get, a complete updation of whatever is happening around, I would suggest to take up the comprehensive current affairs batch. Even if you're totally new to the preparation also, still I would say, take it up, practice your answer writing based on the current affairs, and you will get to know how to interlink the concepts, everything, when you write these answers. Clear, people? God bless you all. Take care.